Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
And I do want to talk about the teams. Kind of missed it. I feel like talking about mechanics of the game, it irks me when we're an LCK podcast and we want to be talking about the LCK. So let's do some predictions, shall we? We've had a week's worth of games. We know all of these teams inside and out based on the performance. Obviously, DRX are terrible. They lost both of their matches. And so, like, that's just a terrible thing. KT and Nongshim very evenly matched because they are both sitting at 1-1, and D plus Kia are the best team in the league, right?
Yeah.
I thought we were going to make the predictions together. I guess Atlas just covered everything.
No,
Right,
I didn't
next-
mind.
what's next
I
on the
didn't-
sheet?
I
What's
didn't
next on
mind.
the sheet?
I'm speedrunning.
I feel like the LCK, with all of these changes that we went really in depth on. By the way, small little point I wanted to make at the end of that is that I'm excited that one small change, I mean, it changed the game a lot about like the Baron.
Glass cones.
Yeah, they didn't. I'm actually getting more angry as the years come along. Like, there have been so many disengaged cones this week. It's actually insane.
The Lehens one really, like,
It's so bad.
I had you in my
it's
head.
awful.
I could see your face.
And then I was casting with Wolf, and Wolf was like, "Yeah, I really like the angle that who was it, Duck Dom tried to take, where he knew like if he went this direction, like he could link the two blast cones to get away.
Like,
It's
bounce,
literally the 0.1% of blast cones that get used for disengaging. But that was a good point, but it still irked me that I was on the cast during that. It was unbelievable.
I hope they had more.
Sorry for completely
It happens
derailing
every
your
game.
point.
It happens every game.
Is Phaelite in the kind of? Are they
Phaelite's
in the?
fine.
So
I
they're
think,
they're not in the same vibe. They're not in the same like category for you.
Yeah, I think access to more vision can be dangerous. The fact that there's Phaelites and now
can
there's
see how to get away.
there's cheaper control words and stuff because like metas have been defined. Like you think about Mata in the past where it's like, okay, well, Korea just broke the game because they figured out vision. Maybe that's part of it. Like we'll have to wait and see. Like we're thinking about how is it less snowbally? There's like so many different changes that came in. Maybe the fact that vision is a little bit easier has made it easier for teams to come back because, I'm not so sure. Maybe it just makes the teams, maybe it should make the teams more dominant because it's easier for them to hold on to vision. I don't know. But I'm just glad that, a relatively small change to the game, like it's just one thing, like Baron resistances and extra damage and like having it worth less has like totally changed the entire outlook of the way that huge objective is played. So it just feels like, especially with apparently League 2 on the horizon, League 2, maybe there's going to be more like big changes like that because I feel like that's always the most fun, because the game has been out for a very long time now. It's like actually getting big changes that change the way that everything is played makes it more
League
interesting.
2 times the blast radius of blast cones.
It's actually
They already have that with Megacone, actually.
Yeah,
I feel
what
like
if the
so
Megacone
many-
had twice as much as
So many games have figured it out, though, right? It's like the Path of Exile thing, where it's like seasonal is the way to go. Make things like just slightly different every single year or every single half year, and just go like that sort of way. Like Diablo 4, a good example of copying that and then staying relevant.
We've
over
had the
and over
same
again.
Summoner's Rift for so long.
Yeah, but I
like-
mean, Otacon was there last year. There are
100%.
like new things, like elemental
They
drakes
changed
came
like the
in.
size of mid and stuff like that.
They
like
did,
the,
yeah.
the river and all that.
Yeah,
like
that's
like
true.
we had obviously issues with Otacon, and I think people were tired of
But
it.
like
by
that's
the
the
end of
whole
year.
point is that like if it's temporary,
And then
it's
it's
Yes,
fine.
exactly.
Femtech Soul with Fog of War.
Now everyone.
that didn't last
That
very long.
lasted like a month.
I also think like when we go on years and years and years of playing or of esports, I think it's cool to have years that are like defined in a specific way.
The juggernaut meta.
But like last year was the Noxus year with Otacon, right?
And the Fearless year, right? It's gone now.
No.
Anyway,
Right?
what's next on the sheet?
Doesn't last forever.
We need to be talking about the teams and who we think is better or worse than I guess they were present. So I think what we should do is kind of compare what we're seeing this week to the results from the end of last year based on where our teams were.
It just feels the same outside of Hamalef Esports being 0-2. Like Genji are super dominant, they haven't dropped a game. T1 are dominant, but they have fun with their food. DK is good at the beginning of the year, and who knows how things are going to settle later on.
Not supposed to, break the fourth wall of the LCK, Valdez. Don't,
Like everything,
don't tell them that T1 will
teams-
have a crisis in summer and then win Worlds, please. Just don't spoil it.
Well, it's actually nice that
Pete.
it's actually nice that T1 is, the laning is pretty solid from Faker, and like things are seemingly pretty good right from the beginning of the season, where as it's been sometimes shaky here and there. I don't know, it just feels like all of our teams have changed rosters, but their identities are relatively similar, even though it's like a new year.
I guess.
Yeah, the KT is totally going to go to Worlds Finals again
Worlds
this year.
are-
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
100% same identity for sure.
I think some teams haven't changed, right? Genji, unsurprisingly, still extremely good, right? So that's
Weird.
kind of expected. And I think some teams, they haven't changed that much, right? I think T1 is an example of it. I mean, to me, AD carry is the most slot and change role off the game, right? Whereas you compare that to HLE, where Peanut was obviously a huge part of how this team functioned and operated. And so changing him is going to have a much bigger impact. And they're going to have to work with Kanavi to get him integrated into how they play.
Whoever is on Kanavi's vision actually has taunt on Kanavi so far.
That's pretty clear. We've seen that so far this week.
It's the barrel effect. It's support Rammus permanently.
He played in LPL too long. I'm kind of interested in talking about individual players more than like teams because I kind of generally agree with Valdez. For example, I was really high on Pays post Kespa Cup because he looked really strong there. And after watching him play this week, I'm like, he looks really good, but it's not the same level of domination I watched at
After
Kespa Cup.
today, I feel like
He's not looking
against
at-
HLE. They were looking all right, but today, I mean,
Little
Jiu
shaky.
had like a series of his life.
Yeah, I think Pays. The thing is, it's like we're overreacting. So
Yeah, we are.
We
This is
should
all
just
overreactions, okay, guys?
Yeah. I mean, I just don't think he's looked that good, especially considering expectations. But you know, it's 1 week in the split.
I'm curious what Wolf thinks about Taeyun so far, because you were very excited to have him back here in the LCK.
I'm happy
Well,
to talk about it.
Because-
Atlas knows because I was excited to have him in Kespa Cup as well. And I
Yeah.
kind of found out back there, so I kind of knew.
But-
over here,
The
You,
series,
you got the boo reference.
the series
first.
they won today against HLE, like he looked better, especially in game 2. I thought his Yunara was actually pretty good. So, flashes of brilliance, or you think
that
you
series
just
had a
think it's not?
third of the viewership as the T1 series, so like maybe he was like slightly appearing. Because less fans were watching.
You know what I'd say? I'd say my kind of 3 biggest surprises, in a positive way. So first is Scout. He was
Today, yeah.
He was not having a good time in the LPL most recently. And I feel like, honestly, ever since he got bodied by Zeka at Worlds in 2022, it felt like he'd kind of just not shown up at internationals.
I mean, 2023 Worlds until he got bought by Faker. Like up until that point,
I mean, yeah, LNG. looked
up until
alright.
that specific moment,
That was a pretty big fall off, though.
Yeah, that was a pretty.
and
big
then since then,
It just felt like he'd have these big chokes at internationals, and then it started to bleed into his domestic play. But like he looked great today, right? It felt like really that was the form that we'd hope, right? The form that years back would get from.
especially his
from
game
Scout
too.
domestically,
Like
yeah.
he was just a man possessed.
Yeah, so if that's the level he's gonna bring, then it's a really good look for Nongshim. I think the other player who has really impressed.
I want to do it.
Go ahead.
It's our boy Vikla.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's his year, baby. Oh, I cannot wait for them to win Worlds off the back of the best mid laner
I
in
thought
the
you were gonna
world.
say
That is
Roamer.
I thought he
Vikla.
was going to say Faker.
No, it's Vikla.
No.
It's Vikla. Best mid
It
in
was
the world.
my second one was Vikla. I think
I
Vikla's
saw
been in
his,
really good
his
form.
mouth move to the V shape. He was like,
I think Vikla's been in great form, and I think when BNK4X was successful last year, he was more in that facilitating role, playing things like Annie, playing things like Morgana, and even then there were still some blunders. But now he is being the carry for a team that already had like a dedicated carry, right? So I really hope it continues. I love seeing globes from players. I really hope this sort of
this
level
team's
continues.
so fun, man. Like,
Yeah.
BNK is so fun to watch. Like, even Kellen, like, coming into his own, like, after what was, like, one of the most disappointing Worlds performances we've ever seen from a player. And then to turn it around, join this, like, young guy fresh out of Challenger, and then look incredible last year, it was just, I don't know.
at the end of last year, of course, just to,
Right, yeah. But, I mean,
at
like,
the beginning, we were like, whoa.
but they still had the most duo kills in the league,
Yes.
even
Yeah.
during the beginning. Like, this bottom lane was just good.
Okay,
like,
and
forever.
my third one, final one,
All right.
is Dudu. No, I think Dudu's been really good. I think he's had some great moments.
Dudu.
I think the Supers may get more wins this year than they did last year.
Yeah, I think so. I think
Well, it didn't
Pioshik
exist last year, so.
Pioshik's also looked a good
They were
amount
the
better.
Verdean Freaks last year, Valdez. It's the same team.
Pioshik's also looked a good amount better and had more impact. But to be fair, there were some games he was doing decent towards the end, even though the team was struggling. But I think like the concern I had with this team was like, okay, you were in a really bad spot last year. Sure, you've changed. I mean, we didn't know how much they were going to run with, but they'd only changed 2 pieces of the team, right? Because they're running with life.
Yeah.
3 players from that roster before are still there. Like, how are they going to look? And I think they have looked a lot better. And I think Dudu has had some pretty monstrous performances because he is a player we've seen do well in the past, but it felt a long way away from that last year. So, those are my 3 surprising glow-ups that I'm really... Week 1, I'm happy with how they're playing. I hope they keep it up.
Yep. I got one more, but do you guys want to go first?
I mean, I was...
Noshim? Just
in
a
general?
ragtag group of guys just thrown together. It's like a kind of weird stew where it's like, well, I have some broccoli and here's some lettuce over here. We're just gonna throw everything in.
Which one's Sponge? Is he broccoli?
I think he's like the lotus root. It's
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
like got the little
Yeah,
holes in
it
it.
looks spongy. I got
Kind of
it.
looks like a sponge. Yeah.
But it was the water chestnut. Interesting. Interesting interpretation.
So I just didn't expect a lot out of this because they were good last year, but then it was kind of like
They also looked pretty terrible in Kespa Cup, so I don't think we had very much.
yeah. And it was just like, okay, I don't think this is gonna work. But then like their team fighting today, like yes, HLE isn't. They haven't figured it out yet. I think eventually they will. With either they rein in Kanavi or everybody gets a lot more aggressive, or they got to figure out a lot of things over there. But like Nonshim actually did look really solid, like macro wise, team fight wise. I was actually really impressed that they like figured it out this quickly. So
Yeah, my thing is like, I've been a little bit. Kanavi's been such a mixed bag. I feel a little bit disappointed so far because in Kespa Cup he was doing a lot better and he was also like, I don't know, trying to do different things. And now I feel like he's playing Briar every game. Like he can't stop attacking them. And I know I mentioned this earlier, but like watching him play sometimes I'm like, well, that's really cool. Like when he was playing against Nongshim and they like didn't expect what he was doing, and Nongshim was like, he won't walk between 2 turrets and then like go past the inhibitor turret at us, right? And then he's just like dashing forward. He says nothing and like cues again. Like the rest of the team was like, follow Kanavi. Like, but I think that like that probably can't just be his one-dimensional playstyle. Eventually, teams will just be like, "What?"
He hasn't done that his whole career, right, Dan?
I know, but he didn't even do that in Kespa Cup. But so far in his whole career in the LCK or the LCK Cup, like he kind of has. So I want to see a little bit more measured Kanavi. I want to see Kanavi also show us some like cool picks like he normally does. Like, can we get Zeka on Tristana? Like he plays Lilia or something like that. Can we get something
Ivern?
interesting?
Oh,
Ivern,
baby. He
because
hovered
it's
today.
just been kind of him playing bruisers and see enemy champion must chase champion.
He did do a lot of that.
Yeah.
I want to see more out of Kanavi.
One thing I just want to say, I'm really happy to see Smash doing well. So far in like LCK Cup, he was good. Kespa Cup, he was good. But here in our first week, like I've been really impressed with Smash and how he's played. But mostly, I've been impressed with his attitude. He just looks so psyched to be on D+. Like that team seems to finally be gelling and figuring things out, like as a 5-man unit. And we saw like there seemed to be a lot of stress on that squad towards the end of 2025, and so seeing like Lucid feeling a lot more like loose. Wrong word.
Loose.
That's
yeah.
also his ID.
Yeah. That was a clever pun. And Shio as well, looking a lot more relaxed and playing really well. Showmaker playing out of his mind. Like I know they've had a 2-0 week, so it does make sense that they're feeling better now.
You know
And maybe
what?
we'll check in what happens after a loss. But
I think they
You're
played
so
DNS
right,
as well
Max.
as well.
I think it's only upwards from here for deep.
Right.
That's totally going to win.
regardless of whether they fall off or not, I just think that the vibes look good and Smash is playing really well.
His
And it's good to see
vibes
him
have
in
been
a Neon.
good. The synergy has been good. His the synergy with the support has been surprisingly better than expected. But I've been really impressed with his mid laner. Personally. I think his mid laner has really been quite impressive. His jungler has been quite impressive, and I think when we get to a tougher time where maybe they're playing against tougher opposition on the more regular, like maybe like a legend group, we'll see if he can make it through. But I also think Smash really impressed us in the Kespa Cup, and I think he is so far away from his ceiling too. Like
Yeah.
he's very similar to Diablo in that we know what he's capable of when he is the guy who has to carry. Fortunately for him and for D+, he hasn't really had to do it a lot. There's been games that won by Lucid. There was also the game for Showmakers. Like, I'm playing Echo, please notice me. The game was like not about him at all. He's like, look, I didn't lock my ultimate yet. Like, I'm going to use the mechanics. And it was just very funny.
Whoops.
I love D+.
Yeah, no,
They're
that's
just
the
here
thing,
to
isn't it?
ruin
The
all
thing.
of our expectations again, but we won't fall for it.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not falling for it.
I mean, I'm happy.
Yeah.
The thing is, I like falling for it every year. I like just
Yeah.
having that. Like, I want to trust fall, and if I
It's
like
like-
break my neck, it's fine.
Yeah.
They've never caught you.
Yeah, I know, and I ended up bruised at the start of every year.
Yeah,
and
it's
that's
like-
just how I live my life.
Don't overanalyze the movie before it's over, and you're like, oh yeah, I know exactly this trope, and this is what's gonna happen. Just like enjoy the ride. You know?
Yeah.
Just kind of like say, I'm not gonna think too much about it. Just kind
It's
of.
James Cameron's Avatar, you know. Just let the same story happen again.
That's
You
fine.
know?
It looks pretty, you know.
Yeah, it's fun to be here on Pandora with D+. Yeah.
I can't wait for Showmaker's Tryndamere arc.
It's gonna be the best, and Awa will come, Wolf. She will, as we know.
Which is not a good thing for D+ in this case.
Yeah, no, apparently not. Are there any other teams that we really do need to address? I don't think so. B&K sort of kept
There's
themselves
some teams
together.
we didn't talk too
and
much about, like Genji
Bro
and Bro.
said,
But like we kind of know,
Solo Q Prodigy Roamer.
we
not
kind of know
mentioned.
what we're getting from them. You know.
I think we can talk more about Bro than because Genji are the same, right?
Yeah, Genji are just the same, and they're really
Yeah,
good.
but Bro, big changes across the Rift, and kind of didn't know what to expect. I figured it's gonna take time when you change everything to like get acclimated, but they've
I
definitely
kind
had
of knew what to expect.
some
Yeah.
struggles.
You guys didn't mention KT Rolster at all, I noticed.
We talked about it a little
Oh,
bit.
that's true. KT Rolster got a bit worse.
Yeah, they did.
Otherwise, it's still just BDD and Cuz.
they didn't keep their bottom duo.
Where's
yeah.
Peter?
DN Isn't he? Where is
Yeah.
he? Yeah,
Well,
that's it.
But he doesn't
Wait.
play.
But he doesn't play, so I guess we
So
don't
where's
really
He
know.
and
Peter.
Sub.
Sub.
I
Yeah.
don't know. It didn't really work.
I don't really
but-
want to talk about Bro. I just don't want to.
Well, let's talk about BD and because they're still good. The rest of the team get it together.
Yeah.
The end.
Hey, Perfect's still there, walking funny. Like, have you noticed when he's walking around Lol Park, he's just a bit slow, like he plods.
I didn't notice that. No.
That's a really specific thing you've honed in on there.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. Like Dan and I like walked.
Are you
past
trying to
him.
imply like BD had enough? Like,
No, he was just
Is he a
plodding.
slow walker?
I
or
think he
does
just
he-
had he'd had a decent game. He was playing fine. Like he was just plodding.
if you go 07 on Udyr one more time, he's like, I was playing Set. I just had that skin that really looks like Udyr. Set. BD's got the long Digimon like keychain out.
Yeah. Oh. No, I don't think so. It wasn't one of those things. He's just a slow walker. Fast on the Rift, slow in real life.
I think with KT, like I do think Dr. and Peter's impact was sometimes underrated by some fans who were definitely of the view that there was only one player on the team. Which, as much as obviously BDD was phenomenal, I think sometimes people forget that, like, you know, getting to World Finals does take more than one player. And I do think the point that they do look weaker, right, is very true. But also, you know, I think losing the Genji is kind of expected for everyone at the
Oh,
moment.
yeah.
So, you know, I think it's hard to judge too much on the
And they
back of
spent
that.
all year losing to Genji to then beat them at the end. So-
Yeah.
Twice, you know.
I think
Yeah.
especially like when we look at teams who have changed the most players, obviously going to have they're going to have to work the most to kind of like solve what they're doing. Genji changed no players and were already incredibly good domestically. So it's really unfair that you just like they are just going to slam dunk a lot of teams. I mean, I wonder if anyone's going to be able to challenge them for the whole of the LCK Cup. To be honest, I
Well,
imagine
it's not going to be HLE this year by the looks of things.
Yeah.
I think it might be DK. I'm pretty high on this team.
Me too.
For real.
Oh,
For real,
Look at us.
actually.
Look at us play-by-plays. The optimistic
I'm pretty
play-by-plays.
invested. I'm pretty
So
invested.
delusional.
You know what it is? It's Career's vibe, where he kind of reminds me of Peter, and I'm like, no, eventually, like they might struggle.
Have broken noses, like walking into the LCK after LCK Cup because we've trust falled and just hit like face first.
They'll be
into the
walking like
ground.
They have
Perfect.
the right vibe, like where Smash
We're gonna
is.
plod our way through.
He's quite good, but like I think people don't know exactly how good he is. Kind of like Duckdom. I think people think Smash is better than Duckdom was at the beginning of KT's run last year. But like I don't know. I feel like maybe they're the team that makes the run this year. It's always like an unexpected team unless it's T1.
But now
But
you're
even
you're
for
saying
them,
you're
it's like-
expecting it.
You're expecting it, so
Yeah.
now then.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just
Stop
ahead of the curve.
expecting.
Maybe I'm seeing it
As
early.
they
I'm
say, don't
LCK
expect.
is just a repeating pattern, just like all
It's a
things in
flat
life.
circle.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
so I
there's
feel like which is the next DRX?
There's
'Cause
another
it was
weird-
KT,
Past
even
the
though they
fourth
didn't
wall,
win.
Like he keeps telling people the whole thing. Or
We have the script.
scripted.
We've
know,
been doing this for a long time.
Brendan-
He's like behind the curtain with all the levers, and he's just explaining how they all work.
Brendan, there's another word for being way too early. It's called being wrong.
Well, we don't know that yet. You know, I might be right. There's
What happened? You know what?
until it's observed.
D
we
plus
don't know
win
the
worlds in
outcome.
like 2032, and he's gonna get this clip up and be like, "I told you so! I said they could do it."
I mean, that's what people do on the
You
internet,
know, it's like
right?
a completely different roster, right? And it's just like, okay, whatever.
Honestly, I'd still give him props for it though.
I knew they were going to win eventually. I didn't say 2026.
I think it would be
Yeah,
kind of
see?
unique and different if we had T1 versus Genji in the finals. of the
Oh,
World
that'd be
Championship.
sick, wouldn't
Wow.
It
it?
hasn't happened for like a few years, you know. At the World
true.
Championship, I mean. Of
Yeah.
course, in every other finals, it has happened a lot.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought you were being sarcastic, and you were gonna say like in the LCK finals, and I was like, wow. Which, to be honest, it's not actually.
It's been
happening
like
that much
2
recently.
seasons.
Yeah, crazy.
Whoa.
T1, yeah, haven't really been domestically all that dominant. I think this year they're aiming to try and
You need-
get a little bit.
They're
more
aiming to
done.
try to win the LCK.
Yeah.
Would you say?
That seems to be what
You
they want
can't
to
really
do.
do it, but I just think like, you know, wiping tears with money, but like with the trophy somehow.
Well, we haven't won the LCK. Just gets another World's trophy.
Just catching the tears in the trophy.
They have been doing a lot of winning.
Faker cleans his glasses with the trophy like polishing cloth. Like it's a huge microfiber cloth. He polishes the trophy with, and he just cleans his comically small glasses with it.
Do you think he just bulk buys like the microfiber cloths?
It's like he
needs-
has
he's
those
got
little
so
tiny
many-
alcohol swab like those cloths, and he like uses them individually to wipe the trophy like daily.
Unless they keep them in like a vacuum sealed cabinet so it can definitely get no dust on it, and then you'd never need to wash them again. That could be the way.
Well, it would, because every year you'd have to open it up and put another Will's trophy
Oh,
in.
that's
and just
true.
forget it.
And get the microfiber cloth for that. Okay.
화이팅! 형 화이팅! 하나생명 화이팅! 카나비 해줘! 하나생명 화이팅! 지온 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup here for 2026. I am Atlas once again, and this time I am joined by Daniel Orks Harrison. It's the AA commentary here for you guys. We might be a very average battery, but we're a really unique commentary duo.
Yeah. And you know what? It's a reliable battery.
Is it? I think it depends. Is it the battery that just comes with the product that's often really terrible? Or is it one of the more known name brand ones with a rabbit? Why are rabbits the essence of energy? I never understood that.
Because they like hop around a lot, you know?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
All right, well, we do have a pretty exciting first match for you guys, and that one is going to be HLE taking on the Bros. The Bros have not picked up too much success so far here in the LCK Cup, and that is what makes them dangerous.
No, I feel like the thing is, right?
Yes.
The Bros have been here. The Bros are fine here. They're in their comfort zone. It's HLE who are in unfamiliar territory in this situation at 0-2.
That is a good point, but does that make them angry, or does it make them susceptible? That is the big... Well, I don't. I definitely don't.
Unfamiliar territory, right? We've only had the LCK Cup once before, and HLE, we were a little bit slow to start on that, but obviously ended up winning the whole thing.
They did.
But the Bros, I mean, being down in score has been a generally regular thing in the LCK, but I do want to remind you, last LCK Cup, they got a mega upset and took down Gen G.
That is very true. I'm looking forward to seeing whether they can do it again, as of course, it's a very new Bro roster here, as they have changed up a whole lot. We had to say goodbye to the Lord. Hopefully he's doing well, or will start doing well, as I believe the LCS does start in a couple of days' time. And him on Team Liquid is going to have a great time. But now it's Casting that's over there instead, as, oh my goodness, the true identity of Delivery Driver has been revealed. With an incredible 93% solo queue win rate, can Roma deliver a victory for the Bros? Well, all of the solo queue didn't look to be all that great when he was up against Showmaker. Now up against Zeka, who hasn't necessarily been in the highest of form. Maybe it is time for the Delivery Driver to make it happen.
How many times do we have to learn this lesson that the solo queue results don't translate? You know what another example
Stop being
is?
mean to my boy Hoya, okay?
You know what another example is? Last season, the team who were in last place, unable to get a win, their mid laner Bulldog was rank 1 in solo queue in Korea. It doesn't always translate, you know?
Maybe it translates more to their not playing scrims. That's maybe not as much of a good thing. You never really know. However, Roma might just be a slow starter, you know? Maybe he needs to roam around for a little bit before he really gets his bearings. That's why he is named Roma. Needs to get into all the nooks and crannies before he really knows what's going on.
That's true. He hasn't been roaming that much, so...
Yeah, see?
Maybe he's powering up.
There's got to be something in that, as HLE certainly not having the week that they really wanted, especially losing to Nongshim was a big surprise, and it was a 2-0 as well. That was not even all that close, to be perfectly honest. They came out strong in their very first game, taking down T1, and if you're an HLE fan, you were like, damn, my team's really good. And then if you had have turned off the TV at that point, you might still be happy.
You don't want to have turned it on again.
No, definitely do not. And maybe today is the day where you're allowed to turn it back on. We'll try not to talk about history and what happened after that very first game against T1, because it's only been downhill from there.
Yeah, it's been a bit tough. And again, I think the Nongshim defeat was really the big one. I think T1 have... I mean, even though they had a bit of a messier series since then, I think T1 expectations were really high. I think HLE have some problem solving to do. I think Kanavi coming in the jungle, getting adjusted to the LCK style, still some LPL tendencies in his play.
You could say that.
C champion,
attack champion.
Yeah.
You know, if it was kill champion, that'd be good because then you'd be getting a lot of kills. But it doesn't always pan out that way.
Yeah, it's more like just go and hang out with the champion.
Yeah.
And do buttons. Most of those buttons do involve trying to kill them, but as we did see in their last match, it wasn't necessarily a lot of successful killing of said champion. They did manage to run some early games though, and HLE have been pretty strong out of the gate. It's just getting things together in later game teamfights that has really kind of let them go. And I think that Nongshim really capitalized well on it. I think that they were like a well-oiled machine against HLE. But we know that this team can do way better than what we've seen demonstrated so far in the LCK Cup, and they're not out of it just yet.
Yeah, and I think when you change roster, there's always concerns like how well will things adjust. And I think depending on the role, you know, Guma's obviously come to this roster. I think AD carry is one of those positions where it's much easier to slot in and adjust. Jungle, and specifically jungle for HLE and the role that Peanut had in this roster, really hard to adjust from that.
Yeah,
and such a massive part of how this team functioned.
And also, Peanut was the level-headedness of the team. Which is kind of crazy. If you were coming from like 2015 and you heard me say that, you'd be like, you're a crazy person. But no, he was the guy that held everything together, created structure in the early game especially. Kanavi is not that guy.
Yeah.
He's not that player.
And also, you think about how long Peanut and Delight were playing together as a duo, and the experience shared between them. So I think a lot of things, you know, we often talk about the importance of mid-jungle, but also jungle support. I think a lot of things to be solved there. And also, I mean, AD carry support, but to be fair, I think Guma and Delight have been just fine together. I think it's been fine. I don't think there's really struggles there. I think really it's just solving the jungle issue and getting Kanavi acclimated, finding out what player they want him to be for this team, and figure things out. And today will be a good opportunity to show that off because this is an opponent that they absolutely should beat.
Yeah. And handily.
And convincingly, yeah.
Absolutely. Another fun thing is now that both Teddy and Guma are off T1, we can have a battle of which is the better 2021. Was it 2020, 2021? One of those years, T1 AD carry at that time with both of them not wearing a T1 jersey.
There you go.
There, that's another thing that we can look at. I don't think it's all that important, but it feels like 50% of our league's AD carries are former T1 AD carries. It's kind of ludicrous. Here we are, getting into game number 1 here, HLE versus the Bros. The Bros did have the ruffle, or the right of first selection, which is not actually, it's not the acronym, but it's what we came up with yesterday. Were you watching yesterday, Daniel?
I was watching, yeah.
Oh, wow, you were. So you do care about the LCK at least enough to watch a little bit yesterday.
I was watching, and then I got called out, and I was like, oh, man, I had to get it in just in time.
Yeah, I really wanted to, like, throw you under the bus during the broadcast, but you actually did get the predictions in just in time. Just to catch everyone up, there's actually a retweet of a brilliant video on my Twitter that the LCK made of all the shenanigans that happened yesterday. Yesterday was a weird day.
Yeah.
But Daniel Ox Harrison was a bit late with his predictions.
It's because my day off was Wednesday, and so I just, in my mind, I was like,
weekending.
Yes, my first day was Thursday, so I just didn't think about any of the stuff we do. I was like, I always leave it late.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'll do it the day before I go back to work, but that was yesterday.
Yeah, and unfortunately that is the day that work starts, regardless of whether you're there or not.
It was just poor planning, poor decision making.
Thankfully, we did get the reminder out, and you got in there just not in time for the actual graphic. Which is just a little bit sad. We're having a look. There are some of the bans coming on through here as we do see Jace and Malphite do get banned away. Jace with 1 victory out of the 2 games that he has played, and Malphite with no victories just yet. Still on the ban list though, as the Rumble I think has been the most dangerous out of these bannable champs. And this time around, we've got Azir and Orianna both left up and available. Zeka is likely to pick the Azir. Roma, I hope, doesn't pick Orianna because that left a little to be desired. But the Pantheon first pick, I think, is a pretty dangerous one that Gideon locks away here. And I think just quietly has become the most coveted jungler on the patch.
I think suggesting as well that if Azir is picked up by HLE, it'll be Pantheon Talia.
Yeah, true.
We often see the Talia into the Azir. In terms of jungle picks, the Vi, a potential option that could be taken by HLE. But with the Pantheon already secured, no huge pressure to take jungler right now. Nico also something that has been let through, the support with the highest BAM presence so far. So we'll see if that gets a look in. Obviously, Delight very favored on these engaged supports, so could have a look towards that.
Yep. Will Kanavi be locking away at pick for himself, or will it be something else? Is Gumayusi, his world-famous Varus, going to be locked away? We'll be able to check out his cool skin that he got last year. That's a little bit of fun. There is the Orianna that was the expected trade. I did kind of like your line of thinking there, Orcs, as yesterday, even if the Taliyah Pantheon didn't win a whole lot of games, it was still very potent in the early stages, as Teddy locks away Jin, which makes me not feel very good at all. But I guess, you know, you can do stuff from long range. You can follow up from a Pantheon engage as well. I mean, there are a lot of options that you can go with there. I just don't feel like Jin does very much.
I think as well, part of it is a lane matchup into Varus. As soon as a Varus is put down, it immediately puts this pressure that you have to pick something that can lane into it.
True.
And there's a lot of picks that you just get bullied out. But it really sets up for this Jarvan pick that comes through, because now you have an immobile AD carry and an immobile mid laner. So the Cataclysm value, if anyone's flashed us, they are just trapped inside that. And I love the Bard ban that comes through, because it just denies that stasis that obviously buys so much time in the Cataclysm. Alistair going to get banned away from Delight. I think that's generally a pretty valid pick. Nico still open and available, though. Hasn't gotten a look in yet, so maybe that comes through as a ban.
And with the Alistair and the Bard both being banned away, two of the champions that would be played into the Nico, if it does actually get left through, I think that there is a lot of Nico ban pressure that is being thrown out, and it is going to be HLE that falls for it. And so they will be taking that one away. Now, final ban to come on through here for the Bros before we get into HLE going for their B4. And it will be Nautilus taken off the table. So we could have like a Rel here for Delight, something like that. We'll have to see exactly where he does want to go. Maybe it is going to be saving his pick for last, as Support Counterpick has been very, very popular here on this patch with how important it is to win that 2v2. But instead, it's going to be his very famous, potentially very famous Rakan.
Yeah, those
instead cycling through a bunch of stuff.
Those are the three options. I think if you go Rakan here, then you aren't really too worried about them going something like a Braum. That being said, Braum Jin's not like the strongest combo. Slow auto attack's not the quickest to stack it. But I think there's not a huge amount of threat for Rakan. There are some games, like if it had been the Pantheon Taliyah, there is that Unraveled Earth threat on the Rakan, but this feels like a pretty game. And actually, this has ended up being a flex of the Pantheon and bringing out the Nocturne instead. So, bit of a clever game here from the Bros. Now have that Nocturne Orianna combo, and then running the Pantheon support. So a lot of bans were thrown towards the support, and Bro were like, we already have ours in the bag.
I can't remember. Do you think Zeus is good at Kennen?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty happy to take those range tops. So I think that'll probably just be the expected pickup here, especially with a Rakan and a Jarvan. You have the setup.
All right, decides to go for the prehistoric version.
Yeah, but a range top that does well in the Renekton. Pretty confident with that.
Yeah, that's... Blind picking Renekton into Zeus is so illegal. I just feel like there's like a list of things that you're not allowed to do in the LCK, and that's very high up there.
Yeah, I also feel like the Gnar with the Jarvan. I remember this was when Gnar first came on the scene, such a strong combo, because you get that extra terrain to slam them into. A lot of terrain actually with the Azir and the Jarvan thrown about. And, you know, sometimes you see a flex and you're like, hey, you know, that's an interesting flex, but how much are you actually necessarily gaining on the back of this? Because they obviously get the Nocturne Orianna combo, but they could have just done that in the earlier portion of the draft. And the Pantheon support that comes out, you know, we've seen it have a lot of early damage, and you have that obviously that survivability with the Aegis that comes out, but it can really struggle later on, especially if it doesn't snowball. And the value that Rakan has in the 5v5 is way higher.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I actually think that there's going to be a whole lot of fighting, and the team fights are going to look really cool between both of these squads. We'll see whether the Bros can actually get this Orianna Nocturne combination to actually work out. We've seen some teams struggle a little bit with it, but when it does work, man, it looks good. We've got Zeus's Gnar skin, though, as well as Gumayusi's Varus skin, which is pretty dope. The fact that both of our T1 players on HLE are representing their own outfits. Let's get into it. Game 1. All right, Bro fans, very loud here in LoL Park today, which is absolutely fantastic. And let's see where the first battle lines are going to get drawn. I'm excited to see whether, Namgung is actually going to carry on from a little bit of a improved performance from his very first game. Wasn't looking all that hot when he first came out. So here we go, having a look at Zeus with those very cool glasses on his Narskin.
Yeah, one thing with this bot lane duo of the Jhin and the Pantheon, the execute damage with 4th shot from the Jhin and the execute that the Pantheon gets on his Q, combined with the ignite into like a squishier support like Rakan is really threatening. So Guma's got the teleport as well. You do have more sustain with the fact that the Rakan has sustain. You do have a good amount of poke, but you are definitely not wanting to go into any all-ins against the bro bot lane here. Just poke, prod them down, keep yourselves healthy. But if you overcommit, you could really easily just get exploded in this 2v2. So you've got to be careful. You can see a lot of respect given here already.
I think they have to. I think as well, try to utilize Gleaming Quill value, right? Go for very short trades. Try and, like you say, get that poke down and then utilize the extra sustain that you will have available to you. Kanavi, full clear of the bottom side. Same thing to be said for the top side of the map here for Gideon, as they will be finishing up on opposite sides of the map. Just have to see what our junglers do have in mind for their very first moves.
So interestingly, Teddy actually went Cosmic Insight instead of Cashback. So all the 80 carries have been running Triple Tonic and Cashback. And the reason Cashback has been so popular is it did get buffed last year, but also now you get 6 items. It's so much value. By going Cosmic Insight instead, you get the lower Summoner cooldown, but it means you're just losing a lot of money over the course of the game. Like by the time you get to like 4 items, that's 1,000 gold just gone in comparison to your lane opponent. So definitely something that will add up over the course of the game.
We'll see exactly how he's going to be able to utilize this, as Delight does have to battle dance his way away, and Gumayusi with some Blight stacked up. Namgung is looking a little worse for wear, but they'll be okay. This is exactly what we were talking about, right? If HLE can continue to just do little trades like this, then things should be all right. This casting here towards the top side avoids the boomerang quite nicely there, but we know that this Gnar matchup is just not a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, and especially it's one of those matchups where it's not like, okay, it's a little uncomfortable early, but you can just deal with it until later, because eventually in the side lane, the Gnar will just run you down. It doesn't get more fun. There are windows for the Renekton to find an all-in if the Gnar misplays, especially once the Renekton gets his ultimate, but for the time being, it is just going to be punishing. Gnar hasn't been doing so hot, but no, Zeus definitely the player that you are looking to maybe break that unlucky streak, even though he's part of it so far.
Yeah. We did see the Gnar blind pick yesterday, which really didn't help. That was one of the more strange draft decisions that we have seen so far here in the LCK Cup. But this was definitely more of the counter pick option, and Zeus, certainly a pretty good one to pilot it, as this was the champion that he debuted on all those years ago. And he won that game. He did look pretty good on the champ as well. So since then, has just continued to do a fair bit of winning. As you guys know, the history of these T1 players has been a fair bit of success, as it turns out. That's all right. Namgung goes in. It's a decent deadly flourish there from Teddy, who was reloading for the majority of that little exchange.
Yeah,
one of those issues.
Resets have come in, and I feel like that's the window once you have the reset where the broad bot lane is going to feel confident. When everyone's healthy again. It's like attrition for HLE's bot lane. And just looking for the burst from the bro bot lane. Nice dodge in the Gleaming Quill. That ability heals so much ever since they buffed it. It was a while ago now, but it feels like you're playing against Soraka when you're trying to dodge your Qs, and each one that lands, you're like, okay, well, that's just undone a trade. I mean, look how much that value just got there from Delight connecting it.
Yeah, it's kind of ludicrous. The one good thing here for the bros is that they just do a lot of damage quite quickly. So you were talking about the executes and things like this, the ignite that Namgung does have. If they do actually go for an all-in, if Gideon does finally get towards Paranoia and makes his way towards that bottom side, I think it's still going to be very dangerous here for Gumayusi and Delight, especially when Guma doesn't have a massive amount of peel. If Zeka isn't in the area, for example, or if Zeus doesn't have Mega. Gideon, though, is going to be starting off this Dragon, as Deadly Flourish can hold Delight in position there, as Roma possibly in trouble. Yeah, he's incredibly low. The knockup does come on through max range from Kanavi, but Gideon makes his way over. Roma is out of this fight, though. No mana, no health. And that means that this Dragon is going to be left alone.
Yeah, it just felt like such a risky start on this Dragon. It's like, assuming that the enemy team just isn't going to act on it, isn't going to challenge you, when Roma is so low in terms of health. They gave a free window. And in fairness, you did end up trading up and so. Oh, Kanavi in trouble now.
Yeah, Dominus is going to get procced here by casting. Slices, dices as Kanavi is looking to hold on to him, but he might just die. The flash does actually get used, but unfortunately does not work out. And Gideon doesn't get the vision required, or doesn't decide to go for the paranoia. I'm not quite sure whether he's in range either. Level 6 is deceptively low as far as the range is concerned, but still doesn't pull the trigger, and we see no one going down just yet. Flashes for both top laners, though, now on cooldown, and Kanavi also does not have his.
Yeah, it's good peel from Zeus, and I feel like you're feeling so bad about that as bro. The fact that Gideon committed the ult to try and make that play work. Zeus, oh no.
Yeah, he's hopped over the wall.
Okay, he's fine.
But casting is just going to wander his way out. Zeka was going for the Emperor's Divide and does use it, but wanted to get behind Roma there. Decides instead he'll just use it for a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, he got the flash though from Roma, so still happy. And a lot is being extended. We kind of had, you know, the lanes were played out very slowly, not much happened, and then suddenly we get this rapid fire action. We got 2 flashes from the side of Bro, both solo laners burning theirs. Zeus burns his. Obviously, Knavi's went down around that bot side fight with the dragon. So now the question is who gets to capitalize on these summoners not being available. I will say something for the Bros. They have a lot of global pressure with that Nocturne ultimate and the Pantheon as well. So I think that's a point they can really look to leverage.
Yep.
And try and find numbers advantages on the back of that.
And they can use Curtain Call as well from very far away, so it's likely that they will be able to get some follow-up on sort of anything that is going to happen here. Kanavi standing on a ward, so Roma does know exactly what's going on. So far, 0-0-0 for the Orianna, and very even on farm. So even though that flash is on cooldown, he is still being able to last hit the minions and feel all right with himself. So definitely a little bit of a turnaround here as far as the comparison to his performance on the Orianna against Showmaker last week.
I remember the Orianna into Showmaker also started off with a burnt flash.
Yeah.
It is into Azir though, not a LeBlanc, so hopefully it'll pan out a little bit better. But it really depends on whether Kanavi opts to show up mid and how Roma plays out the lane position. If you are playing close to tower, it's going to be hard to really punish, but when those cooldowns are available, it gets a little spooky.
Well, casting just going to be slicing and dicing around the wave. Pick that one up. Gideon should be able to grab these last remaining grubs. First one did go over to Kanavi though. Decides that he doesn't really want to fight for too much more. Zeus almost takes a second one there for HLE. But not going to be the case. Yeah, very close. As that is going to be 2-1 as far as those grubs are concerned. But still a 600 gold lead for HLE. The game very even.
I feel like we've seen a lot more of these early games where it's just a bit slower until a big fight happens and that kind of opens up the game.
Yeah.
I think with home guards as well, it's really harder to punish too heavily. You know, if you force it back, or even if you do kill someone, quite quick to get back to lane. Now, I feel like they are setting up potentially for Roma. Roma's playing very defensively, as he should be.
Yeah, I feel like he's learned from what happened earlier on. Slow and steady wins the race. And, you know, maybe that is not the way that he plays things out in solo queue, which I think I could understand. But just going to get some vision down. First streak still hasn't been taken here at 9.5 minutes. So certainly going to be emphasizing that much longer game that we are having right now, or slower, I should say. 500 gold, though, still the lead here for HLE, and I think they're very happy to play a slower game with the composition that they have. Is Roma going to get picked up, shoved back, and destroyed here? As in goes to light, that is first blood going over to Zeka, as he's now looking to try and escape. Gideon wants to get on top of him and does manage to help Numgun get the kill. Dustbringer comes on through. Gideon is just going to get out of there. So a 1-for-1 as both mid laners hit the dust, but it is going to be first blood advantage over to Zeka there on his Azir. Casting now, looking for an angle. Zeus just wants to kite this crocodile around the rift and does manage to get the punish there. Boomerang also going to be pretty dangerous, as it does proc the hyper as well.
I think ultimately you can't be too unhappy with that situation from the side of Bros, right? Even though the first blood goes to HLE, the fact that Roma was without flash, you knew that play was coming, you kind of expected this, you're able to respond and trade it back, so, you know, Roma's just very dead in this scenario. That's inevitable, but the fact you get an answer back, despite the fact that Zeka did have flash, you know, you're okay with it. Unfortunately, the kill did end up going over to the Pantheon, but of all the supports to have, Pantheon I'd say one of the champions who can do a bit better with gold compared to others. So
Yeah. Romer is now going to get flashed on. There's a knock-up, and I think he's just dead again.
look at
Zeka
his
just collects
flash
another one.
timer. Look how close it is.
Beautifully calculated there by HLE is what I'd like to assume.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. That one just feels like a freebie.
Yep.
Now you're not feeling so good. And
Ooh,
HLE
Namgung.
put the pressure down.
Chains of Corruption does go wide. Miyushi unfortunately not able to hit that one. And HLE, they will be able to get a plate here in this mid lane, as Romer is still dead for another 5 seconds, doesn't have teleport, so it could be actually a lot missing here from the mid laner. So once again, 1,000 gold almost the lead here for Zeka in that isolated 1v1 against Romer. And they're going to translate that into a dragon as well. HLE really starting off, putting together a big advantage as casting here on this top side of the map, trying to channel the Lord's Renekton as best he can. And it's a struggle.
Yeah, he's not having a good time.
Yeah, and Morgan, let's be fair, did have some rough times as well.
I feel like it was just Roma being baited in by the fact that he knew these big cooldowns weren't available, and his flash was nearly back up, because you saw how defensive he was playing without his flash being down. And then you look at that clip, and it's like, okay, this is crazy. Yeah, bit of an overstep, immediately punished. Good gank there by Delight to punish.
Ooh.
And now HLE with a pretty sizable lead, 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah,
And
12 minutes, that's actually a big deal.
yeah. And look where the gold is as well. You know, there's a good spread between all 3 laners.
Yeah.
Exactly where you wanted to be.
Carries with money. And Namgung, he's the one that did manage to pick up that kill from earlier on. And so there's a reason why he is slightly ahead. But Delight helping out with both of the kills so far has meant that he is able to keep up completely. Zeus now underneath this turret as the Mega Gnar, and will be able to take another plate by the looks of things. Yeah, that's very comfortably going to go over his way. So even more money into the coffers of HLE. As a possible fight here is Delight going down relatively low. Roma looks for a bit of an angle here, holds on to the shockwave, and there it is! Gets thrown out, delivered by the Nocturne, as now Kanavi going to have to flag and drag his way out of there. As Control Ward does go into that brush, casting continues to be in trouble as Teddy looking for Guma. There's the knock-up. Sorry, the stun potential on to Guma, but does just flash the wall, gets out of the way. Namgung, no joy for him.
You know what's really tragic is that Delight's support quest, he actually got over the gold threshold, but you can't level it up while you're in combat. So he clearly got the gold he needed to get it over the 800 threshold, but because he didn't have the Celestial opposition there, it was so squishy.
Oh yeah, true.
And you saw how he just kind of got exploded there. Now does have the Celestial opposition, and if that same play had happened again, he would be a lot harder to kill. But you see going in here, to be fair, looking at this play, it would have just got procced by that phase Q. He would have just died anyway,
Yeah.
in hindsight.
And there was probably a bit of overkill there as well, as the Shockwave did what looked to be about 50 damage.
You know, I was running the Delight defense. Celestial opposition ain't saving you there, buddy.
However, you know, still a valid point and something that people can think about for the future.
Well, he
So
has
I
it
like
now, so there you go.
Yeah. Zeus also going to be throwing out an ulti towards casting here as the boulder does go wide. But there is the knockup from the Grand Entrance. Delight just going to walk it off here as Kanavi wants to make his way in. Namgung is in position though, and Gideon off to the side. So I think this 3v3 should be enough to dissuade any potential dive. As we'll just have to see, because it looks like HLE is still keen for something. The health bars are relatively low, and this turret is also. Teleports come forward from Roma, who wants to be able to save this as they do get rid of the minions. As Namgung, decent little Aegis.
But these sorts of plays feel so bad because Zeka's on the other side of the map. He's just going to be able to push down and get some plates on this tower. You're not actually saving the tower in the long term. You're just stalling it. Like, this tower is not going to survive forever. Look how low it is.
I mean, it's probably down on this wave, right? Yes, I mean, he only has Roma to deal with. Decides not to push it forward, but
I think they're going to go for the Herald. But the thing is, everyone was so low, you're still giving a pressure on that side of the map. The teleport isn't allowing you to make a counterplay. It's just stalling their play out. That being said, they are now back on the map and looking to contest this Herald, so...
Yeah, walking up now. Kanavi takes the long way round. Does have to flag and drag to get himself to relative safety. Now gets back over the wall as they look for the smite fight, but there is the combo! Blast Cone does come on through there, but Guma nowhere to go from that, and the Rift Herald, it actually reset And so the Bros don't actually lose anything out of the play. They just blow up the Varus and get on with their day.
Yeah, catch Gumayusi without flash, and that's the power of that Nocturne Orianna combo. And now HLE, no real way you can fight this. Everyone's healthy again. Everyone got a chance to reset. So maybe the TP value coming in there, giving them some time to get back on the map.
Oh, Konami just steals it away. Looks to get in there to try and grab the eye, but he will just be dying for it. Zeka trying to get on over. Finds one with the Emperor's Divide and then just finds the Death Chamber. Now the curtains have been called. Delight does collect Shelly. So the 2 sacrificed for 1 Rift Herald is going to be thrown down immediately here as Gumayusi is going to usher her towards this outer turret in mid. But you can see it in the gold, the Bros actually being able to pull this back quite considerably. Oh, stun does come on through here as Namgung's back one more time. Oh dear. Gumayusi got a little bit of practice going into the Death Chamber just recently, and he is going to do it once again.
This game has started to turn extremely chaotic.
I like it. I feel like the LCK Cup this year has been a lot of this.
I think every single member of Bro flashed here. So we have this combo that comes in, and they can obviously just kill Guma. But then in this ensuing play, so all 5 flashes are up. I'm going to try and see if we can count them.
All right.
So this play comes out.
First flash.
Yeah, there's 1. And then the shuffle comes in. There's 3.
Yeah.
That's 5. So
oh my god, everyone.
member of Bro flashed in that play. Yeah, wow.
And so I said it wrong. So Zeka went in and he found 1 person with the Emperor's Divide. However, he did find every flash that was still left up.
That's a crazy summoner economy right there. Fortunately, the Bros did pick up the Dragon, so they don't have to worry about... They will have their flashes back for the next one, but it does mean there is a period of time where they are without those summoners.
I really like this quote here from chat. Bro flashes together.
Yes!
Chad.
You know what?
Just gorgeous.
They're a new roster, right? We needed to see some synergy. That was synergy.
Yep.
Right? That was synergy right there.
The camaraderie is just still looking beautiful. As blue buff going to be stolen away here by HLE. Comfortably so. Gumayusi is going to be gathering that one as Teddy is going to collect a red. And we'll be back about our business. But 1.7k here at 18 minutes into the game doesn't feel as dire as the 1.2 at 12.
Yeah, it's definitely slowed down. And you look at the goal differences. Zeus is ahead, right? The Snar is going to be a bit of a menace in the side lane. But, you know, mid lane, there's a bit of a lead. 80 carries. Teddy's ahead, despite the fact he doesn't have cashback. So, you know, this is an honestly earned gold equivalence, right?
Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And 2 items complete, Ghostblade and the Rapid Fire Cannon. This is not a 2-item spike. I feel like this is like the 2-item sadness, because these 2 don't necessarily, like it's good utility, right? And you get the extra range, movement speed, blah, blah, blah. It's good, but Infinity Edge feels absolutely incredible after these items have been put together. So it does kind of need those. And then Armor Pen,
Yeah, so it's a little bit...
More like a 4-item thing. Maybe cashback would have been a good idea.
Cashback is pretty good.
Well, Roma, let's see whether he is going to keep himself alive as Zeka breaks the arm guard. Roma now inside the Cataclysm. Emperor's Divide just to get rid of the Nocturne, and down he will go. Casting Tide's in though, and they are able to answer it with a kill onto Zeka as Zeus gets the flank angle. They find the knock up there. Chains of Corruption connects on towards this Pantheon, who is not long for the world. He'll get taken down here as Gumayusi just keeps casting at arm's length. Delight wants to do the same, but they do kite him out and take down the Croc. And it's all in exchange for just Zeka.
You know, I feel like the lack of flashes definitely played into that fight there. The Cataclysm value, just knowing whoever you press ult on, not able to use it. Roma's is actually back up already because he has the upgraded Ionians, but Bro opted into a fight. The gold deficit wasn't that big, but I think the summoner economy didn't help him out too much there. And I think having the stasis already for Zeka, he ends up being the focus point, but not able to immediately punish him. Buys a lot of time here. The shockwave doesn't immediately kill him. He gets the shuffle off onto Gideon, who then dies. And Zeka just forces so many cooldowns here. You know, it's a 1-for-1 between the mid laners, and then the jungler dies as well, sorry. So 2-for-1 at the start of this fight, and then the Pantheon's not doing much, and casting is just kind of left in the middle of 4.
Yeah, almost manages to kill Delight, gets his flash, but is ultimately not able to get too much done, and Teddy just had to vacate the area. Nothing the Jhin could really do. in that moment. And so now it is just advantages everywhere as they look to try and kill Gumayusi one more time, but the Deadly
nice
Flourish, it goes wide. Cataclysm from Kanavi just to buy some space as the Dancing Grenade just going to be enough to help take down a cannon. And HLE, good defense, not able to actually take down the Varus this time.
Yeah, Guma getting the ult down there was absolutely huge. I do think a little bit hard to chase him under the tower there. Guma's positioning was really good, but also if you're getting spell shields, the ultimate, you feel really bad about it. But whenever you're without flash in a game like this as the Varus, you're always really in an uncomfortable spot. And the fact, whenever he's able to survive an assault like that without that summoner, you're feeling good.
Yeah. Gonna have that one up relatively soon, still a couple of minutes away. Teddy still hasn't died. 2-0 and 3 on this Jhin, but still not exactly looking fantastic. Looks like it is going to be Lord Doms coming in as the third item. And so it's going to be a while before those crits are really feeling good with the Infinity Edge that is going to be relegated to 4th. And I don't even know whether we're going to get there. It's a 5,000 gold lead here for HLE. It's a Cloud Soul this game as well. Absolutely love it. We had Ocean like 3 times in a row yesterday at the beginning. Yeah. I'm hoping that now we get Cloud 3 times in a row today. That is feels only fair. You know, you get one of the most boring ones, and then you get the best one ever.
Yeah. You see Bro trying to set up here, but Na'Vi trying to zone them away. They do now have all their flashes back up together, you know? They have that synergy going for them.
By the way, we need someone else to like get a kill in this game because I imagine the kids in chat are kind of losing their minds right now on the scoreline. So we just need to really change that so that we can focus one more time.
Oh, you have to bring it up, didn't you?
Yeah, well, look, sometimes you got to address the elephant in the room.
Hey,
there's an elephant, okay?
They're trying to set up for Guma. Oh, they blue trinket him.
Yeah.
They lose vision.
There's paranoia. They do throw down the shockwave, but Guma actually gets thrown in a safe direction. Namgun goes in there. Finally, we're safe from the 6-7, but that is going to be 2 kills going over to HLE to start this one off. The Bros are able to answer it, though. That's a great knock-up as Kanavi is on the warpath, takes down Roma. They do finally manage to kill Zeus. So it's a 3 for 2 in the end, but it should mean that this dragon goes over to HLE.
I think keeping Guma alive without flash is a near impossible task against this Bro composition. But HLE are making them pay for it when they go for these engages. The fact he's able to survive the initial assault, and then Namgun comes flying in to finish him off, is immediately charmed and ends up dying as well. Oh, Zeka does have flash and ult, and he's a Zir, so he's completely fine.
He did the old shifting of the sands.
Yeah, so we see they throw down the blue trinket and they dive in on Guma, and he does manage to get the ult off as well to root up the Nocturne and get some space. And then the Pantheon flies in, is immediately charmed, but flashes in and ignites him, and that will take him out. But that's 2 members down to take out the Varus. Zeus does end up going down. He was buying time on the backline. But it's just so many members traded to take down this Varus that it just ends up not being completely worth it for Bro, and they can't finish out the fight. So just great peel, I feel like, from the bot lane of HLE, the self-peel from Guma, and Delight also keeping the Pantheon as far away from his AD carry as he can.
Oh, Delight does manage to cleanse that one off thanks to the unsealed spellbook, so is not going to be taken down here. Teddy, though, does have Mortal Reminder now completed, so going to start doing a bit of damage here in this game, especially as armor does start to get stacked up, and sort of just naturally from levels, especially at this stage of the game, it is going to be very valuable to have some pen in the build. So no worries there, but does really want the Infinity Edge if he wants to be doing any damage at all in this game. Duskbringer connects onto Kanavi, but nothing too much else going to come of it. And so HLE with a massive amount of control. You know, 5.6k is a very large gold advantage. They've got a couple of Drakes set up, not exactly with Soul Point just yet. 3.5 minutes, and they might be able to just use the map control they have in order to lock that one down. Yeah. And if they do go for a slow and steady game, it should just very comfortably go in HLE's hands. The thing is, they have been a little fast and loose with some of their decision-making, especially last week. So we're hoping they can get it together this time around, just play a cool, calm, and collected game. Maybe channel some of what we saw from DRX, perhaps, in their first game yesterday, which was just some beautiful macro play and controlling the Rift where they can. This is a game that is certainly open to a play like that. Zeus is going to face check a Renekton and does try and hop his way out of there, breaks the Fear Tether. as Deadly Flourish is going to go wide, so that is no assist going over to Teddy. A lot invested, though, as now the Baron is going to get started.
I mean, they have decent DPS from the Azir, but Varus isn't the fastest at doing it, and Baron takes so long, so I think, yeah, they're backing away. Don't have the time to do it, and honestly, that whole time you were talking about the slow and steady macro play, and I saw Zeus walking up to that brush. I'm like, this is on you, Max.
Yeah.
He's just setting that up.
I mean, sometimes you've just got to go with where the comedic timing takes you, you know? And that's sort of where we were there, because we all knew he was going to do it.
Yeah. The fact it was prompted as well with the vision toggle before that, kind of setting up the spook, and then it happened there, you know, the spookiness came through.
Jonah Strong just knew. All right, Casting going to be taking some Crystalline Overgrowth here towards the bottom side of the map. I think that he should be able to pretty comfortably take this turret down on the next wave that is conga lining its way forward. It's going to get there, won't even need to walk away from the turret. As we do see Kanavi starting this one off, but that ward gets all the value that the bros require. They throw down another one just to make sure they know exactly what this health bar is looking like, and Paranoia has been available as in goes Namgong. That is going to be the steal from Gideon as well. Highway robbery as he is going to get taken down. 2 dead, but they do steal the Baron, so they keep their base alive most likely. HLE looking a bit worse for wear, but they do keep everyone alive. And despite losing the Baron, this is something you've spoken about a lot, Ox. If they're able to then translate the man advantage into structures, then they could still find a big lead. As you can already see, the Rebel Baron power play minus 200.
Yeah, I think XP probably the main thing that Bro going to be happy about from this, from getting the Baron. They'll get a big chunk of XP, and you do get comeback XP now from securing the Baron. Though to be fair, they went that far behind in terms of levels, so I'm not sure if they'll benefited from that. Overall, but yeah, the gold isn't that significant, but I think denying the Baron buff from HLE, definitely the main thing out of this. Gideon flies in, managed to secure it.
Shockwave looking real good there as well.
Yeah, unfortunately that 4th shot from Teddy doesn't connect onto Kanavi. Maybe could have got the kill there.
All right, check it out from Gideon's perspective here. Sails in, looks pretty excited and tells everyone to get the heck out of there. Yep, back, good.
Yeah, I mean, already it's a negative Red Bull Baron power play off the back of those 2 kills. Just shows that the gold just really isn't there anymore from this objective.
Yeah, still, like you say, defending, you know, the fact that there could have been a Baron play for HLE, that's certainly a good thing. Is Casting also able to take some plates here and going to be able to even out that Rebel Baron power play quite comfortably? As Kanavi now moving over towards this Cloud Dragon.
Hey,
got to take that one down. Hey, there we go. Plus 600. No worries. Casting takes down the turret. And good use of the Baron. There we go. But still, Soul Point goes over to HLE. And yeah, Cloud Soul for all of these champions is... That's scary. You won't be able to get on top of Gumayusi anymore. He just throws out Chains of Corruption, locks someone down, and then sprints away.
That's the thing, the fear from the Nocturne, like he just runs, like he ults and he just runs out of the tether as well.
Yeah, you would. Doesn't feel very good. And even if he does get the fear off, then he's still sprinting. It's kind of ridiculous. All right, Delight just looking to try and get Vision down where he can. And they do have a decent amount of it. But the Bros, I think, have bought a fair bit of time. So I think it's the next fight going to be an honest one as, okay, they look to try and lock down Zeus. Deadly Flourish is going to hold him in position as he will die. And now Kanavi is in a very awkward spot, does have to flash, but the Ruthless Predator is there and Casting. Man, that ability name is correct with how dangerous this guy is. But the Sand Soldier comes out from Zeka and he's able to punish this support Pantheon. And he does get stunned up, but Teddy not with too much of a follow-up as now Kanavi, oh my, of course he is. And there he goes, diving on forward. That is going to be the flash out though of the Cataclysm. Deadly Flourish, not quite as deadly as it really wanted to be as it misses. And Kanavi, just continuing to go in. It's Kama Kanavi, man.
He's such a psychopath.
He got it again!
Chill out for a second.
Please just go home for a bit, man. I know you've got a GA, but like, come on. All right.
He wants to put it to use, so that's the only thing I can get from this.
You only get value if it's on cooldown, okay? All right, that's a very deep teleport. As all right, in goes Delight. Let's see whether Zeka and Kanavi can actually get here in time as Gideon baited by the blue buff. He is going to be able to secure it there, but down he will go. Gumayusi going to lock up the Nocturne.
Yeah, not too much they can really get for the Nocturne being dead, but they should be able to look to push here. The mid tower has some overgrowth built up on it. Problem is they don't have a Baron buff, and the Orianna should just be able to clear the waves out. We'll see though. Maybe they can look to threaten her off the turret. Quickness is about to come up and available. Chains of Corruption set too.
Yeah, this is a bit scary. As the pros, it's their turn to go for the flank play. Scary Crocodile, but Namgung is going to get engaged on. Has Jaeger's in there. It's a great shockwave from Roma. Zeka goes golden though, and there's that GA that Kanavi wanted to use. He's trying to get out. Burning, and the Tick is going to be able to take him out. There is now Gumayusi. Yeah, that's a very scary Crocodile. And down will go the Varus one more time. Curtains have been called here for Zeka, but he shifts those sands beautifully. Get himself out of the way. There's still not a whole lot to fight for.
This game is such a mess. It's unbelievable.
I love it.
Yeah, this is, I mean, yeah, what do we expect? Two teams fighting for their first win in the LCK Cup. Bro has been here many times before fighting for their first win. HLE, not so much. You know,
the defending first stand champions still yet to find a victory here.
Yeah, I think there was some stat which was this is the first time ever that HLE has gone 0-2 in their first week of play.
Oh, really?
I think I saw that somewhere. I'm going to trust that I'm going to trust the source if I saw it somewhere online.
Wow. I think if you saw it online, it's probably true, right?
Yeah, well, people wouldn't just go on the internet
just
and lie.
On the internet.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
No, don't do that. Because, like, think about it. Then if you lie online... I just headbutts the wall. If you lie online, then, like, all of the AIs and stuff that people use are probably going to get stuff wrong as well because they like to get the information from there. So,
That's
like,
true.
it just kind of ruins everything.
Oh, man, yeah.
And we all like to just trust everything.
That'd be like trickle-down lienomics, you know?
A bit of being facetious here on this broadcast currently, as we are now just going to look forward to the next fight, likely to be in about 10 seconds' time, as the Baron, as you can see, swimming up the river.
Yeah, Guma's flash did get burned in that last scenario again. Possibly could have just held it. I think his fate was pretty assured. And also, Teddy now has IE, so he is doing damage.
Yeah, he's scary.
Doesn't even need cashback. He just builds his items the old-fashioned way, one at a time.
Yeah, it's beautiful. He's also got a cheeky BF sword there as well. So a new best friend in that inventory. And yeah, Teddy, when he finishes that off, what is it going to be, a Bloodthirster or something like that? He's already really hurting. But every one of these bullets is going to be painful. As okay, here we go once again. And yeah, Gumayushi's not allowed to play the game. It's just kind of illegal at this point as Jaeger goes up there from Namgung to keep him alive. But the turret gets angry once again. It looks like they're not going to be able to take down the Pantheon though, and he is allowed to escape. Their use of just pressing man-drop paranoia over and over again, it's working.
Yeah, and now Baron's up, Dragon's up. You know, you've been a lot of cooldowns there. Maybe just head over to Dragon with Guma being dead. Do need to heal up, though, in the meantime. Gideon's just going to solo it.
Yep.
Namgoon's getting back on the map. They are moving over towards the Baron, and Gideon obviously doesn't have the ult yet to get over, but it's coming up soon. He wants this Dragon. He's committing, so you're going to have to force him off this objective, and it's going fast.
It is going very fast. Zeka does so much damage to this. It's okay. Pre-exhaust onto casting, and that is going to be Kanavi locking down the Baron. That is just the 1-2-3 punch onto the Orianna to take him down, but casting gets on top of Zeka. He has to go golden, and casting's going to get wiped out. Finally, Gideon makes his way in. The flash, and Gideon closes the gap onto Zeka. And now Teddy's trying to fight this one out. Finally, Gumayusi shows up, and he is angry after getting targeted earlier. That is going to be only the Nocturne left alive, but not a whole lot of Barons are left on the map as it's only Delight glowing purple.
17 kills each. What is this game? Wait, he dropped the Dragon. He didn't finish the, the Dragon. Oh, man. It's just crazy. This play is objectively exactly what Bro wants, and then it just doesn't pan out in any way at all because they go from this to like, okay, we'll kill the Dragon. Then he has to leave the Dragon and deal with the Baron, but they don't stop the Baron because he's too late. His ult's such a short cooldown at this point because he has 5 stacks of Ultimate Hunter and the Experimental Hexblade that his ult actually comes back up in a couple of seconds. And look at Zeka, by the way. Look at this little drift trick.
Oh, what the
Nearly
heck?
gets him away. And then Guma even teleports in to clean up. And in the end, the Baron power play after this was a 1.5k advantage for HLE.
Yeah, it's the old Baron. Let's just say that
it's now
it's old Baron.
1,100. Dragon is still up. the game is still undecided.
I mean, it's 3,000 gold. It's nothing here at 35.5 minutes.
It's chaos.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And Teddy has the old 6 items already completed, as does have Storm Surge now done.
Has the extra spot for the control ward.
Oh,
wow.
Beautiful.
What a team player.
You love to see it. As all right, let's see who's going to be able to pick this one up. This is Cloud Soul for HLE if they're able to get it. And the bros just looking to try and deny. There's the paranoia. Shockwave does nothing at all. As Zeka once again shifts the stance to get himself out of there. You can see Zeus being so annoying in that backline. Finds the double stun and keeps himself alive for such a long time. It's Kanavi that gets a double as he wipes out the carries of the bros. And casting not long for the world. They will be able to get the soul, but most importantly, they very handily win the fight, and they may just be able to win the game.
I don't think clear the waves. Those two against the 4 strong of HLE. Overgrowth in the tower as well, going to make it easy to take. This should just be the game end unless Gideon and Namgoon can pull off a miracle here. I don't think it's enough.
And what did I say to you when you first turned up at LoL Park today? I was like, are you looking forward to the 6 gamer? Well, I mean, this was pretty close. We might actually have a 3-game series here in our first one, but this time, HLE are going to be able to find the win in game number 1. An absolute bloodbath with 40 kills in 37 minutes. But there it is. The orange tank takes down the Nexus and will pick up the victory here. But game 1s, they're no stranger to. It's getting the 2s or the 3s that they've really got to figure out.
What do you even say after that game? Like, it's like, good job, guys. You
Just
know,
a clean 1-0, nothing to see here.
yeah. I mean,
that's what you say.
Credit to Zeus at the end, dodging away from the shockwave, because that shockwave failed, and it felt like they just lost all steam in the fight there. Zeus getting a great combo out of both the carries, but it just felt like it came down in that final fight, and then HLE managed to execute better, and that was it. But that was certainly a game. Certainly
it was
a lot of game in
one
League of
one
Legends.
of them of all time, absolutely.
Yeah.
As Gumayushi in the end did a fair bit of damage, but I don't think the game was really about him. I think
it kind of was about Bro killing him.
It was about Bro killing him, and honestly, like, who was the main character on HLE in this game number 1? Maybe it was Guma, actually, as it all shook out in the end. Because there were some whoopsies, but there were some positive plays as well.
Yeah.
There was Kanavi doing Kanavi things. There was everything that you'd want in an HLE game. And thankfully, it's an HLE series, so we'll get another one. So we are going to go to a short break when we get back to Space to break it down. And then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
포킹 좀 할게. 포킹 돼. 그냥 8초. 6초. 슬슬 당겨볼게 이거. 온다. 빨리. 위 줘. 아래 봐. 아래. 아래 받아. 받을래. 봐봐. 레넥 보자. 레넥 잡으면 게임 끝. 레넥 잡고 미드 가면 게임 끝. 용 먹고 그냥 가도 될 듯. 미드 가자.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the space here at Chichijik Lol Park, as it was a very hard-fought battle by the Bros, but they fall short in game number 1 against Hanwha Life Esports. Both squads looking for their first victory, but you don't have to look too far to get wins here in the space, because joining me is Wolf and the Vald analyst, Mr. Brendan Valdez.
It feels like Hanwha hasn't really quite gelled just yet with Kanavi, and their synergy when they're ahead looks pretty decent, but when they lose control of the map at any point, there's a lot of issues, right? And with the composition of Bro, that's super easy to execute, where you just press R together as a team. I mean, it does not get simpler than Pantheon Flex into support, and then you have the Nocturne. You got double globals. It kind of gets a little messy for Hanwha when you start to lose control of the map.
Yeah, they definitely struggled a lot having their kind of immobile carries, namely Guma in this one. He was playing Navaris. He did not have an easy job to do, and his job essentially was to absorb the pressure, try not to die that much, which was basically impossible, except the one time they missed the combo on him.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at how things shook up here. Early on, the focus was on the mid lane. Yes, the man that has lost only 4 games in solo queue has more deaths in this game than losses in solo queue. Died 6 times, and here's the first 2.
Yeah, early on, you know, trying to turn this one around, but initially getting caught, ends up being a trade. And then moments later, you see a follow-up, and Zeka gets pretty significantly ahead because of this. This initial trade wasn't the one that really put him further ahead, but it's the second one here where he's able to catch Roamer. And it puts the Azir, I think at this point, like 800 gold ahead. Has as early as an Asher's Tooth. He's ready to side lane. Delight comes over, ganks Roamer. Fortunately, not able to escape from this one. And this is a big problem, right? In the early game, Roamer needs to be playing a lot more safe. He's been caught so many times here early on in LCK Cup. I think solo queue feels like the type of place where you learn to not make these mistakes, but I think he's focusing on other smaller things while he's here in pro play, but we're seeing some small errors of judgment.
Yeah, I feel like especially our mid laners that are a little bit less experienced also in this new meta with the supports not ganking as much, maybe not expecting it. You know, down a flash on Orianna, generally you're not going to be safe, but in a 1v1 is probably okay. But the fact that, again, we have Delight going there to get the gank is just making his life hell.
So early action in the mid lane was how things shook up. Then it stabilized for a bit. 2-2 was the score until eventually down on the bottom side of the map, a fight breaks out and the Bros try to push their combo a little bit too far.
Yeah, so Roamer's initially the one who's jumped on here. We see a teleport that comes through from the Renekton, but he's unfortunately unable to carry this fight alone. And Teddy isn't really here, drops his ultimate, only fires 1 shot because he knows he's not going to be able to do anything with it. The rest of the team is already basically dead. And you end up with this massive Renekton at the end of the fight, trying to heal through, but just cannot actually kill Delight. And it's just so broken up here for the side of Bro. And I think they thought, okay, well, we have the tools to win this fight. We absolutely can win it, even down to memory, because we have these globals. And Teddy is also practically a global, but he only fires 1 shot and really isn't involved in the play.
Yeah, and Wolf, at this point, you called it. I agreed with it. 5,000 gold lead, Hanwha Life Esports. So much veteran experience on there. Should be able to close it out. But then a Baron steal later, a couple team fights later, the Bros able to put their composition, and they force it from 20 minutes, that last highlight, to 35 here, Valdez.
They were doing so well until they did the combo on the Azir that was ready. And the fact that he's just able to dodge the entire amount of damage that comes in, and also a very nice flank from Zeus to keep them all busy. Like, yes, he eventually does go down, but he gets this double knock up into the wall. The Varus is alive this time. And the Azir also able to avoid all the damage. Just means that you mess up the combo once, and HLE with their gold lead will kill you.
I think if it's mini Gnar, doesn't have the Gnar set there, you could make the argument that using the combo on the Azir splits the fight and takes a lot of the damage away. There's no peel tools with the Azir that far out of the fight, and then you can kill the Gnar and then try to front to back from there. But you're playing a Jhin composition, and he did have Mega, and he was able to stall that out, so it just didn't work. Bro looking like they know their weaknesses as a team. They're playing the composition that's as simple as possible. The Pantheon Flex was really cool. I like the idea of what we saw from Bro, but because they used all those picks and it's Fearless, you're going to have to play something a little bit more complex in game 2.
Yeah, Brion selecting first pick with their right of selection, and then Hanwha Life taking blue side, so normal there. And I feel like, as you said, you got to see a little bit of life out of Brion. However, if you're a Hanwha Life Esports fan, a little concerned because Breon, not someone that you'd expect to have this much trouble with here, Valdez.
I mean, you said it, Digon, right? They have a lot of world champions. They have a lot of guys with a ton of experience on the roster, but they're just not gelling yet. Like, we know that they are very strong individually, but with the loss of Peanut and Kanavi coming in, he's a little bit more aggressive than the rest of the roster. It just feels like they're still getting their footing. We know they should be a good team, but it feels like they need a little bit more time.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I said it earlier. I think Guma has been a player that is generally kind of sit back and scale and look for those really specific moments to go in. I think Kanavi is kind of going in really fast, like really aggressively, expecting his team just to follow, because in the LPL, you kind of have to have that instinct because that region, it plays that aggressively, hands checks all the time, plays super fast. And I think Guma hasn't necessarily adapted to Kanavi's playstyle, nor has Zeus, where they play a little bit more macro-oriented, historically speaking, around Viper just being a bit of a hyper-scaling carry and Peanut getting the early game control. So it's going to take some time for Hanwha Life Esports. I don't think fans should panic because I think that growth will be there.
Yeah, very difficult game for Guma to play in this one. As you said, immobile on the Varus was the target. And then again, filling in that void that Peanut has left. It's something that Hanwha Life Esports will continue to answer throughout the season. 1-0 after one. Will it be a clean 2-0 for the first victory for Hanwha Life Esports, or will Breon surprise us all? Let's find out.
We'll just have to see, Digon, because this will mean that HLE are going to win their very first game too, if they do take a victory here. And if not, the Bros might be able to find their way back into the series.
Also, he said, will it be a clean 2-0? I think even if they do win this game, I'm not sure you could call it after that game.
Nothing to see here, Daniel. Nothing to see here. It's just clean. Look, if it says 2-0 on the scoreline, it's a clean game.
Yeah.
AT fans will remind you. That is just how it goes, okay?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm sorry for doubting.
Yeah, that's best. Just don't look too close, okay? That's what you need to focus on here. HLE, perfect team. Don't you worry about it. Let's dive in to the draft here for game number 2. Beg your pardon?
You said perfect team, but perfect's on KT. That's his team.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. KT on the brain. KT on the brain.
Yeah.
I was talking about, clean games and stuff like that. So obviously I was a little bit distracted.
Yeah.
Let's have a look here. There are a few things that have been fearlessly banned away that we do need to be focusing on, which is namely Pantheon and the Azir and Orianna. So the mid lane going to be a little bit different. We'll see whether it is just going to be the classic Rise Talia for game 2 that we have seen quite commonly.
Yeah, I feel like some of the picks in the other roles are a little bit more fringe. In the sense that, like, they're not the things you expect to be picked in the first rotation necessarily. You know, like, I don't think teams are too upset about the fact that, like, Rakan and Pantheon are gone. There's a lot of support picks available. The Azir, Orianna, though, those are the picks that you see very highly prioritized. So those being gone will shake up the mid-meta a lot in this game too. But I think the other pools are less affected. I think AD carry, Varus being gone, obviously does affect Guma a good amount. But there's still a lot of AD carries available that he can play. So we'll see what is on the cards. Rai is going to come through as a ban, and it was at Felios as well. So last time it was Ambessa, Aurora that were taken away by the Bros, and they've been left available. And it was Poppy that was banned by HLE here. So
and Gideon is pretty good at the good old Poppy, so you can understand why that was banned away. But I think Ambessa is probably a little bit more dangerous, especially with the flexible nature of the champion. Instead, the Vi is going to be taken away. And so now, what are the Bros going to be picking up? I think Talia stock's certainly rising, but the Aurora is also another one, now that you mentioned, has not been banned away. Yunara, another thing that is up and available as well. And we'll just have to see. The Ambessa will be the decision, and I do not blame them for it one little bit.
Yeah, also got to think about the fact that, you know, some of the picks like Renekton and Gnar that you could play into the Ambessa have been taken away. They'll give you a bit of a tougher time in the early levels. So a lot of freedom to pick that one up.
Ooh.
And looking at the Akali, which can be a flex.
Zeus doing the donkey thing, you know, where he's like, I'm pretty sure Akali is the best right now. Instead, Yunara going to be considered for Gamushi and will be locked in.
Yeah, I feel like we often see higher priority on the Yunara in the later games when a lot of the tools to deal with it and lock it down are gone. The fact that they banned the Vi is a little bit telling, but also the knocked-in Orianna is gone as well, so a bit more freedom for the Yunara to play the game and really take over here. And it's important for Bro to make sure you do get some reliable setup, because you have that Ambessa, that really powerful ultimate, but we've seen many times before, a little bit tricky to connect that onto a mobile target.
Yep.
So you want someone to get that initial CC down, because right now I'm looking at HLE, they already have 2 tricky to pin down carries. You need someone to build a setup on that for Bro, so you can follow up with that public execution from the Ambessa.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what Roma is going to take into this Aurora. Right now, we do have Teddy with a little bit more upfront damage with the Corki pickup. Might actually be able to challenge this lane the Gamushi and Delight have put up for themselves, or at least 50% of it, with the Yunara already there. Does take a little bit longer for her to get online. As will it just be the bottom lane locked away? Very flexible Ambessa as well. Could just be jungle and bottom lane that they do have, but instead, it's going to be the Talia. I was a little bit worried about this just because, like you say, things are a bit tricky. Landing seismic shoves against these two could be tough. However, there is a dash on the Yunara, and the rocks can be pretty helpful.
Yeah, I think the Unravel Dirt just kind of means they can't push forward too aggressively, does limit those dashes, so there's a decent amount of value there. HLE looking at the Jax potentially for Zeus.
And it is kind of a blind Jax, right? With the fact that the Ambessa could be going into the jungle. And so I don't think there's a lot of pressure on Zeus to lock away his top lane pick just yet. Maybe looking to get a bit more information, as that could be Kanavi playing the Aatrox yet again.
Yeah, it could be jungle or top. So Kanavi did have a strong start of the game last time we saw him on this Aatrox, although it did get a little bit chaotic afterwards, but definitely got some good early momentum.
Yeah, it's another one of those things where just watch the beginning.
Yeah.
And then turn it off.
Yeah.
You know, that's what we'd recommend. All right, next round of bans, and I think support's probably going to get targeted here, is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I do think it's pretty cool that by having the Aatrox picked up here, you do present that sort of flex angle, and it makes it difficult for Bro to ban against you, since they really don't know where it's going to go. I also like the HLE are banning away the Nautilus as something that can be a threat to that Yunara. I honestly feel like a Alistar ban wouldn't be bad as well. We've seen Corki Alistar a lot as a bottom lane. Me and Widded weren't huge fans, because obviously you pick the Corki to win lane, and the Alistar kind of neutralizes that, but I feel like, you know, you get the Alistar out of lane and he's an absolute menace. Corki helps bridge that a decent amount, and also the Alistar does have the reliable CC onto the Yunara, so...
Yeah, it could be pretty important, as Nico going to be taken away once again. Does mean that now the Alistar situation not necessarily as important as far as banning it away is concerned. As, of course, HLE will get the first look in, but instead, Cal will be taken away, and that is 4 support bans being locked out. What is Delight going to do, and will we find out now? As, of course, could be looking at a top lane pick, but holding onto the flex of the Aatrox could be pretty important here, as it looks like Delight just wants to go for a bit of engage, see what it is going to be.
I think holding it off makes a decent amount of sense, especially since Delight definitely happy just picking an engaged support here.
Poppy.
That technically just keeps things
flexible.
Yeah. Doesn't fully reveal your hand, as obviously it can be played in the jungle still. That being said, it sort of does give a little bit of information, and you know, if you're on the side off Bro, you don't want to pick one of those engaged supports that really gets shut down. Like if you're picking a Rel into the Poppy, you're gonna have a bad time. So now I'm gonna have to kind of go into this with that sort of aspect of the equation and be aware that you might be laying into the Poppy, you might not be though. How are you gonna play out this draft? And it's a similar situation for Gideon, not fully knowing the matchup. We'll just go for that Xin Zhao though. Obviously able to buy a good amount of time against the DPS of the Yunara.
But doesn't really like Poppy. Steadfast Presence does kind of make your Audacious Charge not feel that fantastic. As Namgung actually considering the Lehen special here in the Elise support. That would be an interesting choice. See whether that is where they're going to go. It would provide a lot of power in the lane. And would kind of, it may even force this Poppy to be either top or in the jungle, and force Delight to go on something else, because otherwise the lane could be very, very difficult. But we'll just have to see. You can sort of block the Q and stuff like that as the Poppy. It's not exactly the worst matchup in the world, but it still doesn't feel great.
It's definitely a matchup, especially with the fact that the AD carry matchup is Corki into Yunara. If it is Yunara Poppy in the bot lane, you are just going to feel a little bit lifeless.
Ooh, Zion would be a bit of an interesting choice. We've got Aatrox and then new Aatrox, and there it is. All right. 2 Aatroxes. What does it mean?
It means it's going to be, well, I mean, only one of them has the revive now.
That's
but
true.
both of them very durable. I'm definitely going to need some focus fire to take them out. You know, I think a lot of value from Talia with that Unraveled Earth here. But team fighting power from HLE, there's a good amount of it. But I just think I'm a little bit concerned about this bot lane 2v2 and how that's going to fare. I think they haven't given themselves great tools to get through that laning phase.
Yeah, and I feel like Delight's job is going to be a tough one as well. Hitting an Elise with a Keeper's Verdict is going to be quite difficult, as well as casting, who can then just unstoppable it if he does have the ultimate available. There are a lot of champions that do have sort of ways of getting around that very pivotal ultimate that Delight does have, so he's going to have to play smart, make sure that he can split up these fights effectively and get themselves into a position that is going to work out for themselves. As I think the Bros actually have a pretty comfy composition, but the brawliness, right, of the double Aatroxes is just going to be, it feels like it fits, you know, the Kanabi playstyle.
I think also, you know, one of the things I was concerned about was having that reliable CC to pin down the Yanara so that you had the follow-up, and you don't have that, right? You're relying on, you know, an Elise Cocoon or like a Xin Zhao knockup so that you can follow up onto that Yanara. I think that if you don't crush bot lane, you're going to have a really bad time trying to deal with this hyper carry. So we'll have to see what Teddy and Namgoon can do in this one.
Yep, and they at least, you know, they do have a pretty powerful bottom lane. We're seeing it right now. Let's get into it. All right. Oh, Teddy, huge shout out for having the toboggan corky. An oldie but a goodie, you know? Although not quite as exclusive as it used to be, right? A lot of us, you know, bought it when it first came out, the Winter Olympics skin, but it's since been sort of re-released, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel quite as cool.
I think as well, can't you get it from Hextech Crafting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel as exclusive as it used to.
Gotta share the love.
Still a very cool skin, though. I do like it a lot.
There's a lot of good Corki skins, honestly.
Very true. Making that decision tough. Whoa! Flash Cocoon! As Namgoon is going in. Looking to get in on top of Gumayushi. Lights him on fire and then gets himself the heck out of there. Barrier doing a whole bunch of work here as Delight also throws down the heal. So 2 summoner spells in trade for 2. Namgoon did have to use his flash.
One of the things is because you go so aggressive and catch them off guard, Delight healed, and obviously you get reduced healing because of the Ignite. There's just one issue with that trade. Namgoon was level 1, so he only had E-skilled, and he had no damage.
Yes.
So he didn't actually do anything to Guma. It was literally just Teddy using a Phosphorus Bomb and then autoing. So you might have noticed in the aftermath of that play, they didn't really
Yeah, there wasn't a lot. However,
there was no kill
message was received.
Yes, it definitely signaled something. Aggression.
Yeah. And I do like that. That's a good message to send, you know? Zeus and casting on some of the more recently released champions here. Feeling pretty good about that one, as it looks like Zeus with control of the wave for the moment, but I think the Ambassador is not going to have the worst time here in this lane. See whether casting is going to tech in a cheeky Executioner's Calling or something like that. But I guess just have to see where he is going to go there. The ulti can be pretty frustrating, getting a whole bunch of health back as Zeka misses the Q, I'm pretty sure, as the flash from Roamer is the weirdest thing ever, and Zeka is just going to kill him. All right, break it down for me, Ox.
He saw something I did not. That is all I can ascertain from that. He saw something I didn't.
Yeah. I didn't see it either.
Yeah. I don't know what he saw, but
oh dear.
We'll wait for the replay before we dive deeper into this one.
Yeah, we will probably get it. Just have to see whether we get some slow motion to really get full information. Here we go. Now break it down.
So I think the game plan was okay.
I think it was flash and then Q back.
No, I think the theory was that he wanted to get the big boulder off, and he thought if he flashed into melee range, then Zeka wouldn't be able to flash it himself. He was thinking, Zeka is going to flash my big boulder, I'm going to flash in a melee range and big boulder him. And then he like flashed and threw it past him.
I guess so.
I think
something went wrong. Let's just go with that.
I think he thought too hard, you know?
Yeah.
It's like he's thinking like 7 steps ahead, and Zach is like, I'm just gonna beat you up, man.
Yeah, I've never had that problem personally.
Yeah.
As Casting and Zeus doing some fighting here. Zeus says, get over here. Bit of Scorpion tactics. Like to see it.
Sometimes you can just overthink things.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I look, I can empathize, but I can't relate. Just don't really think that much.
Yeah.
It's not really worth it.
You would have never made that play. You'd have just thrown your rocks at him regularly.
Yep. Fun fact, by the way, as Teddy is using the Winter Olympics skin, the Winter Olympics are coming up, and Sunke will be casting the Winter Olympics.
Oh, that's
He's casting the curling. Isn't that cool?
That's super cool.
Yeah. It's to watch people do brooming. I don't know very much about curling. That's something who's a sport
Specifically,
whose rules I don't know
talking-
very much about.
We're talking about a sport curling, not like when you do your hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. In case anyone's confused.
What? Why did we need... Okay. Goodbye, Dagon. Dagon is not going to be casting the Winter Olympics.
Yeah.
Because he was asleep when they sent him the invitation. Slurkle comes out. Now I'm continuing to try and be frustrating here towards the bottom side of the map, as at least the bros are doing what it says on the tin, right? They are winning the lane. They have a slight advantage, about 300 gold at this point in time, as Gumayusi has been struggling to hit the minions.
Yeah, I mean, this is the expectation. I feel like there's some lanes where you're playing Poppy and you're like, everything you do, I will shut down. And then there's some lanes where you're playing Poppy and you're like, I'm just here.
Yeah.
I'm just here for moral support. And you're just saying like, good job, AD Carry. You keep hitting those minions. And then your AD Carry gets hit by a lot of damage. And you're like, I'm sorry, AD Carry. I wish I could do something.
I promise I'm going to be useful
AD
later.
Carry, watch this. I'll throw my buckle at a minion. There you go. There's some farm.
I got a stack off my World Atlas.
Yeah, oh look, he threw a buckler.
There you go. And picked it up. Look at that. Look at a cute little shield.
That's all he can really do.
Yeah.
So, not the best scenario to be playing Poppy. Oh.
Roma is going to put between the worlds here. And he just takes the full combo and is just really dead. No flash, no chance. Okay, Cocoon going to connect on to Gumayusi. Does have the barrier back up again, as Namgun gets himself out of there with the repel.
I mean, it's just the power of, against an immobile mid laner when they have no flash, the slow from the ultimate of the Aurora, it can just do that. It really looked like, it didn't look like a fancy gank, like we're so used to like Nocturne Orianna or like Jarvans and stuff. That kind of was just like walk up and kill him. But it works, you know?
It does. It's sort of like, it's the old strategy.
Yeah.
Kind of works.
Well, it's better than my most hated type of ganks of all time, which you've seen a reintroduction.
Yes, the Shock Blast gank.
Yes, yes. I mean, Nidalee does this as well. I hate this with Nidalee. Not even the spear ganks. The walking, auto them 3 times with red buff, and then walk out and call it a gank. It's not, it's like, I was never going to die. You're just being annoying.
Yeah, and you also, like, you didn't do anything that's sort of fancy or anything like that. Like, there's no real, like, you just auto-attacked them.
You just ruined my lane. I was winning lane, and now I'm low on health. And the Shock Blast one is the worst. He just walks in, Shock Blast you, collects his first strike gold.
That's the worst part, is you know you're giving him gold as well.
Oh, it's so big. The Shock Blast is so big.
Oh, Cocoon going to connect here on to Zeus. There's the burst damage. As Namgung says, job well done.
That was
to
a great
himself.
angle. Yeah, that was a great angle. Just found a way to slip
be
in.
A jungler, don't you think?
Yeah, that's it. You know, she could also once upon a time have been a top laner too.
Hey, oh my god, that's a long time ago. Wow.
That's a throwback.
Oh my.
She can do anything.
It's so weird thinking that she was a top laner. That is, she just has no wave clear at all. But it did happen.
What the game once was.
Uh-huh. Man, that was a very long time ago. Ox, thank you for taking me back like a decade.
Oh.
All right, Gideon is looking to kill Gumayusi, and he might be able to do so here as he's just walking towards him. 3 Talon Strike goes down, held on to the Audacious Charge, and there is a very dead Yunara.
That feels pretty bad, you know, having the ult for the dash and flash and still ends up getting caught out there. Just a great wraparound from Gideon.
Yeah.
And now looking to threaten this red as well.
Namgung is a jungler.
He is.
Look at that. Beautifully done. Kanavi is on the grubs. He's going to be able to complete that, but Gideon steals away his red buff. And so the bros, with about 1,000 gold lead, I mean, looking pretty good.
this is really how you want the early game to be going for the Bros, and how you want to be using this extra pressure you have from the Elise. You know, you have casting already has this Eclipse power spike, which is a huge spike for the Ambessa. The only problem is the mid lane situation, because you think about the fact that the Bros nearly have 1,000 gold lead, then look at mid lane where Roma's 900 gold down.
I mean, that means the rest of the Bros have a bigger gold lead.
You're a glass half full kind of guy.
Absolutely.
But it does, you know, it brings some concerns about mid bleeding out a little bit, and it does mean HLE have a point of strength, because, you know, if HLE just hang on, they're okay. Bro need to sort of accelerate the game and keep the pace going. So Roma does have his flash back up again, which is a bit of a positive.
Yep.
And could hopefully just look to stabilize from here. Kanavi is trying to steal away this blue. Oh, Namgung! Oh!
Almost
Not
manages
quite
to get over
enough
the cube.
of a jungler.
Well, still going to be able to flash for it here. Lands the cocoon onto Kanavi. He's basically by himself as Roma comes over. Gets put between the worlds, though, as Zeka does a decent job. It will get the flash out from the Talia. And so now Roma is susceptible once again. Pullback from Zeus. His casting just looks immune to damage at this point in time.
Eclipse really is an item.
It is a heck of an item.
I do love the solidarity again from the Bros. Roma and Namgun just both using their flashes in that passage of play. You know, that was a passage of play where they were like, we're going aggressive. We're
flashing. Doing it together.
Yeah. Maybe not. Oh my god.
Yeah, casting is just looking to dive in. Grim Deliverance, but okay. No public execution this time around as casting not going to be able to quite find him with it.
I just respect going for it, and he was trying to line up the ult for where he was going to land with the ult from the Zahen, but, you know, it was pretty cool. Didn't quite land it. I respect him going for it, though.
Yep, respect the hustle. And both of them use their ultis, so no harm, no foul. There's a plate going down as Namgung looking for the point-blank cocoon as Gumayushi going to get lit on fire. Teddy will be able to find the kill as now Delight in a lot of trouble. He'll get taken down. It's a double as now Zeker's looking to clean this one up. Teddy standing his ground, but he's very, very dead. And that is the shutdown over to the already very fed Aurora.
Yeah, I think a little bit rushed from Bro. And also Namgung didn't connect the cocoon. You know, dropped tower aggro very early. I think there were some things that could have gone a little bit better, and that dive could have been cleaner, but you could see it was very rushed, and it just means that Zeka flies in, able to pick up a ton of gold, and now, look, Bros, 1,300 gold ahead, but again, that mid lane discrepancy is massive.
Yeah.
And it's going to continue to be a thorn in their side.
This is going to be problematic. They're going to have to deal with Zeka some way. Let's see whether, you know, Gideon can get some focus over there. Maybe Namgung can start trying to take down this Aurora. So Spiderlings launched themselves all the way across the rift. That was very, very fun. And now Gumayushi. Oh, dear. Well, he has a ward.
Doesn't have ult, though.
Let's see whether he can survive this as the repel gets Namgung over there. And will he land the cocoon? Yes, he will. And he takes himself the kill at the same time. The woes of Gumayushi are going to continue. I mean, and it's not even really his fault, but it's been 2 games in a row where he's just been targeted. Roma as well is suffering the same fate as he gets hit by everything and the kitchen sink and will be taken out. The Bros now are going to be coming on in, looking for a bit of an angle as casting thrown into the wall with a heroic charge. And he might just be dead. Gets a big old shield. And Namgung, what goes up must come down, and the Q is going to miss, so thankfully he survives. But HLE able to protect themselves. Gideon goes in. Kanavi is always trying to take more, isn't he?
Yeah, that was a bit of an overstep, you know, I think.
You think, do you?
I think Kanavi could have gone further. I think he would have. I think he would have done it.
He could have been, hitting the inner turret, even though it's untargetable at the moment. He could have been doing that.
He would have done it. I believe him. I believe. But, my question to you really is, who do you think is having less fun this game? Roma or Gumayushi? Who do you think right now?
Probably Roma is having less fun. That's what I would say. As Teddy, okay, never mind. Maybe it's Gumayushi. Maybe it's actually Roma. Well, I mean, Teddy might be killing Delight as well. Never mind. Zex is going to come down, and Teddy is super duper dead.
Okay, well, Guma now has 4 deaths, and Roma has 3, and Roma is getting a plate. So I think now
Gumayushi has 3 times Roma's assists.
That's true, but I'm still. We're trying to balance out who's having the least fun.
Yeah.
I think currently Guma.
How much fun do you get from assists, though?
No one gets fun. No one has
You don't get fun from assists?
Unless you're a support main, you know, or an Ivan player, right?
No, I have a lot of fun with assists. You know, I'm like, wow, someone that I'm with has had a lot of fun beside me.
What champion do you play?
Garen. I don't get a lot of assists.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Zeus is going to be able to take down this top outer turret. As now, Namgung, can he actually find the Cocoon here? That's the question. Public Execution flies out, though, so of course the Cocoon is going to land. And now Delight, yeah, did have to keep his verdict, but unfortunately, he did not hit the Ambessa with it. As Teddy, one more. They are respecting Zeus a lot here. Is casting now with another round of spells, and it's a very dead Zion. I think, Zeus was in the air trying to deliver the Grim Deliverance, and the delivery got lost in the mail. sort of.
I hate when that
it's still at Amazon, I think, at this stage.
Well, we're in Korea, so I guess it'd be Kupang.
Yeah, Kupang. Yeah. It's still over there.
So Zeka, he is still strong, but it's feeling less and less relevant as Bro are just kind of moving around, just picking people off. We'll see this replay casting on this Ambessa, getting so much value. Lines up the ultimate. The follow-up is that easy Cocoon after that. Delight gets the knock away. That leaves him vulnerable, and he just manages to survive here on super low HP. Then Zeus kind of steps in and be like, hey, back off. And then it's like, oh,
yeah, and they're like, all right, well.
Okay, you're next, buddy.
We will not kill Poppy. Deal? And he said, no deal. But they didn't really have much of a choice. Okay, 4 stacks left. Make that 3 on Guminishi's Cull. So we'll be able to get a bit of money there, but it's still 3,000 gold lead for Teddy. My goodness.
Yeah, that's the thing is there's a bigger goal discrepancy in favor of Teddy over Guma, and Guma has less gold than Roma, despite there being a support. Wait, the 80 carry quest, sorry, but the 80 carry quest hasn't finished. And in fact, the only 2 people who haven't finished their quests are Roma and Guma.
Oh, no. Okay, so whoever gets it first, the quest completion is going to be having the most fun out of the 2.
That's how
we can confirm it.
Yeah.
We'll just have to. Oh wow, this is the first time we've been really focused on the quests so far this season. As Zeka's moving in, we're going to try and help take down casting here as Grim Deliverance does come down. They're put between the worlds, and the public execution was actually for himself.
Guma got his quest done.
All right, there it is, having more fun.
Yep, he's having more fun. He gets that extra gold as well. Roma finishes
just barely.
Oh,
I think we can say that they're both not having a whole lot of fun, but Guma with a little bit more is what we're going to say here. As Teddy slowed down by the Slurk, but does have the Valkyrie.
The level of difference is very small.
It is. That means they might both be having quite a lot of fun. But they are both having a very similar amount. Let's just say that.
Yeah, we can definitely establish that.
Glass half full. All right, Gideon, I think he knows that things are looking a little bit dangerous in there, but the heroic charge doesn't actually work out here, and he just takes both of the camps.
Thanks to the leash.
And HLE just going to back away. All right. Wow, that was pretty Giga Chad there by Gideon.
Still has that grub, that Herald, ready and available.
I like that you say grub because it's Gideon.
Yeah, it's just in my mind.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Whenever you say Gideon, I just think Gideon's grubs.
Yeah, Gideon grubs every time.
Yeah.
King Kanza just said @casters in chat. I don't know what that means. Oh, you're just trying to work out who we are? I'm Atlas, this is Ox, and this is a replay.
Very educational.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good to Oh,
back in live. Kanavi is doing some things. Cocoon, I don't know whether it landed, but it didn't really matter as now Zeus, he dives into the fray. Aatrox 1 down, Aatrox 2 still going. All right, yeah, Delight was channeling the ulti and just decides not to use it.
You said about the game 2s for HLE, they are really not beating the allegations.
It's not, it's game 2s are looking a little more difficult than the game 1s so far.
Yeah.
However, it is early days. 2,400 gold lead, though, here for the Bros. And, wow, are the Bros going to give us 3 games?
I mean, think about the fact that, think how much weight...
You keep telling me to think about things, man, and it's just not my strong suit.
Yeah, I mean, Roma did a bit too much thinking earlier, and look what happened for him.
Yeah, see? Thinking's so dangerous.
But Zeka really is trying so hard to keep this game moderately close. And if you remove his gold advantage, Bros would be 5,000 gold up. What I'm trying to say is the rest of the team are very far ahead.
Yes. That is certainly what we can see here. Yeah. Zeka is really making sure that he has the same gold lead as the entirety of Bro, for this entire game. And he's been keeping up. It's pretty impressive. That does mean that Teddy's advantage is absolutely absurd, and we can see that that is continuing to be the case. Roma will still find some value, though, with that seismic shove as Kanavi has the World Ender, but does just dash his way out of there. Zeka actually now with the flash on cooldown, he could be susceptible because he has nothing defensive in the build, unless you could say Dash Cannon is a bit defensive because you can move away from the bad guys, I guess. But I mean, there's no Zhonya's, nothing like that. He is killable.
I still feel like as a Aurora, you have a lot of tools, you know, outplay potential, but definitely the flash helps.
If you do get cocooned, though,
I think
you might just die.
You should die if you get cocooned.
True.
He is the focus target for Bro. That's very true. Dragon up and available would be the third for Bro.
Yeah, Delight gets engaged on here, doesn't get the steadfast presence up in time, and actually takes a fair bit of damage here. Gideon breaks the chains of the bind, and the Bros are going to slink back into the fog of war.
I've noticed they did update. I was complaining about it a while ago. The Bandle Pipe's not showing the AoE buff in the Spectator. They do now show that.
Oh, cool.
Which is nice. So you can see everyone having fun.
Yeah.
Apart from a couple of people.
Oh, Zeus gets into the back of the pit here. Kanavi trying to get over there, and they do evict the jungler, and he takes the dragon anyway, so it's not too much of a problem. Now they're all just trying to get out. Grim Deliverance, and unfortunately, Poppy does not have the... Okay, in goes Roma. That's a crazy maneuver. Gumushi eats a bunch of rocks from the floor, but he will be able to escape. I thought that that was suicide there from Roma. I'm really glad that he's still playing with gusto despite not having very much fun, as we established earlier on.
He seems to be having slightly more fun at this one. He even has a kill, you know?
My goodness, so much fun.
HLE, though, as a whole, seems to be having less and less fun in this game. Delight flashing over for the ult knockaway, but the dragon's already dead, and then he kind of realizes...
Do you know what would have been the best if Gideon had have just walked to the wolves and just started the clear again?
That I respect.
It would have been so good.
That'd be so...
Because he was... Like, the camp had just spawned as well. He was so perfect.
That would be such an efficient move.
It would have been.
Yeah.
All right, HLE still struggling here as the Bros continue to build an advantage. Soul point available. Are they going to do it? No, tell me that. I just can't believe it. Oh, man.
It's feeling pretty believable at this point.
This is not the match
Teddy
that I was thinking.
Items as well.
Collector is done. And he's still got brown bags. Both of our AD carries, actually, with brown bags. Rift Herald? Shelly just wanted to go back home. And Gideon says, you know what, old girl? You can. And there she goes.
Where's it going for that distance?
All right, well, we're going to drive her. And she's looking for an inner turret. She is going to be able to find it here. Steadfast presence means that it's very, very tough time, but Kanavi taken down so low, it's Numgoon that grabs another kill. Public Execution doesn't quite find the mark though, and now Zeus gets the knock-up onto Teddy. Back in goes Gideon, Grim Deliverance onto 3, and it's Zeus that's starting to pop off in this fight. Finally, Casting makes his way back, but unfortunately, the rest of his teammates are already gone, and HLE will find themselves the comeback victory in the team fight, and they're looking for even more.
I just feel like such a massive throw from Bro in that situation. Gideon driving it into the tower seems to forget that Poppy exists because, to be honest...
We all know running it down. What about driving it down, Ox?
I mean, that was it. Delight, not having done that much this game, maybe flying a bit under the radar, catches him off guard, and then seeing the value of the Zahen here, just really a dominant force in this fight. The ult value pretty big here from Zeka. Kanavi just gets exploded, but then it's Zeus here, flies in.
Oh,
they can't shred through him quick enough.
I think if Casting had have actually been able to hit the ultimate, then maybe it could have worked out. But the Grim Deliverance value is just gigantic here.
And the fact he gets his passive stacked, so they can't just focus him down, huge.
We're going to see him here from the side. Perfect flank angle. And the knock-up to get the flash out of Teddy is so important. Oh my goodness. Yep. Turn to Ambessa, take it down. That's precisely what happens. That's a big old nicer, and that is actually going to get HLE back within touching distance here as Gideon almost just one-shot, 6-0-3. Zeka almost has a death cap.
Yeah, we are reminded he is doing a lot of damage and is very fed.
Yes.
And that lead Bro had has been a little bit thrown and still have an advantage in terms of gold. Driven, sorry.
Yes.
But, you know, one dragon from Soul.
Cocoon is going to connect. Delight, though, is going to have the steadfast presence, denies the Q, but now you've got Casting making his way in. Delight is very, very dead, but can they get more? That is the question. As there's a public execution, casting, once again getting a big old shield, but he's going to get wiped out. Zeus just walks away from that seismic shove. So a 1-for-1, but Poppy in trade for Ambessa. Man, HLE feeling good about this one as well.
Yeah, not really a good deal there. And I feel like they had the Poppy so secured in those kills. They could have consolidated the vision around Dragon, right? You take out the support, it's easy to clear out the vision. And then they just go too far, just a step too far. Diving in to that melee, just a massive overstep. I think it's just the fact that they're TPing in, they're like, oh, we have to get more from this. We committed a TP.
I mean, taking Delight and then setting up for the Dragon that's up in a minute's time would have been pretty good.
Yeah. You kind of just fly into the blender here.
Yeah. It's not really what you want to do.
And now you can see HLE posturing around the Baron. They know casting only just spawned, doesn't have TP, so it's easy for them to have the pressure.
And Gumayusi has 3 items. The Infinity Edge is now done. And so he is doing decent damage at this point in time. The fun level is increasing here for the HLE AD carry.
He has a kill as well, so, you know.
Oh my goodness.
That's the barrier for fun. He's having more fun.
He's winning that battle.
No Rabadons for Zeka yet. I feel like the hat, it is the fun hat.
I think he does have, almost have the money for it. He must. As he's been out on the map for quite some time. There is the Drake taken here. It is only the first for HLE, so not a huge deal here for the Bros. And they do use it to get control here of this mid lane. Crystalline Overgrowth going to get popped. And this one should go down very quickly. Yep, Teddy makes short work of that inner turret. They can now slink back towards the Baron direction, as the Merkwolf is going to distract Gideon momentarily.
I think as well,
takes the red.
The longer this game goes on, I feel like the better and better HLE going to feel about the odds in this game. You know, you had a moment there where Zeka was without Rabadons. Next time you fight, he's probably going to have that Rabadons completed. So I think that mistake, that overstep from casting has kind of costed them a window to secure the soul. Next soul fight might not be as easy to navigate.
Yeah. And the Bros still have a gold advantage, right? They still have a Drake advantage. They still have all of these things, you know, positively in their direction. But like you say, as these fights, these brawly fights continue, the Yunara is going to have such a good time. And there are so many threats. Like, this is a quadra threat composition from HLE. Kanavi and Zeus going to be doing so much in the melee. And Zeka and Gumayusi from alongside are just going to be so hard to pin down and will be doing so much damage. Zeka already, as we've seen, really cutting through his targets. So I think a lot of it's going to be on Teddy, making sure that he gets as much value as possible. That Infinity Edge could not come any sooner for item number 4. He's pretty close to it. Only about 1,400 to go. As Casting finally puts his shoes together, we'll be able to grab some Merc Treads. The Ambessa as well, I think, is going to be pretty important. So the Bros still holding on to the same level of gold advantage. But I think a lot of it is going to be now focused towards this Baron that is up and available, at least for the next 3 minutes' time before we get to the next Dragon.
The light just picked up a Mikhail's, so the Cocoon value dropped. And that's the fun hat completed by Zeka.
Oh dear, the sorting hat.
Yeah, fun for him.
He's going to send them all to Slytherin. Or Hufflepuff. Which one's worse?
Well, they are the green teams. I feel like they would want to be in Slytherin.
That's true. Maybe they're already in Slytherin. And Slytherin got cooler as the books went on. You know, it felt like it was the bad guys at the beginning. It wasn't the bad guys towards the end.
But weren't all the bad guys in Slytherin?
They were all in Slytherin, but there were some good guys in Slytherin as well. I seem to remember. I don't know. Ask chat. Anyway, the Bros now looking to see whether they can defend this Baron. They do get vision of it, as HLE haven't committed to too much just yet. I feel like he's so close to just getting one shot.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. You know, he's been playing... I feel like you play a series, 2 games so far. You played Pantheon support and Elise support.
Yeah.
You were playing with fire.
Yeah, he took Ignite in both games as well.
Yeah, so
it's beautiful.
Very little. IE picked up by Teddy, so big spike.
Oh, yeah,
no,
GA
no,
is also done.
No, don't do it!
Oh, God, Slurkle. As he has to flash, and I respect it. I think getting hit by even any abilities that Zeka has will spell the end of the Elise.
I thought he was just dead. I thought he was going to get exploded.
Well, Gideon not quite able to win the Smite fight against Kanavi, so that is immovable vision for the moment here for HLE.
Okay, they clear out some vision. It's a minute 45 until that next Dragon. But it feels like main focus has been controlling this vision around the top side of the map.
I thought the main focus was on who was having the most fun.
That was our main focus.
Ah, okay.
I think fun levels have kind of
They're normalizing.
Yeah, I think though Yunara, 3 items at this point in the game, I think Guma has overtaken Roma in terms of fun levels.
Yeah, and I think he will continue to have more fun as this game goes on. However, if Roma gets that incredible seismic shove right on Gumayushi,
yeah,
then the fun will swing back very effectively.
We all
still
know
a lot to play for.
You're playing a hyper carry like Yunara. You should be having a lot of fun in the late game, but we all know that can change, right?
Certainly can.
Especially when top laners exist and they have buttons that can just hold you still and one-shot you, and they can level up to 20. We've all been there.
Yeah. Yeah. Casting certainly going to be able to do that as this game goes on. Only 2 items completed for him, as Zeus, looking for item number 3, does have a few more components put together.
I feel like it's always been the thing where the 80 carries are just like ahead of the curve compared to everyone else in pro play. But it's just like, especially because they're abusing cashback and the role quest gold.
Yeah.
It just feels so silly now. Just like
They have so much extra money.
Yeah.
And yeah, Teddy's item spike is also feeling pretty phenomenal right now with that Infinity Edge completion. Still wants his Merc Treads, I think is what he's building, unless it's a Hex Drinker cheekily coming in. And I think I wouldn't blame him for a Hex Drinker purchase against Zeka and the amount of burst damage that he does have available. This game really has stagnated as we have 10 seconds until this Ocean Dragon. No one really wanted to go for any sort of Baron contest or anything like that.
Yeah, not the strongest souls, so not the end of the world. The HLE don't get this, but you can see them posturing towards the Baron.
I mean, this Dragon is going to go incredibly quickly. Kanavi does have a ward in the back of the pit as there's the teleport in. They're going to go for the contest as Kanavi gets on over. Let's see whether he can actually steal away this Dragon. It will be secured by the Bros as there's the Crescent Guard, and the Bros just want to get themselves the heck out of there. And I think they're just going to be able to do so. All right, Dragon secured. Now we go.
Yeah, Ping's coming out towards the Baron, but it feels a little bit risky. A lot of ultimates were burnt there from, I mean, to be fair, both sides, but you look at things like the Talia, like the Corki, a lot less ult reliant compared to like the Yunara.
Yeah, they really wanted to steal away this red buff as well, and Zeka, you can see, is in position. And oh my goodness, Gideon almost died.
He'll sustain up pretty quickly with the jungle camps, especially with an Ocean Soul, so it's not too much of a concern.
Oh, he didn't die, by the way. He's got a GA, so wouldn't have died, but would have GA'd.
Yeah, he'll hit this red buff and heal up. No, no, I'm good.
Oh, no! Whoa! All right, well, he's up.
You, my friend, cannot afford to get touched by anything.
Every time Zeka's on screen, I'm like pre-frightened.
Yeah. No, this is why tank supports are so popular in pro play.
All right, Delight. On one of said tank supports.
Yeah, so Celestial Opposition Tank Poppy feels a lot better than...
Especially feels better when Roma is like 5,000 gold behind and is not necessarily packing the burst damage.
The Blood Song feels really cool when you do that bite and you do the extra damage.
Yeah.
Not so good when you get tickled by Zeka and just one shot.
Yeah.
He just looks vaguely in your direction. He aims for Teddy and just accidentally kills you instead.
Yep.
Not a good feeling.
That may actually happen in the next team fight. We'll just have to keep our eye on it. At least if the Bros survive, right, their health bar goes up quicker. Because they have Ocean Soul.
That's true. I actually think you should go, you know, Banshees, it builds out like, you know how Seekers,
the thingy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Baby Banshees.
Yeah, the little beads.
I actually think you should build that, because it's the only thing that will stop them getting...
Why don't I have the name of that in my brain? It's okay. Weaver's War comes on forward here as Roma is looking for Zeus. Public execution, though, is Delight. Just going to get blown up. Can the rest of HLE actually find the fight, though? As Teddy flashes away. Gumayushi, I don't know about that one. That was insanity. Phosphorus Bomb would have landed, but he was dead already, as Roma is having way more fun at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I think he didn't see the Unraveled Earth within the terrain, dashes over into the stun and immediately regrets it, and that is fun over for Guma on that play. Bro going to be able to secure this Baron off the back of that.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's have a look at it one more time.
So Delight, you know, I said he was feeling better, feeling tanky, but he will still just get exploded at this point of the game. And the Unraveled Earth, so yeah, there was a little bit just the edge of it next to the terrain, and he dashed through the rocks going over.
I also think that even if the rocks weren't there, probably wouldn't have been a great move.
Yeah, yeah, not ideal, but definitely not as bad.
It was worse. It was definitely worse. And hindsight's 20/20 and all that sort of stuff. But certainly looked like a little bit of a misplay. Does mean now that the Bros have the Baron.
Look,
and it's 2,000 gold, the advantage for them with the Red Bull Baron power play.
I kind of blame ourselves a bit because we said, you know, he's now having fun. It's the late game. You know?
Oh, yeah, true.
And then he's like, you know what? I am having and then that happened. So
well, it's all right. You're going to have a lot of fun on Twitter after this. Because of that as that was a big one. That was
Teddy's having fun.
He is having fun. He was always having fun though. That was never in doubt.
Yep.
That's all right. Casting going to get pulled back here by Zeus, who is very scary on this Zahen.
Yep. This is called release day diff.
Yep. And it's a bit minor, but it seems to be enough as public execution. Casting is trying to get something done, but of course there is still an ulti there as between worlds goes Zeka.
And this feels really good for Bro because you get a big ultimate from HLE. And the damage is irrelevant because you have Ocean Soul. You can just sustain back up slowly.
Yep. Weave as well. And
Zeka!
Oh, Room is going to be able to find him. Zeka explodes!
He's having
so much fun! Oh my goodness, Inhibitor turret goes down. Inhibitor to follow. The Bros are going to keep HLE winless in game 2s.
Oh, what a pick from Roma.
That's the 93% solo queue win rate, baby.
That
you need to keep your head in the game, no matter how things go in the early stages. As Delight, he finds Teddy there. The exhaust goes down, but Zeus not going to find the Grim Deliverance this time. Teddy goes down, but the trade ain't worth it. Namgung's also able to survive. And it's a double kill from the grave, actually, for Teddy as the ace comes in. And the Bros are going to do it. They'll finish off the Nexus turrets. And HLE will have to try again in game 3.
And the Bros, you know, there was a little bit of volatility in the game, but it was a lot cleaner than game 1 from HLE, to be honest. Maintain the lead for the most part, and Roma bouncing back with a big play. We are obviously going to end up seeing the gold graph, and I feel like the fun graph would be more indicative of how this game played out.
Absolutely. As someone needs to ban a guy called Degon in chat. He was spamming way too much. He also said what was Casting's name? It was wrong. Count Casting? No, it's Commodore Casting. Commodore Casting, the man with the most damage in the entire game. I'm actually very surprised that Zeka didn't do the most. But look at that Bro gold graph. My goodness. It wasn't convincing at the beginning, but it definitely was at the end. Beautifully played by the Bros. And hats off to Roma. Yeah. Really turned it around. The amount of fun he was having at the start of the game, horrendously low. And at the end, found that game-winning shove onto Zeka. And that's all she wrote.
That's all you need to do. Just one big play.
What an extraordinary series we have. It is all over our hands. If only you could see them. But now it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down. And we'll see you for game number 3 in just a little bit.
나 유나라 볼게 얘들아.
바텀라인 있어요 바텀라인.
이거
나랑 연기하자 이거. 상대 미카엘 있고. 너무 빨리지만 자인 신경 써야 돼.
아니 나 미드라인
자인
유나라 봐줘.
유나. 잡아줄래? 야나 탑이라 해야 돼.
끝났어.
오케이.
나이스.
아이까.
야 너무 좋아하지 마. 너무 좋아하지 마.
아직.
우리는 더 높게 갈 수 있어. 나이스. 운동 많이 됐다.
나이스. 조만 갈렸다 소리.
Kanavi, as you mentioned, he has not been shy about ganking, about engaging, and now he's just gonna die. Has the rest of his team behind him.
나 빠질게. 얼렸어. 아지르 노플. 아지르 노플.
As Guma trying to do some damage on the backside, but doesn't have enough at this point in the game. As Faker getting pretty low, maybe able to take him out, but no, the shield comes down and Faker just walks it off. Pace is going to be tagged. Actually, Carrier gets in there and Sika somehow died up top as well.
No summoners for Duro in that exchange, by the way. Just all clean, you know. Go in, tank for Canyon to get the charge, reboot into the Herald, and then turn around and grab the kill. The Ruler's just making a highlight reel over here.
Will might be able to kill him. He did have the barrier available, though. There's a Cataclysm avoided, and Ruler outplays him to pick up the double solo.
이거야. 나 아직 젊어. 안 젊은 것 같은데. 이제 안 젊어. 나 늙어졌어 갑자기.
Well, Sponge and Lehens are in position. They get a control ward over. Let's see whether Sponge can actually get into the pit as Vikla finds the unbreakable will. Sponge does have the Cyclone. Pop Blossom comes on through, but it is a very dead Kellen to start this one off. Raptor locks down the Baron, but can they keep themselves alive? It's clear with the slicing Maelstrom, they're able to take down the Varus as Vikla gets into that backline. Can anyone do damage to this Silas? What the hell are you doing, Vikla? A Vikla POM in my 2026 Wolf?
And also somewhat save by casting.
Well, they're going to try to dive to now, or maybe not. Just spit it down. Okay, maybe they will. Gideon is coming in. And we got a lot of members, but Shu just goes back in to 4 people. Oh, man! Gasping, and he's dashing away! The slow is going to come in from Teddy. I don't know if they have enough to
With the
lock him
shield,
down.
he's got back up.
다 빠졌다. 나 커버.
갈게.
나 살만해.
위로.
싸움 보자.
Oh, that is going to be room coming in, but the Shu gets a second kill before they take him out, and that's slow here on a Gideon. That's a kill there from Smash.
Shoot there.
내가 말았지.
뭐야? There we go.
He's gotten a lot of gold this game. He's putting it to good uses. Now Gnomes are looking for a contest.
Well, it could be a 50-50 here as Sponge. He's been pretty good at those in the past. Let's see whether Kanavi can lock this one down.
야, 앞에.
There's a shockwave! Absolutely insane! This is a triple for Sponge! Does manage to help take down another one as Scout gets pulled back, but it's a quadra kill for the Pantheon!
Welcome back to the space. And in the last toss, I said, would it be a clean 2-0 or will the bros surprise us? And they did. It is 1-1. Breon battled back against Hanwha Life Esports and push us to a game number 3. Digon here alongside Wolf and Valdez. And yeah, it was a little bit of winning, but also a little bit of losing. That's what happens. One team wins, one team loses.
There was a little bit of cooking in the draft for Hanwha Life. I think they cooked a little bit too much. They may have overcooked. And when I saw the Poppy, I was like, where are they putting that? Do they think they can play Poppy in the support role in this situation? And like at this position, it's flexible, right? The Aatrox is flexible, the Aurora is flexible, everything's flexible. And then Bro are like, let's guess. Maybe they'll play Poppy support. That would be silly. We'll just go for the Elisa, which is technically blind at this moment in time. Then they put the Poppy in support. And then the bottom lane was a disaster. They committed the flash early to get control of the lane. The roam topside from Nangum was successful. This Elise was incredibly potent in the early game, and it got Bro and Teddy specifically into such a massive lead.
Okay, well, they had a lot of ways to get picks in this game, and essentially that's exactly what they did. I think they did need to get ahead because, you know, we saw what Aurora could do from ahead. We saw what even Guma could do eventually once he started to get a little bit of kills and some momentum on the Yunara, but if he had a bit more, could have definitely been crazy for them.
Yeah, well, let's dive straight into it with our first set of highlights, and it starts on the bottom side of the map. That lead did balloon due to the fact of the side of Guma getting in there.
I think I'm alive. Okay, I think this is working. So anyway, the Guma deaths that we're going to see here, some of them like that one there, I think are a product of a lack of communication on HLE Esports. Like he was up too far there without information of where the jungler was, and it looks kind of silly, right? But perhaps he just thought if his team, you know, would have told him where they were, like he could have been up there. I'm not 100% sure about that one. And this time, similar situation, right? Like everyone was coming down, and he should have been aware of this, or the possibility of it. He was super greeding. He was greeding in game one as well, trying to get the turret. He was able to get the turret and die, but like there's been so many times where Guma has been insanely greedy and been punished. In this case, he is massively down. I think he was like 2,000 gold down at this point, and still is like, I think I can play this with delight. No, cannot.
Oh. Absolutely. Now I get to talk. So, yeah, I just feel like, you know, he really wanted to complete his quest. He really wanted to catch up. He was taking risks. He was already behind. And it just ended up him getting way too far behind. And eventually Teddy was just much more of an AD carry than he was going into the mid game.
Yes, he was. You can hear me, right? But if not, I think you know what this is. Let's take a look at highlight number 2. Because this was the big fight that the Bros closed the door here.
So they have Baron control, right? Bro had a lot of power around the map, even though Roamer was massively far behind in this game. They are in this position where they have Baron control. Weaver's Wall, pretty low value here. And, wait for it. Guma dashes over the wall while under rocks and has to flash back and loses all of his health. Probably about like 80% of it, and then promptly dies right afterwards. The fight was really hard for HLE Esports to play out, but I think if they wait for Bro to start the Baron, there's actually an angle there. Like, there's certainly an opportunity. They have the Talia wall down, and then Guma just wanted to make a play there, I suppose, but he dashed. Like, even if he doesn't get hit by the rocks, he's dashing into 5 people. He's going to die. Like, it was a pretty weird decision there, and it cost them the game because Baron goes over, and that's the end.
Thanks, Wolf. Everything you said is very true. I just think that there was a lot of desperation. You know, obviously it wasn't the easiest early game for them. HLE was getting behind, and Bro, all credit to them, we're kind of holding on to this game and we're controlling the vision very well. I think eventually it just took someone like Guma to say, okay, I'm just going to send it and try to make something happen. Unfortunately, obviously he fell very flat on his face, and it just ends up getting that highlight. But I felt like there was definitely an angle, especially to play around Zek and how fed he was rather than kind of rush things. And yeah, again, this just goes back to HLE Esports not really all on the same page and kind of just being a little bit desperate right now.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to point back to. The fact that there was a lot of gold on Aurora, there is an opportunity to play through mid, and someone on that team has to take the leadership there and get everyone back in order.
I think we're just really going to have to see it tighten up the play here. You know, when you have these really insane AD carries they've had historically, they had Viper before, they have Guma Yushi now, you need to get through the early game without any of these incidents, without these big flubs when you get to the late part of the mid game and the early part of the late game, or the AD carries just can't function, and I think Guma just wasn't a champion in that game.
Well, we didn't think we'd be here, but one game will decide who gets their first series win. Will it be the Bros, or will it be HLE Esports?
I have no idea, Digon. All I know
is that we're going to have a really good time on the way to figuring it out. That's what I've discovered, because this series has been... I know we were talking about players not having fun in the last series, but do you know who was having fun? Everyone that was watching.
Well, not necessarily everyone. There's maybe some...
No, everyone.
Okay.
Everyone, Ox. Everyone was having fun. If you weren't having fun, you obviously weren't watching correctly.
I think we were having fun, and there was a lot of people who were having fun because it was exciting, there was lots of action, but I definitely think some fans were maybe having some attachment to the outcome of the series.
No, it's okay. The outcome of the series was not decided in the last game.
That is true.
It's going to be decided right now.
So you're saying they're going to have less fun because of that?
Probably. It may impact the level of fun a little bit more. But what is fun is that we are going the distance. So we get into game number 3 once again. This is our 3rd in a row, ladies and gentlemen. As yesterday we did have our banger 6 gamer. And we'll see whether we can do that again. B&K looking at you to take a game off Gen G at least. We'll see whether they do manage to do that. But first, we have Yep Brock, Nope Brock.
Yeah, no Malphite going to be seen, even though hasn't done that well when he did show up in the LCK. Rumble going to be banned again. So the interesting thing is we obviously have sides being switched over, as last time it was Bro with first pick on red side the first 2 games, and now it's HLE with first pick on red side. Blue side going to ban Jace Rumble again, but it's interesting to see what HLE will start banning now they are on the first pick side.
Yeah.
And we are seeing Nico taken away.
The Rise and the Vi were the next 2 bans if we were to repeat what happened in the last series.
Yeah, we already saw a change because it was Aphelios which was banned by Bro.
Yeah, true.
Cassiopeia, which cements, oh, I wonder what's going to be the first pick. Any guesses? We did see this done, I think it was last week, and then Chovy brought out the Anivia into it. So I wonder if Roma's ready to bring out the Anivia into the Rise, is the question.
And Anivia not necessarily known as a roaming champion, but the Aphelios is going to be the ban, and so the Rise first pick could certainly come in here for Zeka. Let's see whether he does decide to lock that one away. You can see being a bit vocal on the chair there.
I feel it'd be weird to do the Cassiopeia thing and the knock.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's weird.
Yeah. They just pick up the Vi, you know? Maybe they were thinking, bro, we're going to ban the Vi 3rd. Maybe they're thinking, oh, then they'll go the Rise, and then we can go.
Yeah, now Roma is like, what am I supposed to do? I mean, it's probably a Vi Ari that's going to be coming in here. But are you scared of an Ari as Rise? Probably not.
Is this just an elaborate bait? They've baited the trap. They're like, oh, yes. Oh, no, you picked Rise? Oh, we just realized we banned Cassiopeia. Oh, no, what will we play into it? And then you slam the bird.
Yeah, well.
That could be the theory. Lucian going to come in as well. Honestly, this is already a very short-range composition. Anivia's stock's going up, but we'll see.
That's a Sivir. That's not Anivia.
That is a Sivir indeed.
However, if it was Sivir Anivia, man, that is a lot of wave clear. They could do it. I think Zek is going to lock Ari, though. That's what I can feel in the waters. But it's not going to happen right now.
So we did see, it was game 1 against T1, where it was HLE who played Vi Alistair into FaZe's Lucian. And they actually managed to bully it out of the game because, you know, they had that point-and-click CC. And very hard to play the Lucian against that. So I think they have some good answers to these short-range carries on the Bro side. You know, we saw the Vi and the Alistair getting banned out in the earlier games. So I think that's available. Will be the Braum coming through. I think Sivir's generally okay into this lane, even though this is a really strong lane, just because of the fact that you obviously can spell shield to stun or the Winter's Bite to try and avoid that from coming through. Obviously don't have the most fun as an Alistair into that lane.
Yeah, it doesn't feel brilliant.
You can just not engage. That is something you can do, you know?
I don't think HLE know that.
Yeah.
I think HLE just do engage. That's sort of the way that it works there. As the Bros, they know the bird. They know the way of the bird.
They heard us talking, and they will take out the bird. I wonder if they do follow up with the Ari. Talia would be another one which in theory would have been good with his composition. It was what they played into T1, but obviously that's been taken away by Fearless, so not something we have to worry about.
What about Gideon Silas?
Actually a pretty good angle for it, honestly.
Could be kind of cool.
Yeah, you have some good ults to steal. You know, the Vi is a decent one just for the CC lockdown, and then obviously Alistair, you know, is phenomenal, so...
Galio, okay.
I think Galio would have been pretty good, right, to layer with the lockdown. If you have a top lane that has a good amount of damage when you go in, would have been solid. The Kennen comes in, so wanting to ensure that Zeus has fun in the top lane. Although he's normally the person who puts other people through the Kennen experience. That being said, it is Bro who have counterpicked top lane.
Yeah, and now I just want to see a Silas. I just want Gideon to do it. Don't be scared, man. Wukong going to be the consideration. We did see Silas jungle played once so far, and it was Ono. He didn't have the greatest time on the champion, but Gideon, of course, very familiar with the monkey, and so that is what he's going to be playing into the Vi. A little bit of a race to level 6 from the jungle for both of our teams, as there is a Gwen. Zeus looking to take matters into his own hands.
Yeah, so I wonder, will Castling be willing to just slam Akali into this?
Oh, that'd be exciting.
Because Akali was for a while, the go-to counter into Gwen, and Akali's gained a lot of ground with the Gunblade introduction. Because once you hit like sort of level 9 on Akali, you can actually just murder Gwen.
Can you murder Ryze? Because they could just pick Akali.
I mean, it is a Zeka pick, right?
He will play. He'll play Ahri, but I mean,
you're not gonna have too much fun early. But actually, it's a good denial.
He is gonna do it. So there it is.
I actually think it's a really good pickup because it solves that problem. I actually think if Casting had got the Akali, it would have been a real pain point for Zeus. So
Casting, come on, buddy. No. This is not like this. Not like this.
No,
okay. I mean, Cassante is better than Fiora. Okay.
Yeah, but
I know it's not exactly the biggest praise.
I just think if Zeus is going to be comfortable in this lane and eventually going to become an absolute monster, it's a very short-range composition from Bro, and you're dealing with a Gwen who presumably at some point is just going to come online and be so hard to deal with. The shred from Gumayushi on this Sivir, if he gets items, he's just going to massacre everyone, right? The Ricochet is going to do so much damage. I think HLE pretty comfortable with this. The thing that Bro have going for them is the bot lane 2v2 strong. The mid lane matchup you're going to have priority in, and Cassante in the early levels should be completely fine in the top lane matchup. So I think, if Bro can get the ball rolling early, you could definitely see an avenue for them. But I think if it gets later, I'm a little bit concerned. If they end up falling behind at all, I'll be a little bit worried.
Yeah, I will also, as that's creative. I like it a lot. And yeah, I think that HLE have kind of come out of this draft feeling very, very good. I think Kanavi on the Vi is something that he's looked great on so far this season. And the Bros, it is a workable composition, but I just feel like the answers are sort of all there for HLE to try and conquer it. Still, this is Bro versus HLE. This is not expected outcome territory.
Anything could happen.
Exactly right. And you know what's going to happen right now? We're getting onto the Rift. We're going to have some fan chants. All right, Zeka's starting things off already here, as he does find an electrocute proc. Roma desperately trying to even out the trade. Almost gets there, as that's a pretty cool skin that Zeka's got. I wonder if he helped design it.
Maybe, but getting a good early trade, really nice, especially because you're running Doran Shield and Second Wind on Akali, so losing HP on this champion a little bit fake because you will just sustain back up easier. You can see Roma already have to burn a health potion. Very rare you get an opportunity to actually trade up as the Akali in this matchup.
Well, Teddy, aggressive positioning here as we can see. Delight taking a bit of damage as you expect this Lucian Braum lane to have a bit of priority in the early game.
I know we often get like the early tempo heal in bot lane, but Teddy was full HP.
Whoa! The flash from Namgung. He's going to be able to get the stun, but it's a good headbutt back to deny any follow-up from Teddy. And, I mean, Namgung and the, very early flashes,
he wants flashes per minute, right? But they've actually lost pressure in the lane because of that. So, sometimes you press your buttons, but it doesn't end up working out.
That certainly didn't. So we'll see what they can do as the wave is going to be crashing forward. Still need that level 2 to come on through. And they will be able to get it. One more minion, and there it is. Okay, so now with a couple of extra buttons available to this bottom lane, do they play aggressively, or are they going to sit back and see whether they can get all of their regular abilities put together before they go for anything?
I think level 3 is really where the Lucian Braum is in a good spot. You know, Lucian very much having all 3 abilities to get a full reset on your E is important, and also Braum, because often when you hit level 2, you kind of decide, do I want my E or do I want my W? And sometimes you'll not even skill either of them, because you're kind of waiting to see what happens. And then when you get both, you're like, okay, I can have both of them. I'm good.
Well, casting got 2 minions underneath that turret, which was very, very sad.
Well, here's the nice thing, right? They did reduce how much gold a cannon minion is worth.
Hey, there you go.
This year, it feels a bit less bad when you miss a cannon.
I don't know. I think it'll always feel bad.
It always feels bad, but it's a little bit less bad than last year.
All right.
I'm trying to be...
What if you lose your life? Because that's looking like it might be the outcome here for casting.
Well, they added Fierce Blood Gold back.
They added Home Guard.
Well, they added Home Guard, so that feels less bad, but he had Teleport anyway. And they added Fierce Blood Gold back, so it does feel worse to die to Fierce Blood. So don't do that.
Well, Zeus, I think, is just going to go for a cheeky recall here.
Yeah, it was a very aggressive, not really a dive, but it kind of... like a little plunge, not a full dive.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was just sort of a dip your toes in, see what's going on.
Yeah.
And it was a little cold, so he got out. And you can't really blame him. It's very cold here in Korea at the moment. We're having a cold snap at this point in time. It was like -15 yesterday. It was way too cold.
Yeah.
As an Australian, I don't even understand what -15 means. That's just silly.
You think it's like Fahrenheit or something. It's not.
No. Well, I mean, isn't Fahrenheit, wouldn't that be way colder?
Yeah, but when you see like, I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works.
Yeah, you've got 2 Celsius people on the desk here. It's just a little bit difficult for
When
us
I
to
see a
understand.
number that looks unfamiliar, I'm like, is that Fahrenheit? Or is it Kelvin?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh my god. There's too many. Why is temperature so hard? I don't really understand. It's all right. Zeus doing it once again. Dash is out of the way of the dash from casting there. Nicely done. He misses the Q there as well. Oh, it's fancy footwork for this Gwen. Zeus just having a pretty good time. All right, snip, snip. And yeah, the Gwen having a really good time in this lane. Already ahead by a couple of waves already. As Roma doing a little bit better this time. But Zeka is very, very good at just staying ahead, even though he's on a melee champion in these mid lane matchups. And that is continuing to be the case, as he's now looking for a little bit of a reset. We'll see what he is going to be purchasing, as it was actually evened out quite nicely there from Roma, and he is sticking around in the lane, and will be able to go back after this wave if he would like to.
I mean, Akali is just one of those champions where if you do end up going even in the lane, and you just buy your first item, which is likely going to be Gunblade, you are just going to be extremely strong.
Oh, yeah.
Especially because, you know, we've seen a top lane Akali, and you get XP boosted, which is really nice. But mid lane Akali, you get the super broken boots, which is such an immediate power spike that top lane Akali doesn't have access to. So,
yeah, we'll see
Zeka has
which
that to look
boots
forward.
he's going to be purchasing as well. I feel like Merc Treads are pretty valuable.
I don't know, because
yeah, maybe not.
I get it, but there's not that much magic damage for the shield to be that valuable. And I know the CC prevention is good, but it's like damage, you know?
Yeah, true.
So we could see him just go to Sorks because he just wants to kill people.
See whether that is what he's going to do. As Kanavi now on the Dragon.
Yeah, they have a lot of bot control. You know, I was talking about the bot matchup being maybe difficult to navigate for Teddy and Namgoon, but, you know, Delight hasn't played super aggressive so far in the matchup, and it's really hard to just force pressure as the Lucian Braum when the Sivir has the spell shield to block the passive on here. And if you run at the Alistair, he'll just, like, you jump towards him, he just knocks you away. So, Boom and Delight able just to maintain pressure here, and Zeka now with level 6 is a major threat.
Yeah. So much vision here towards this bottom side of the map as well. Pretty guaranteed Dragon put together here by HLE. And second one going to be an Ocean. Cloud. So unfortunately, no Cloud Soul, but also no Ocean Soul, which feels pretty nice. See what the Soul is actually going to look like as we get a little bit further into the game.
And casting is really struggling in this top lane matchup. You know,
yeah,
I was
Zeus
thinking,
is ahead by a lot.
Yeah, I was thinking he'd be okay. at least until the Gwen got some items and really started to put the pain on, but he is struggling.
Well, maybe it's about getting to Rook Earn and then feeling a little bit better when your magic resist has been put together.
Yeah, the
could
big
be a bit of
shield.
an angle. Problem is that I feel like Gwen cuts through tanks so comfortably.
Yeah. And she will hit a point where she's just going to be a menace in the side lane. I didn't see, because he has triple tonic. I didn't see if he went for anything like... I don't think he was going cashback when he was playing other picks. I think he was going Cosmic Insight, so I don't think he has that here. But
either way, he looks like he's putting together a bunch more money than his opposition. Has the largest lead in the game right now.
A lot of money already in this matchup.
And Delight hitting level 6, so the Unbreakable Will is going to be there. Both of our AD carries looking for their Essence Reaver. Neither of them hitting it just yet, but I imagine getting fairly close. They're both isolated towards the bottom side of the map. And Teddy holding the wave, making sure that he stays as safe as possible.
I think the game continues at this rate, though. I think HLE are really fine with it.
Oh, yeah.
They got Face Dragon. They're looking at getting all 3 grubs here as well. If nothing really happens and the game just plays out, HLE will look to end the series 2-1. I think it's really hard to navigate these fights for Bro from an even playing field.
Yeah, and especially when this Gwen is just getting further and further ahead. Zeka goes into the Shroud, 5-point strike, hitting over and over again onto Roma. And at level 8, the Akali is just feeling very, very scary. Level 9, of course, getting all of those points into the queue. Just feel like you can kind of do what you want, and that is kind of looking to be the case here. But Roma is at least completely identical when it comes to farm. I think he's going to be down 1 after the minion wave is going to be taken, and as you can see there, that is indeed the case.
Yeah, that is something we said for the Rise. Like, the actualizer spike we've seen is a little bit insane.
It is kind of bonkers.
Who would have thought that a mana-based item would be good on Rise? That's just so crazy. Who
Not
would have
me.
expected?
No, I don't do much thinking, as we established in the previous game. There's a nice little combo there from casting. But I imagine Zeus not too worried about it. Happy to just stick around in this lane. Doesn't quite have his Riftmaker put together just yet, but he'll be getting pretty close.
Yeah, look how many of the triple tonics we have. If we actually look...
Triple on both sides?
Yeah, we have so many.
Triple tonic.
Wait, Delight even went the triple tonic. He wants that adaptive force.
That's crazy. All right, speaking of crazy, some needlework to come on out here as Zeus getting pretty aggressive towards casting, but not going to be killing him just yet.
Their triple tonics before that fight.
Oh, that's pretty cool. All right, Gideon might have to give up his Raptors here as there are a lot of bad guys in the area. Never mind, smites it away. Going to be able to win out on that battle against Kanavi. That is a little bit of something here for the Bros. I think they're going to have to start finding ways to win skirmishes in this game. Otherwise, like you say, feels like they're just kind of circling the drain already, which is kind of crazy at a game that is, there's 700 gold in it, 10 minutes in, and it's 0-0. Still feels like the Bros are very much on the back foot.
That being said, I do feel like casting's caught up a decent amount in terms of farm.
True.
Obviously the lead that Zeus had isn't going to be feel as relevant later, but he was like 20 plus CS down. And after that wave, he's only like 11, so... Not going as bad. Feels like him getting a bit more MR has helped out a little bit.
Yep. Doing all right. As right now you can see Zeus is still winning in these trades, and Kanavi...
This does not look good for casting's health.
I would say that casting may be in a little bit of trouble. As all right, let's see whether a teleport is going to get... Never mind. That is just a very dead Cassante, and first blood goes over to Zeus.
Kanavi was there, by the way. Definitely contributed towards
Yeah, really did great work there.
He was there for moral support, I will say. But a good setup from Delight, and I love just the flash engage to make sure casting can't ult, can't really do anything to outplay. Zeus gets the kill as well, so... we saw that gold lead about 400, 500, now almost 1,000 for Zeus in the top lane. He's feeling really good about his position in this game.
Yeah, kind of massive. Now we'll see whether the Bros can actually fire back somewhere. I think some sort of cross map of any kind would feel pretty good, but the Drake is going to spawn. You can see Kanavi in position once again.
And this is a problem, you're into a Sivir, so it's really hard as a Lucian Braum to aggress onto this Sivir who can just shred waves. You throw Winter's Bite, spell shielded, and then what?
Yeah, not sure. As Kanavi going to start this one off, and I don't think that there's going to be too much of a response. We do see a teleport coming in, but it's just Namgun getting back to lane. The rest of the Bros are in the area. And they do spot this out. The Drakes are a little bit tankier than usual. Gumushi is going to be tagged here by the Winter's Bite. The Bros do hold on to this as Zeus comes in, finds that back line. But it is going to be Casting, pulling him away. Kanavi locks down the Dragon, but can they win the fight? As the flash out from Gideon is good to keep him alive. And it's a Chemtech Soul. Oh, Casting does have the Realm Warp to get out. Roma is going to deliver his top laner to safety. And no casualties, but the Drake secured for HLE, and they're pretty happy about that as Gumayushi does have that spell shield. Headbutt back onto Teddy, who does get pulverized as well. Now Delight in so much trouble, and Teddy just kills him. That is going to be an evening out of these kills. Gideon in the area, so no follow-up. And yeah, just a dead Delight.
I feel like Bro...
Dear.
Oh...
I
feel like Bro
puts him
are
in
playing
prison, takes him away.
a little bit nervous and also just very scared of this Gwen already. But I honestly think HLE didn't really play that dragon fight that well. Some kind of flubs. They got the dragon secured, but like I'm pretty sure Kanavi ulted the Wukong clone.
Oh,
yeah. So if we watch here, he just ults the Wukong clone.
Gets him on top of the dragon though.
Yeah, but it's still like very low value. But Bro just are uninterested in fighting after the dragon's gone. But it's like, you know, I feel like a lot was used by HLE to kind of minimal effect, and Bro just immediately opted out of the fight, so seemed hesitant to continue it after the dragon was gone. And it's like, I understand from one perspective, hey, we don't want to lose the game here, but it's like, I don't think time necessarily favors you.
No.
So, you know, maybe that the play was to make something come from that. When, you know, a Vi's ulting the Wukong clone, maybe you should try and find something, especially like Lucian Braum, so powerful in the skirmishes. But either way, it is HLE picking up the dragon. Is a Chemtech Soul, as you said. I think there's some champions in this game we get a good amount of value. Cassante is obviously an example, Gwen an example.
Yep.
But not a soul we love the most.
It is definitely a bit of an Orcs stopped paying attention soul.
I was
so
watching
I just want to say
the Viled. It's, you know.
Yeah. Distracted by Kanavi. You going to blame Kanavi for that one?
Yeah.
That's honestly fair enough.
That's the new thing at the moment. It's just blame Kanavi.
Blame Kanavi?
Yeah.
Everyone just misses Peanut. I don't even think it's necessarily for the video games. I just miss Peanut because he's a great guy.
Yeah.
It's all right. Zeus underneath this turret. You're going to try and defend, but it looks like this is going to be another plate going over to Roma. Picks that one up very nicely. Has a little bit of a gold advantage, as it's only the bottom lane from the Bros that are feeling a little bit better after that kill did just come through. Teddy can be chasing after Gumayushi, but there is a Kanavi in the area, and he does like to fight.
This is one of the great things, though, about playing like a Rukin tank when you have AP solo laners on the other side. It's great into either of them. Like
It feels good regardless.
Yeah, Zeka's going up against this Rukin Cassante, and just like, what do I do? I put a full combo into him, and I just about broke the shield.
Yeah. Well, Casting going to be feeling a whole lot better than he was earlier on, and I think he probably deserves it because it was a rough time in the earlier stages of the game. Rift Herald has now spawned. 2 minutes on the Dragon, as now we've got a Realm Warp to come on in. Gideon trying to lock down Zeus here. Will be able to get another knockup. And there it is. Roma coming on down, and Zeus just wants to deal with this wave. He knows that he's very, very dead. But the assist goes over to Roma, and Gideon is going to collect himself the kill as the Rift Herald is going to be secured. Zeka possibly could get aggressive here. Does have some teammates, or at least Kanavi, on that Rift Herald.
So this is probably just going to give up this mid-tier 1. You'd assume with the Herald, it's low enough that they should just be able to charge it down. Question is, can they get mid-tier 1 without using the Herald?
Well, Kanavi is looking for an angle onto Teddy. There's cease and desist, not a clone this time, as he tanks up the turret very comfortably, and they will be able to take it here as there's a stun onto Delight, but I don't think Namgung is going to be able to get too much of anything done. They might even hold on to the Rift Herald as well.
This is exactly the sort of play you love to make, is that, you know, Bro, from their point of view, they're like, okay, they're going to take the Herald, we got the kill, we get the tower, we're okay with that trade. HLE then go aggressive and say, we don't need the Herald to get this tower, and now they're trading massively up because it's a 1-for-1 in terms of kills. It's tower for tower, but I think HLE a lot happier picking up that mid-tier 1 with his position on the map. And you still have the Herald in pocket, so you feel really good about this exchange. You know, Teddy dashing forwards here, using the culling to try and clear the wave, but Kanavi just slips around and gets this great ult angle. And then the problem is, because you're making that play on the bot side, you don't have any backup to kind of help with the situation. So.
Yeah, and it's a Ryze who just used his Realm Warp in the bottom lane and doesn't have teleport because everyone takes Ghost these days, so not quite able to get there. to add any sort of defense from the mid laner. But this time around, Roma is the only one with a gold advantage, which is a little bit of a change of pace here for the Bros. Teddy hitting level 11, that culling is going to be feeling a little bit more scary, as both of our AD carries here in this game have item parity with one another.
Zeka does have the upgraded Sorks, and with the Gunblade completed, he is scary.
Yeah.
That active is going to do a lot of damage, so a little bit concerned if he jumps onto Teddy. Obviously, Roma has the upgraded Merc Tread, so he's not as worried, with Ryze being a fair bit bulkier too.
Feeling a little bit better about that one, but there are 5 plates still up in the mid lane here for HLE. Map control, certainly for them at the moment, as Roma will slink into the fog of war. Has a monkey here towards the south, as this Drake is going to get started. That's the sole point. I think the Bros probably want to fight for this one. Spell Shield now on cooldown. Maybe an opportunity here as the Bros do move in. There is the engage onto Namgung, but they do have Teddy with the culling. Delight taking a lot of damage as Roma shows up. Teleport in from casting as well. All of the Bros now in position. Namgung flashing away here as Kanavi does go into the Rift Herald, and that's a triple knockup from Delight. Flash out from Teddy, but I just don't think he's going to survive. You said this Akali was dangerous, and my God, were you correct? As Zeka picks up a triple. Zeus looks for an angle as well as casting flashes away, and I just don't know whether it's going to be enough to keep him alive. Kanavi turns up as well, and of course, he's going underneath this turret. Zeus going to be helping him take down the Cassante, as that's the ace, and it's clean for HLE.
And you know, we're so used to Herald just being thrown down for a turret, and HLE save it, and Kanavi just drives the team to victory here. This combo with Delight was flawless. Herald gets thrown down here. You see Kanavi charges in, the flash comes out, then he goes back to the Herald. Delight gets his 3-man knockup. Herald comes through and gets 1, 2,
God.
3,
Everyone!
4. Everyone but Casting got knocked up by that, and that was because he was just too far away to do anything.
All right, let's check it out one more time. As Kanavi puts it down and just uses it to go. Oh my God.
It's so good. And you know what? This is... With this Pro View, we've now seen this play 3 times. I can tell you, we're going to see this a fourth time in the Mad movie.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
That was so clean from HLE and Kanavi in particular.
And then able to finish off the ace here at the same time. And now the game becomes, I mean, it was already very difficult for the Bros, and it is now next to impossible.
It's just crazy. This is the same team, the same 5 players who lost the previous game.
Yeah. It's funny how it kind of goes that way.
Yeah.
That's why best of 3s are important, Orcs.
Yeah.
Because sometimes one game does not tell the whole story. As Roma at least does have his Seraphs now complete, so the first 2 items are now done. He can build towards the fun one now. Don't know whether it's going to be enough.
That is a steep gold graph.
Yeah, that's a drop-off. I'm going to call that a drop-off. And the worst part is, it just doesn't get better from here for the Bros, right? It's not like, oh, we'll scale. No, that you don't, though.
Yeah. The thing is, as well, is that, you know, your 2 major carries in the Ryze and the Lucian are short-ranged, and you have this kind of demonic Gwen and Akali you're going to target them. They're just doing the Baron.
Yeah, they are. They're just
care.
on it. And they are going to get vision. This Baron takes a while to go down. As, yep, they're looking to try and turn. Zeka makes his way in, Shadow Flame in hand, as now Roma is in a lot of trouble. He gets into the mist. I don't know about this one, though, as now Zeka possibly in an awkward spot. Casting gets himself out of there nicely, as HLE kind of routed in that choke point. They will just back away. So the Bros playing it defensively, playing it all right, but in the end, not a whole lot to be gained.
But also respect to HLE for not just throwing the game away. You know?
True.
Maybe thinking back to the fact that they are 0-2, you know? I mean, if you just kind of, if you're, you know, you talked about this earlier, if you watched game 1 of their series against T1, and then you fell asleep and you woke up now and just saw the start of this game, you'd be like, wow, they're playing so well. There's been a lot in between, a lot that has made them maybe doubt their own ability to close out games, and I think showing some restraint right now is absolutely what we need from HLE.
Absolutely.
They don't need to rush this one.
Well, we'll just see, because they are moving back towards the Baron, which is ominous. I'm going to connect the Winter's Bite, as Teddy really just hasn't been able to do anything this game on this Lucian.
If you don't make anything from the Baron, you have Dragon in 2 minutes at his soul. Oh.
Okay, looking for the angle here as they pull Zeus in. He goes into the mist, but I mean, you mentioned short-range carries. That is precisely what's here waiting for him, but he's doing a lot of work. Seraph Shield going to be able to save Roma for the moment, but it's Casting that gets the kill, his first of the game.
Yeah, a lot of damage done in return, but it's very hard in that 1v2 against two bulky targets to cut through them quick enough. Especially as that Ryze has the magic shield on those upgraded Merc Treads, so...
Yeah, true.
I think with that happening, HLE aren't going to be able to make anything for the Baron. It's already a long shot with how tanky it is, and they will just have to set their sights on the Soul. There's a nice trap here from Casting. CC comes in, and again, Casting's just a bit too tanky, but the damage on Aroma as well, he's also quite bulky. And the Seraph Shield, also hard to cut through.
Yeah, this is the thing. He's got the Merc Treads as well as the Seraph Shield. I mean, even if you get him low, he's pretty healthy.
Yeah, so now looking towards this Dragon in a minute. I think Soul, especially for things like the Gwen and the Akali, just really would make it very difficult. I mean, they're already at such a disadvantage. I think Bro are going to have to try and find an angle in this fight. And ultimately, I think it's someone from HLE overstepping and then just kind of blowing them up. If you catch like the right CC angle, if Casting drags someone away, if Roma gets a good route, that's what we're looking at. It's kind of hard to engage in return, because you dive in, Zeus and Zeka will just get on your backline in return.
Well, now we've got an engage as Delight down to 50%. There is Kanavi going in. He looks for Gideon, but the Cyclone is going to be there, and Kanavi's just dead. Casting has found Zeka as well, taking him out of the fight. Is now Zeus just taking matters into his own hands. The needlework is deadly, and Roma is just taken down. HLE answer quite nicely, but it's a 1-for-1 for the moment. They're trying to turn this into a siege now, but Casting in that front line, making things happen. Gideon looking a little bit low, now just on his Gromp, now looking for a reset. As HLE, they do manage to find the good angle, and Bro at least do manage to kill Kanavi.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Kanavi dives in, ends up getting turned around on by Bro, but Zeus just hit that point on Gwen, where he's just a raid boss. And now HLE just going to be able to pick up the Dragon uncontested.
Wow.
Taking down the opposing team's mid laner.
It's just a freebie. Bro just without any vision whatsoever. So that is going to be free Chemtech Soul. Megacone just taken off the map there by Zeus just to make sure. So let's have a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, so the engage comes on to Gideon. Ult to follow him, and he's just kind of stuck in the mixer. I assume actually he does get his W down on the back end. But I think it might have been on cooldown earlier. But then Roma just gets absolutely massacred. Zeus does so much damage here.
Minced him.
Yeah. Zeus is very scary at this point.
Yep, that was pretty obscene amounts of damage from the Gwen. And so the Bros now have to contend with a Gwen that has a Chemtech Soul, as well as this Akali. Wasn't quite able to get much done there as Casting did hold him at bay. And Teddy needed to detour the build, right? He's got a more of Malmortius now complete. But Gumayushi, he's built the armor penetration. He has the Lord Doms.
Oh man, it feels so bad when you have to do this with your build, because it delays your pen, it delays your IE, right? You look at Gumayushi's build, he's actually nearly got his Infinity Edge.
It's a very scary moment. And it's perfect for like damage. Like that's exactly what you want to be doing as the Sivir.
Also, I mean, Teddy finished his plated steel caps, and I mean, I guess I understand like the Sivir's doing a good amount of damage, but also, you know, Guma's just going bootless. He's got the boots.
Yeah, he's got the brown bags.
But he's like, you know, I'm doing enough.
Yeah, he's got this fancy quest backpack, and he just puts like the brown bags in it.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? You don't get any cash back from finishing your boots. That's the logic we're looking at here.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, being financially efficient here. You also have Roma. He's got Oblivion Orb, right? So the Actualizer is not actualizing into his inventory.
No, and it's looking like an Oblivious Orb for now. Never mind. They do scope out that this Baron is going down. Kanavi the only one there, so I don't think they're going to stay on it, as never mind. Zeus just dashes back in. Wait a second. Bros, you have to make sure that they're not still on it. You don't want to be backing now, Roma. Okay.
It is gone.
It is just gone. Yeah, Gideon not going to be able to get here in time, and that is just a free Baron for HLE. Yeah, Bros caught napping here just a little bit. Okay, do you know what it is for the Bros?
What?
I've figured it out.
Yeah.
We are just flipping Elder.
Yeah, that's an angle. That's certainly something you can do.
That's what they're going to go for.
3.5 minutes.
I don't know whether it's a good idea, because they're now down 7,000 gold. and they're going to lose a whole bunch of their base.
It might be the only idea at this point of the game. I want to notice that Zeus now has a Void Staff as well, so all that MR everyone's building, not going to feel as good.
I mean, at least there are 2 MR items on casting, with the Spirit Visage now completed as well.
Well, then the Void Staff is getting a lot of value.
More, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, percentage is pretty good.
Yeah, feels not as great. Probably could have gone for a Warmogs. Okay, Zeus is going to kill Roma. But what can they actually get out of it? Let's see whether he can get the Realm Warp off. He should be able to. Not a lot of CC there for the Gwen. So there he goes.
He's out, but the rest of the team are not out of the base. They are kind of just trapped here. And Guma just shreds the wave and keeps pushing the minions in. So hard to find an engage angle unless like Gideon's flashing in. And again, all summoners apart from Zeus' flash available. And Zeus is not an easy target to get onto. Kanavi just picked up GA, which I think is an item he should honestly spawn in with based on how he plays.
Yes. We're going to call that the Kanavi item.
Yeah, absolutely. IE now for Guma. Zeka's going to have his Void Staff soon. It's looking a little bit rough.
It's not looking very bro-sided. However, the bros thrive in adversity. And this is a lot of adversity.
They really do.
That they're dealing with right now. So maybe this is going to be prime bro that we're going to see. As Zeus is immune. There's a flash pulverize that comes on through here as the flash out from Roma. He does have the shield burst. Don't know whether it's going to be enough. Cease and desist comes in. They're underneath inhibitor turrets, but it just doesn't seem to matter here for HLE as casting gets cut down. And there is some funny business with this monkey, but Gumayushi is underneath the Nexus turrets and doesn't seem to care too much. Flash forward from Kanavi,
yes,
and he may just die. Yeah, he is going to be
That's why he has the GA.
Yeah, they are still going to win the game, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't really matter here that Kanavi is doing some funny business as the Nexus turrets will go down, and HLE Pro made him work for it, but they are going to win this one in the end and pick up their first match win of the LCK Cup for 2026.
Well, I think Game 3 was definitely the most convincing of the series, and I think more of the form we typically expect from HLE. But this was certainly a battle, and this was Bro not giving over an easy series win for HLE, but they do manage to claim that first. Not a sentence I'd expect to say at this point in the LCK Cup, but it was a needed win. Still things to work on, still things to look back on, I feel like, for this team. But if they play like they did in that third game more consistently, we know what this team can do. Just needs more refinement, needs more work still. And maybe that early GA buy from Kanavi might be the play.
First item GA.
Yeah.
That might be the way to do it as POM. And you need to make a comment.
I've done my POM already.
And have you done a comment yet?
No.
Because I don't know who I would have voted for if I had a vote.
I was pretty ready on my vote.
Was it just Delight?
No.
For being cool?
He is very cool. But no, it wasn't my comment.
Was it just Zeus?
No.
Oh. It was Zeka?
Yes, it was.
Wow! I was not expecting that. Zeka hasn't had the greatest of times so far in the LCK Cup.
In the LCK
Cup. But I can see it.
But if you think about it, right, I think the Azir game, there was honestly some decent moments, but the Aurora game, and the Akali game was good. In the Aurora game, he was by far the best player.
I would say probably the most consistent here on HLE.
Yeah. I think Zeus,
I respect that. I think that's a good call.
I think Zeus is a good vote as well. I don't think Zeus is a bad vote. And I think, honestly, he'll probably get a good amount. Like the Gnar moment and the Gwen in general. So I think it'll probably, in my opinion, be split between those. Although whenever I say that, it'll undoubtedly be just everyone's Zeus.
It's okay. If you've got a really good comment, you can vote for anyone.
Yeah. But
that's the beauty. That's why it sucks to be media, because they don't get to comment.
I think Zeka's had a good series. I think it is probably only those two, though, for the most part, I expect to see getting votes.
Yeah.
I think the others, I mean, it was a very back-and-forth series. I just think there was just some questionable moments all over the place, but I think Zeus was monstrous on the Gwen, and that team fight ending moment on the Gnar was pretty big, so I think, honestly, if you vote for him, it's pretty understandable.
I think Zeka as well, though. Like you say, I think he needed some redemption.
Yeah.
And manages to find it here on the Akali. Dives on in towards this backline, but honestly, his previous team fight where they managed to pick out that ace, when he went in, like, what, 0-0-0 and came out with the killing spree, that was where the game was basically decided. and looked pretty good. As unfortunately for Kanavi doesn't actually win the 1v1 there, but had a GA and also had the rest of his team ready to win the game regardless. But I don't know whether there's going to be too many celebrations in the HLE camp after today, right? I still think that this was not the level of play that we were expecting from this squad. Definitely levels of damage that we were expecting from Zeus in a game like this. But I think there is still a lot for them to figure out with this new look HLE and just try and work out what their identity is now that it's Gumayusi and Kanavi on the roster instead of Viper and Peanut. As Zeka will pick it up. 6-4 and 9. The most impressive performance, honestly, was in the loss. As his Aurora going 6-1 and 3. He was deathless throughout so much of the game. And incredibly dominant. But man, I'm expecting that there are going to be a few of the Zeus votes, but I'm glad to see Zeka back in form once again after a rough week 1.
Yeah, I think he obviously I voted for him. I definitely think he deserved to win, but I think Zeus also had some great moments. So I think the double Z bot lane, double Z solo lane, sorry, not bot lane, had a pretty good series. So I think those two both expect to see a spread of votes for either of them. But I think, as you said, even though this series was a bit rough, and I think there'll be some reflection on it, I think you take the win, right? Even though it's not the cleanest series, even though against a team like Bro, you maybe hope it'd be cleaner, you got your first win. Just keep focusing on that. And it's going to take time to develop the same level of synergy as you had with Peanut. It's okay to take some stumbles on the way.
Yeah, and it's not even a stumble. Outcome-focused assessment.
There you go.
That is what Daniel Ox Harrison coined many moons ago. And that is still ringing true here today. And the outcome was...
You won.
A big win.
Absolutely.
So, that's...
And you know what? Last year, LCK Cup, Bro beat Gen G. So,
exactly.
Not to be underestimated.
Yep, this is it's a very deadly team, even though they have changed almost every single player. In fact, they have changed every player.
Every single player.
Teddy is back, though, so I guess it's sort of half of a change. Because it feels like, Teddy is sort of back to his roots on the Umpty team. Okay, well, it is going to be now time to have a chat to the Super Soldier, so let's throw it over to the interview with Zeka.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Sierra for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeka on the side of Hana Life Esports. Hana has finally secured their first win. How do you feel? First of all, this is our first victory. Feels great. I think it's amazing. Well, with the losses in week 1, you guys must have had a lot of feedback and team discussions. So as a team, what topic did you guys discuss the most? In week 1, all the games that we had played out, looking back, we had a lot of moments where we had the edge. But I think we weren't able to capitalize off of the timers that we were able to utilize to actually turn it into a win. To talk about game 1, the enemy had the Orianna Nocturne comp. Despite this insane comp, you were able to go ahead and secure that win. But what was the overall feedback? And I think, we had a big advantage in game 1. And despite that, we were actually running into a lot of different incidents, but we kept our focus in the game and were able to close it out with a victory. And what was the feedback like after game 2 with your Aurora, who was actually super ahead? Yeah, I was pretty fed, but I think our whole team was very behind, so I think we were really relying on my QE. I think we weren't really able to find a good angle to really win a team fight. That's why it ended up being a loss. And in game 3, your team actually took Gwen and Akali. So what was your reaction when both of those champions were open? Yeah, when we played Gwen, We actually considered that the enemy would also be able to pull off a good Akali, so we wanted to take both champions. And it was smooth sailing all the way to the gameplay to the end of the game in Game 3. So what was the key concept of that game? I think we really wanted to try to play around the dragon because Akali was just really strong when it comes to just playing around bot side and just trying to play out all those traits. And you are actually playing alongside someone you've met on big stages, which is Kanavi. So compared to playing against him, how does it feel different? You know, he's actually really extroverted, outgoing, and he's really proactive. Very, very friendly guy. This is your first victory. Your next opponent will be DN Supers. Any predictions? DN Supers? Watching their matches, you know, yesterday they did really well too. So I think we'll actually have to do our best. I think this will be the moment that we have to start, you know, picking ourselves up and then keep our momentum going. And anything you would like to say as the leader of the elder group? Well, elder teams, please take care of us. Thank you very much, and that is the end of the interview with Zeka, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. And Subin, as it is for the first time, the HLE win, getting it done in 2026. It was a little bit of a journey, stressful journey if you're a Hanwha Life Esports fan or engaged to one. And they got it done though. Votes all over the place.
Yeah, I like to see this.
There's vote. What?
There's votes, you know, because it was really tough. Like Valdez and I actually had a lengthy discussion about whether it should be mid, top, or jungle, and then eventually we settled on mid or jungle, and then eventually you and I settled on jungle. I think Soup and CGG thought Bro won this series. Maybe they were voting for Teddy, but ultimately, only Delight didn't get votes here.
Which, to be honest, I think after the Puppy game kind of makes a little bit of sense, but also, to be honest, I don't think that the Guma votes made a lot of sense either, but it is what it is. Kanavi is going to drive this bus no matter what, and it just feels like he's just going to do whatever he wants no matter what. And generally, it does feel like he's making good plays, like individually. It's just, again, what we've really honed in on is that the team isn't following him, that not everybody's on the same page. So eventually this man got through it. The Rift Herald drive in that last team fight in Game 3 was awesome, and yeah, he's going to drive the bus.
This man drove the bus through the wall.
He did.
Someone had to break open the game. Someone had to be the decision maker. Obviously, there were a lot of indecisive calls throughout this series. There were a lot of missed calls, I think, and miscommunication. And in Game 2 especially, that really was a big problem. But Game 1 was kind of insane as well. In Game 3, they got such a lead early on that I think the shot calling mattered much less. But I think Kanavi was a big part of why they won. I think you could have gone for top or mid as well, and I think it's deserved that Zeka picks it up.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the ongoing conversation here for Hanwha Life Esports. Who's driving the bus? And then where are they driving? Ox saying that Zeka said, I am the 8%. And that, of course, is in reference to Roamer's incredible solo queue record where he has a 92% win rate. And Zeka showing that he is one of those losses, 2 of those losses for Roamer. Zeus getting a vote here from Helios. Casting must be so stressed out. Zeus strong, Zeus strong. This is one of the memes in Korean culture right now where things stress you out. It's UFC related.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this one yet. I actually haven't hearing it for the first time.
All right.
Nar, Zahin, Gwen, Zeus wins lane with late game carry picks. Yeah. The Zahin performance was, I think, his best of the 3.
Yeah, I like the Nar playing Game 1 as well. And the Gwen was good. It was kind of a free lane, but it is what it is. This is only the beginning. Zeka, you need to get stronger. So, interesting there. I feel like he was pretty strong based on him getting the POM vote from Cloud Templar, but Cloud Templar saying he needs to get even stronger And, you know, I think Zeka did have a good series overall, but there were some big slip-ups, and I think he kind of got fed some kills in Game 3, so I was more so voting for the playmaker in this one.
I kind of feel like that's a really cool comment, though, because it shows that in Cloud Templar's mind, like, this was a close series. It's kind of a reluctant vote, you know, because it was a really tricky one in this one. There was not a clear answer.
Yeah, other than Delight not getting one. That was kind of frustrating. We wanted to go ahead and dive into this game number 3 draft because although it was a win in Hanwha Life Esports, get the check on the board, there's still places that you guys thought they could improve in terms of the draft and questions that maybe other teams could have punished.
Yeah, so the thing is here, I really wanted to hone in on banning Cassiopeia and then giving over the Ryze. The casters did touch on this as well, where it just felt a little bit strange, like they wanted to take Ryze, but then they had second thoughts where they were like, oh wait, Vi's up, we really want to get Vi. And then it was like, well, there's not really a good counter into Ryze that's going to go well with the Vi. So eventually they just go for Akali, which ended up working out really well. Like in this game, it did work out because they won a couple of big team fights. They got very fed. It just felt like, to me, Hanwha Life Esports weren't 100% certain on where they wanted to go with this draft. So for me, it was a little bit iffy, but it ended up working, I guess. I just wasn't a huge fan of their draft.
We just ended up with a lot of comfort, right? And the fact that they were able to pick this Gwen and then the counter pick is a Cassante into it for some reason. Like, I think Hanwha Life Esports got pretty fortunate, pretty lucky with how things turned out here. They already tried the Poppy, right? That was a disaster. I think the drafting is going to have to be tightened up quite a bit.
Well, one of the best things about Hanwha Life Esports, and I love giving the props here, is that their content usually shows off a lot. So we'll get to see how this Hanwha Life Esports wins later on. And for the bros, there's always next week.
I mean, I feel like their performance today was pretty good. Like, they didn't get the win in the series, but they took a game. And yes, HLE aren't looking at their best, but it's still Hanwha Life Esports, a very strong team.
For both of you, did this series say more about Bro or more about Hanwha?
I think it still said more about Hanwha.
I agree.
Yeah. They still have a long road ahead of them.
More about Bro or more about Hanwha?
I think we learned a lot today. We learned a lot today. But we're not done learning yet. That's right. The battle of
Hashtag not answering the question.
Hashtag not answering the question. We had the battle of teams looking for their first win. Now both these squads undefeated so far, going head-to-head. Gen G and B&K FearX. Lol Park is packed already. You don't want to miss it. See you in a bit.
blue buff away. And Kanabe, as you mentioned, he has not been shy about ganking, about engaging, and now he's just gonna die. Has the rest of his team behind him.
난 빠질게. 얼렸어. 아지르 노플. 아지르 노플.
As Guma trying to do some damage on the backside, but doesn't have enough at this point in the game. As Faker getting pretty low, maybe able to take him out, but no, the shield comes down and Faker just walks it off. Pace is going to be tagged. Actually, Carrier gets in there and Chica somehow died up top as well.
No summoners for Duro in that exchange, by the way. Just all clean, you know. Go in, tank for Canyon to get the charge, reboot into the Herald, and then turn around and grab the kill. The Ruler's just making a highlight reel over here.
Ruler might be able to kill him. He did have the barrier available, though. There's a Cataclysm avoided, and Ruler outplays him to pick up the double solo.
이거야. 나 아직 젊어. 안 젊은 것 같은데. 이제 안 젊어. 나 늙어졌어 갑자기.
Well, Sponge and Lehens are in position. They get a control ward over. Let's see whether Sponge can actually get into the pit as Vikla finds the unbreakable will. Sponge does have the Cyclone. Pop Blossom comes on through, but it is a very dead Kellen to start this one off. Raptor locks down the Baron, but can they keep themselves alive? It's clear with the slicing Maelstrom, they're able to take down the Varus. As Vikla gets into that backline, can anyone do damage to this Silas? What the hell are you doing, Vikla? A Vikla POM in my 2026 Wolf?
And also somewhat played by casting.
Well, they're going to try to dive to you now, or maybe not. Just made it down. Okay, maybe they will. Gideon is coming in. And we got a lot of members, but Shu just goes back in to 4 people. Oh, no! Casting, and he's casting away! The slow is going to come in from Teddy. I don't know if they have enough to lock him down.
He's come back up. 참 가까웠다. 나 커버. 나 살만해. 싸움 보자.
Oh, that was going to Daru coming in, but the Shu gets a second kill before they take him out, and that's slow here on a Gideon. That's a kill there from Smash.
Shoot in there.
나이스. 내가 말았지.
Shu, 뭐야? There we go.
He's gotten a lot of gold this game. He's putting it to good uses. Now Gnomestrom are looking for a contest.
Well, it could be a 50-50 here as Sponge. He's been pretty good at those in the past. Let's see whether Kanavi can lock this one down.
야, 빼라.
There's a shockwave! Absolutely insane! This is a triple for Sponge! Does manage to help Taeun take down another one as Scout gets pulled back, but it's a quadra kill for the Pantheon!
Still fear them. Blades buried in my back. You trusted death to be my end. But death knows only one. Kill. I will turn your swords against you, one by one. Traitors! my revenge has only just begun.
BFX 3승 0패 가자. 파이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup, where we have, you've heard of it before, the perfect game, right? Where you have one team that takes all of the stuff and gets all of the kills. Have you heard of the perfect week?
Oh.
The perfect week is still on the cards, Orcs, and what that means to the LCK is where we get maximum games every single day.
I like this.
And you might be looking at today's matchup thinking, BNK Fearx versus Gen G, that's Gen G all the way. Well, I challenge you, whose year is it?
Vikla's year.
Yes, it is.
Also, I heard it was Dudu's year.
I mean, it was Dudu's year yesterday. He got it.
It's a lot of people's year.
He picked up the win. However, I think the Vikla year trumps it. That's all I'm saying. BNK sitting at 2-0, exactly the same as Gen G, except one game score behind.
I love that we just had the battle of two teams fighting for their first win, and now we have two teams fighting to avoid their first loss.
Yeah.
And look how close that previous series was, so we can only assume this series is going to be just as close.
Exactly.
You follow that logic?
Perfect week, baby. Perfect week. And I don't want to look into the future to see exactly where that perfect week is definitely going to be broken. I'm sure there's going to be like a mismatch here. I'm going to have a look at it right now.
These mascots represent a pretty close match.
Yeah, absolutely. Like a tiger versus a fox. Wait, hang on a second. I mean, if it's the mascots doing battle, then I'm thinking my money's on the tiger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Foxes are pretty nifty. They're crafty.
They are crafty.
But I don't know whether they're going to win. They're just going to not lose. And maybe that's how the game's going to play out. We'll have to have a look. As Diablo versus Ruler, this is going to be a really fun matchup. I think I want to say it again. The biggest thing in the Stove League in the preseason was the fact that BNK kept Diablo. Yeah. I think that is such a huge thing. This guy is so incredibly talented, and they kept the whole crew together.
And would you believe this is the battle of the two teams who just kept everyone?
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. No changes at all. They just did a bit of coach swapping.
I've talked a lot about how there's such an advantage of maintaining the same roster. You know, a lot of teams are adjusting, and the previous series was all about how Bro have a completely brand new roster, how HLE are adjusting to Kanavi and losing Peanut. And Gen G and BNK Fearx, it's like there is no adjustment other than the coaching staff changes, because it is just, this is the Gen G we had last year, and this is the BNK Fearx we had last year, and they're going to battle once again.
Yep, we can just settle back in to 2025. You know, no need to worry about any sort of updates or anything like that.
There is an update, because as we alluded to earlier, it's the year of Vikla.
It is the year of Vikla this time around. So maybe that's all the adjustment that you will require, is that the mid lane is going to be a little bit dangerous for Chovy. That being said, the last time Chovy came out, I think in the first match, Chovy was still hibernating just a little bit, but certainly woke up for their second series. And his Anivia was absolutely terrifying. He played a Yone game, I'm pretty sure, although the match wasn't really about him in that instance.
Also, Anivia, I feel like, given the weather at the moment and the temperature, does fit with the vibes.
It does certainly fit with the vibes. Let's see whether they are going to get their hands on it one more time, or what is going to happen. You can see Lyra there, just behind Diablo, getting ready. Edo also set up, and we'll just have to see whether he can take some of that Cartwrighter magic and bring it to League of Legends here up against the former coach of BNK on the other side of the rift, heading up Gen G. It's Ryu now, and just have to see what the drafts are going to have for us.
That's actually an interesting thing, because they've kept the roster the same, and your coach has gone to the other side.
Yeah.
He knows all your strategies.
Exactly.
Unless you've just shaken them up.
Forged them.
True.
Wonder what it's going to mean. It's like Vikla every time he's like, I'm just so scared of Teemo mid. And Ryu's just like, Chovy, it's Teemo mid time. He looks like he's just being told to play Teemo mid. I'm not going to lie.
He's like, you know what? I'll do it.
For you, Ryu.
I'll lock it in.
Sometimes you have to start a relationship and just trust fall, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe the Teemo mid's going to be the way to make it happen.
Honestly, I feel like the coach was like so confident. He just came to me and went, trust me on this, Teemo mid, it's a thing. The sheer gall to suggest that, I feel like...
The problem is, he's saying it to Chovy. And Chovy was coached at the beginning by CVMax. So obviously that has happened many times to his detriment.
How many times did he have to say no?
Well, I mean, Viper didn't say no to the Teemo bottom lane, so I don't know. We'll just have to see. I'm looking forward to it, though. I think this was one of my matches of the week, to be perfectly honest, and I did have a peek at what games we have coming up. So, fun one. Tomorrow, we've got the Telecom War. That could go, you know, a few extra games. I imagine that...
It always does something. We don't know what it's going to do, but it always does something.
Yeah, and it's likely that T1 win, but winning in 3 games, I could see that. Nongship DRX, man, that's up in the air with DRX, the amount of coach voicing going on.
DRX has been just doing things.
They've been doing so many things.
Yeah.
And the things that they could be doing could be winning one of the games. So, perfect week, still alive after that one. The DN Supers versus HLE. I mean, who knows what's going to happen in that series? That's all over the place. That's guaranteed 3-gamer. And then, Gen G versus DK.
That's a 3-gamer.
That's a 3-gamer, and it's a banger, because we know Gen G versus DK always delivers.
Even if we win selling the narrative of all 3 gamers, that would still be a 3-gamer.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's a 3-gamer by default.
And then, T1 versus B&K, Year of Vikla. Like, easily 3 games, right?
Yeah.
Very last game. Bro versus KT. Now,
oh no! Do you know what's gonna happen?
We're gonna get there. It's gonna be perfect week, and the pros
are gonna chew out.
They're gonna be down 15,000 gold in game 2, right? Yeah. And then they're gonna come back from the brink. They're gonna save the perfect week, and they're gonna get a reverse sweep. And then Dagon's gonna be so happy he's gonna lose his mind because he somehow gets his prediction right.
It's KT. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna.
Oh no! They're gonna lose 0-2. No!
You know.
Oh, that's such a bleak timeline.
Have we ever had a perfect week before? Do you know?
I don't think so. I can't remember one. If we did.
Yeah, it seems like a rare occurrence.
Chat, let us know. If you can remember the perfect week, please. They've all kind of melded into one. For me, I'm not going to lie to you. We've had plenty of 6-game days, and we've had lots of them in a row, but I don't think an entire week has actually happened. So we've got some bans coming through, though, as we jump into Champion Select. B&K FearX did have the right of first selection.
Oh, and they chose second.
They chose second pick and therefore got the red side as well. So this is just regular...
Second pick on red side? That's crazy.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
But it just might work.
That's not something we see very often anymore.
It's the year of Vikla, okay? Don't stop believing.
I would never.
We're on a journey together.
Okay, some of the things that have been left open. Orianna and Azir.
Wow. Into Gen G. That's a choice.
Yeah.
Is it Orianna for Chovy? I think it is. I think he likes Orianna in the matchup.
Yeah, and he is talking right now, so perhaps deciding which one to take. Or, I mean, maybe you go in a different direction and you're like, we're fine leaving it because there is a lot of choices available.
Ooh, never mind.
No, he's like, oh, I mean, he's into Vikla. Actually, that's very valid. Deny the Azir from Vikla.
Good call.
I think that's a very respectable choice.
What, we're snap blocking?
Yeah, and okay, they are picking the Pantheon. One issue with this, though, Vi is still available. I feel like Gen G could just take the Vi. Vi in answer to
Do you think Canyon plays Vi?
I think he does.
Oh, okay.
I think that is something he has been known to play before, and we've seen him do it many a time.
Well, thanks for that. That's why we pay the big bucks.
Yeah, I think that would be a good pickup here just to make sure you have the point-and-click CC. They're going to lock in the Corki first for Ruler, which has been something he has leaned on quite heavily last year and will undoubtedly continue to do so.
Yep. Also, Corki has been pretty good in the Yunara matchup. We saw it in our previous series as well. So going to be locking that one away. No Nico to be paired alongside it or anything like that. But I imagine like it's got to just be a Vi lock in here, right?
Yeah. I think reliable CC for the Yunara.
Jarvan.
Jarvan's interesting because, you know, she has a free dash when she pops her ultimate. So not necessarily as effective. Maybe hoping to potentially look to punish a future Orianna pick, right? And disencourage, I guess.
Disincentivize?
Disincentivize is a better word, thank you.
You're welcome.
An Orianna pick from coming through. I was also thinking like Talia is a potential option. Talia has a lot of value here. We often see it into the Azir and good like disrupting the Jarvan. And also good with the Pantheon, but they've committed to this Lulu now, so I imagine Talia is going to be banned by Gen G. Nautilus is going to be denied here. I think that makes a lot of sense as well. Maybe the Alistair also, something Dura is good at, and something that has that point-and-click CC.
Yeah, Talia going to be taken away. expected. I imagine that the Orianna is likely to be leaving as well. I think Pantheon Lulu Orianna sounds ridiculous, with like Pantheon jumping in after a man drop, then gets an orb and a wild growth. That is a lot of augmentation. It's kind of insane.
Yeah.
Is Gwen going to be taken away as well? But I do think also Gen.G probably, like, they wouldn't mind like a Corki Alistair type lane here. And if you hold on to a Sylas pickup, like save Vicla's pick until last, then his Sylas angle is kind of absurd in this game. So that could be scary.
Scion ban comes through. I mean, if you're banning the Gwen, then maybe they are suggesting that they're going to pick up a tank here in this situation, but it's probably going to be just a mid lane pickup here and then save that tank for counter pick, especially given they picked second pick.
Yeah.
The assumption is they are putting a lot of emphasis on this top lane pick.
Nah, it's Renekton. Clear just presses Renekton right now. There is nothing wrong with an R4 Renekton, okay? I have spent a lot of my career saying that it's not necessarily a good thing. Oh, never mind. Different Shuriman flavor, as it is going to be the Cassante locked in.
I don't get this, right? You know, you go for second pick, so you have last pick, counter pick.
Yeah, and give it to the year of Vikla, man.
But you already know the mid matchup.
Yeah, no, but you don't know whether they're going to pick a cow. And you really want to hold on to that Sylas opportunity.
I guess.
Nah, man. It's genius. Yep, Croc. Going to be locked in here, most likely, as Ruler is hovering that one. Pretty understandable here for Keen.
Just all they have to do is just not pick Alistair, and the Sylas, you know, doesn't have legs.
Oh, but Alistair has legs. He's got 4 of them. It's happening. Test the theory, Duro. You wouldn't. He's just going to play Rel or something like that, right? Or Nami. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So it's probably not the Sylas angle that I was talking about, but I was really excited about the potential Sylas angle, okay? Nami going to be locked in. And we've seen this Nami Corki lane before. Was it actually Duro and Ruler that played it earlier on? I can't remember who did it, but it's not the first time that we've had it here in the LCK Cup.
Maybe it was T1? I don't remember 100%, I'll be honest. But we definitely have seen it, you are right.
Oh, the Akali. Year of Vikla, baby. All right.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Akali be really strong, but it's going to be a lane where you don't really have prio. At bot lane, I feel like you're just struggling early in mid and bot in terms of prio. You can get bullied out a little bit. And also, I feel like you go second pick, and you go for this last pick Akali, and you kind of deny your top lane of the counter pick. I don't know. I don't agree with that. I think if you go on the second pick, and in that situation when you know the mid champion on the opposite side, I think you'd be far better off giving your top lane a counter pick, is my personal opinion of it, and ensuring Claire has like a favorable matchup over Keen.
I just don't think you're nearly Vikla biased enough. That's what I think the problem is.
I just think Vikla's good enough to pick earlier.
Oh, I like how you spam.
That's my angle.
Oh, that was beautiful. You should be in politics. That was so well played. Gorgeously done. Navigated it beautifully. And so did BNK. I actually quite like the BNK draft. I think that Yunara Lulu is the best Yunara lane that you can have. It also manages to go toe-to-toe relatively comfortably. With a Nami on the other side, though, I think that the Gen.G bottom lane will be able to fight this time around, especially with the power of early game Corki. But like you were saying, it's playable for Vikla once he hits that level 6, and there are going to be some opportunities for Pantheon to get around this map. Raptor has made early game things happen in the past. And I just want to believe that we can get the perfect week continued here today. So we need one win for BNK FearX, and then they don't need to worry about it further. Let's get on to the Rift here for game 1. All right. Calm down, Vikla.
We just saw this, by the way. This exact same play, exact same position.
Different champions, though. The Rise did better.
Yeah, but it was the same situation of Vikla just walking up in that brush and chunking out the opponent. So Vikla, knowing the Akali tech that Zeka was going for.
Walk at them.
Yeah, getting the electrocute early and putting the lane in a much better situation. I will say, so bot lane will be favored towards Gen.G in the 2v2, but Diablo has some serious main character energy in this game, I feel. There's no super reliable lockdown for him. Like, Renekton has to get on top of you, Chovy has to get close to you, you know, the Nami CC and the Jarvan CC is outplayable. There is a lot of CC, but it's not like a Nautilus or a Vi where there's no outplay potential. So it's one of those games, if you're popping off, you can carry, but you really have to be playing at a high level because you are going to be the focus, right, for the enemy team.
Yep.
And everyone else is going to be diving in and just trying to...
Okay, Clear is already having a little bit of trouble into the Keen Crocodile at level 2. That doesn't bode all that well.
We normally talk about level 3 for the Renekton being a big point, but, you know, get started early. Why not?
Yeah. That is, yep. Keen, pretty good. Vikla finding some angles, though, as we can see here. We're going to try and electrocute the Emperor of Shurima as often as he can. As Clear is going to have to go through some consumables. He's doing fine as far as farm is concerned, as we can see here. Only behind just a little bit, but using his health bar as a resource pretty extravagantly thus far.
Honestly, Diablo and Kellen get some early prio here. And zoning off Duro and Ruler.
Yep, they did have to invest the heal and barrier in order to get this. As, okay. That's a lot of wins for good old Kirky. 5 in a row. Not too bad. Right now, though, struggling a little bit in the lane for now. And Canyon on his red buff now. It's going to be the last camp that he has to deal with before he looks for a crap.
Yeah, and actually
taking a lot of damage.
Ruler going Jack of all trades and not cashback. So this is really common on Corki, Jack of all trades, because you can get it really easily. I think it's like after... I think it's like partway through item number 3. Like, you don't need the full 3 items.
Ah, okay. Bubble. Remember, no barrier here on Diablo. Taking a lot of damage from Ruler. And remember, the Nami has ebb and flow, so there is healing in this lane, and there is no healing on the side of B&K.
Yeah,
Just
I think
shields.
If I'm Diablo and Kellen, I want to push that wave in and reset.
That would be a good idea. We do have Dura going back home as well, actually holding on to the heal. As we do have a Pantheon making his way down.
This
Can't
is risky.
quite avoid turret shots anymore.
Yeah, this is risky because those health bars are low.
Yeah. Let's see whether the Raptor can actually tank this one up and get out. As there's a Valkyrie, it is going to work out very, very nicely here. As Ruler likely to go down first. First blood does go over to Diablo. And Ruler is dead. Canyon makes his way in. Is going to be able to take out the kill, but that does take money away from the bottom lane and puts it into the jungle.
Yeah, honestly, I said it was risky. They managed to pull it off. Being KFRX, you're happy with how that played out. You get the kill onto your AD carry. You deny farm from Ruler. That's exactly what you'd hope for in that situation. I said, you know, this lane from the Corki Nami should be winning out early, but the sustained damage from the Yunara Lulu, I think Diablo and Kellen just playing the 2v2 really well, and we talked about last year them being strong, and I think here, so Raptor gets the Q onto both targets, he's the one tanking, and Kellen gets aggro second and flashes away so low, so everything going well for them. I think also the fact they use those combat summoners for tempo early.
Yeah, they have them back again.
Despite Gen G being so dominant last year, Diablo and Kellen had the highest, I think, highest 2v2 kills, yeah, for a good portion of the season. So
yeah, up until like Legend and Rise group, like it was Diablo and Kellen with that stat for the majority, and it was a very large number. Like these two were just taking names in that bottom lane. It was when bottom lane wasn't necessarily as impactful. Obviously, they were still main characters, but without the quests and things like that, I feel like playing for lane control has been even more exemplified in this season.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether they can continue to make it work. Right now, doing okay. As Vikla makes his way back to lane, does have the perfect execution now put together, and is feeling pretty comfy in this lane, as we can see. Will actually be almost even, as he misses 1 minion. And so that means that it's Chovy ahead by 1. So nothing too much to worry about there. It's Keen with the most farm on the map.
If you take stock of the game, I think the fact that bot lane is doing well, mid lane is even in farm, top lane's a little behind, but you know, you're Cassante, it's whatever.
Yeah.
I think BNKFRX are pretty happy with how things are going so far.
Yep. Feeling like they are having a good time. That being said, if something does go wrong in the mid game, that's when problems can arise. And we know that you know, there's a champion with Arise as an ability name, and he's in the mid lane, and he can really make problems happen.
I think so many
gets a good Emperor's Divide.
More of our games we've seen kind of have a slow laning phase. It's really hard to have that pressure just because you have home guards available and fast from so early. So even if you do get lane advantages, it's hard to really amount to a ton. And then it comes down to those mid-game team fights, you know, these dragon fights. can really set teams apart. And we know Gen G are so good at navigating those, but we'll see what BNK FairX can do. That first dragon is up and available, but no team's really shown much of an inclination towards it.
No, not quite. First one going to be an Ocean there as well, so no Ocean Souls this game. Just feeling pretty good. That one's the least whelming, I would say. There's Diablo looking for a little bit of a reset here himself. Ruler to pick up this minion wave, and has actually recovered quite nicely in this lane. Outside of still being behind, because First Blood did go over to Diablo. The farm numbers not exactly looking the worst. So Diablo goes back and is going to be able to put a little hatchet together, but not too much more. And there is a tier stacking up. Now Phage is going to be added here for Ruler. And man, this Crocodile is just feeling pretty fantastic. This matchup right now is clear. He's gone to the bathroom.
They're just aura farming.
Yeah, I think so. The full hold position. You love to see it. Cleardas decides that he doesn't even need that particular CS.
Yeah.
I like that.
Still sacrifice. Has 2 biscuits in pocket as well, so...
Yeah, Bramble Vest is also done, so he's actually pretty tanky. Keen having a very good time. So that's good news here for Gen G, especially as the mid-game comes around, as when the Renekton is going to be the most powerful. One item coming on through. As Clear does finish off all of these minions, he's 10 behind, but if he retains that, I think it's going to be A-okay.
I think a strong Renekton is just hard to deal with. I mean, the most sustained damage you have in your team is obviously the Yunara, who is obviously has a lot of damage output later on, but in the mid-game, I think Renekton is just so problematic for their comp to deal with.
Yeah.
So definitely looking at Keen being a big force to be reckoned with.
Oh, Chovy rotating down towards his bottom side. As the dragon hasn't been started up just yet. Looks like grubs were just taken here by Gen G. Oh. Actually, one of them was left alive. As Canyon's just going to leave it there. Oh, never mind. Did he take them all? No, he didn't. He did leave one. Okay, Diablo. Tidal Wave, just going to be ran out of the way of, so Dura not quite finding that one.
Yep, little heal to get him out of range of that.
Okay, slow and steady. Very even as far as gold is concerned. As Canyon going to witness that his red buff is gone. That was pretty cute there from Raptor. Now he can possibly start off this dragon, but it will be fully known by Gen G. It's Canyon moving down towards his bottom side. Diablo susceptible right now, but does have double summoners available.
Yeah, now we're seeing some good trades come out from Ruler and Duro.
Oh, Vikler is in here as well. This is dangerous. Canyon taking a little bit of damage, but Diablo...
Oh, so low.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. He's very much trusting his barrier that he has available here. Is Canyon, will he go for a steal? Oh my god! Okay, that's not allowed. It was down to 30 health.
Yeah,
yeah, Raptor didn't have smite.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, when you're playing Pantheon,
yeah,
you have the execute in your queue, so... Oh, he's caught out now.
Oh dear, this is all bad news here for Raptor, as even Duro is making his way up. Vikler finding an angle though. Perfect execution comes down as Canyon's in trouble. Doesn't quite find enough damage, but there's the wild growth, and it will be Canyon falling down. Flash to get Vikler out of the way, and he also has the Whimsy shield, so the Akali on the board.
They were really not happy about him stealing away the dragon, so Vikler made him pay for it.
It was almost like Raptor going from bad to worse there, though, because he could have got picked off after losing the battle to a flag. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you would not be happy about that, but I mean, it's crazy that the dragon steal actually came in. 30 HP. Pantheon with the execute on the queue normally is enough to secure that, but Canyon does end up paying for that fight that comes after, and Vikler getting the kill in particular is a big boon for BNK FairX, so gold still even, but getting some nice gold on their Akali. We'll see the replay here. 30 HP, I think I saw as well.
Was it just a... Oh, the Q came in.
So they try to sync their Qs together, Vikler and Raptor, and the timing was good, it's just there was miscalculated on the damage.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. Well, Emperor's Divide does throw him back, but Vikler comes in, finds the angle, waits pretty well, and managing to hit that Shuriken backflip was the demise of Canyon, even if the initial salvo wasn't quite enough.
And Kellen comes in and provides a lot of health for Vikler to keep him healthy.
Year of Vikler, baby. All right, he's got that Gunblade on the go. Not quite completed just yet. Does have most of the bits. And so it's still Keen with a decent advantage, a little bit of a lead for Duro, but otherwise BNK retain a lead across the board. And I think K'Sante not going to be too worried. As you mentioned before, he's still just going to be K'Sante as this game goes on. Already has his Thornmail complete. That feels pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him like a little bit behind in farm. I mean, still is, and lost a couple of plates. But at this point, you should just be able to stabilize on the K'Sante. It's not like the Gwen matchup we saw last game where it's just bad to worse.
Oh, there was a little bit of a replay scenario here as we had Raptor making his way in, but Chovy did just get himself out of the way.
Yeah, it does mean his flash is now down, though.
True.
But you're in his ear, so... I mean, the thing with losing your flash is I feel like more so for the Azir, it limits your playmaking than it does your safety, just because you are so safe in general. And that is the thing with Genji. They have... Everyone apart from Duro has a dash in their kit. And importantly, the carries are very safe.
Yeah.
Duro definitely the one who's going to get picked on, I feel like, at times. He is just like the freebie. Vikla kind of like goes for Ruler and just happens to accidentally kill Duro on the way. Could happen.
Yeah, that is sort of the Nami way, isn't it?
Especially because he's gone the Dreammaker support item, which, you know, you get a lot of value from it, but it's value for your 80 carries, not value for you.
Yeah.
It's not Celestial opposition. You're going to be squishy.
Yep. And I guess accepting that, you know, kind of makes some sense, because even with Celestial opposition, I feel like you do just melt, because Nami just does not have the most tanky stats. As all right, we are going to toggle the vision. Vikla might be in a little bit of danger, but looks like Nami and Jarvan lose interest. Cheeky little Q does come on through that for clear, but slices, dices, and acts all cool, and Keen is absolutely fine.
Yep. Been pretty slow overall in this game, and as I said earlier, it's kind of just been the pace of games. It's been about those setups, those skirmishes, and I feel like the fights in this one are going to be explosive.
Well, speaking of explosive, Ruler throwing a rocket over at Diablo.
Yeah, Mandate completed for Duro is a big spike. You know, we have Ardent Sensor on Kellen, which is obviously a buff for your sustain damage. But that's kind of how this matchup goes, is that it's all sustain damage for Diablo. On the other side, Ruler's like, okay, I Frostbomb you, hit a rocket as well with Mandate, and the Tycho's busting, and it's like, okay.
And he's got Trinity Force as well.
40% of your health. Yeah, it's full burst.
It's a massive advantage. It's okay. In goes Vikla, looks for the angle. There is the backflip and the solo bolo. It's the year of Vikla. It's confirmed.
It's his year. Solo killing Chovy.
Oh my god, okay. And now BNK looking for another one. The flash forward, the wild growth, as Diablo will take down the Corki. Duro's dead as well, and Raptor was just there to watch.
Year of Vikla, it's the year of BNK Fear X. 3 kills across the board for them. Chovy in the bot lane all taken down. It's a huge influx of gold and exactly where you want it as well.
Oh my goodness. Diablo and Callan, we already said, right? These guys are known for the 2v2 kills. Unfortunately, Ruler and Duro fall victim to it, but Vikla finding a solo kill against Chovy, that's not on very many bingo cards.
And you know, I was saying normally for the Azir, losing the flash is more about the playmaking, the safety, but he was definitely feeling the lack of flash there. Vikla collecting everything.
Beautifully done.
Picking up that play. Dragon going to be taken as well.
Yep, and it's a Mountain Soul this game at the same time, so I think Clear is going to be having an even better time if they do manage to stack up a few of those.
And the thing is, I was concerned for BNK Fear X, you know, with Azir into Akali, with the Corki Nami early, but they just haven't had the lane pressure I imagined they would in these matchups.
Yeah.
And now, with the fact that Vikla and Diablo have massive leads, they're going to be in a great spot, so we'll see how this actually panned out. Raptor finds Canyon, which sort of keeps him busy. Vikla lands, goes in with the ult, lands the shuriken, follows his dash, just hits everything perfectly.
Yeah. And this is the thing, like, if you do land that backflip, you either stay there, don't reactivate it, and kill the Azir anyway. And if he ults, then you get to kill him. The flash over the tidal wave as well.
That was great. Do not look at the picture-in-picture and how we just died to Ruler. You don't want to see that. No.
I didn't see anything.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
There's a bit of a bug with Diablo being dead.
This is why it's the year of Vikla specifically.
Yeah. Diablo wanted to make sure that we weren't confused.
They heard me say it was a year of BNK Fear X. He was like, no.
Yep.
It's Vikla.
Well, that was it's a little bit puts a slight dampener in the situation, but not too much to be worried about, as the Rift Herald did go over to Raptor as well. We're going to check this one out one more time.
Okay, down flash, down ult. Not much you can do to get out of the Cataclysm.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't see the avenue to outplay.
50 gold for Ruler, so a big influx there. Yeah, I was saying that I felt like the Jarvan into the Yunara, not ideal, but when you don't have those dashes available, it works out pretty well.
Yeah.
He is obviously approaching the Fiend Hunter Bolts, and that Fiend Hunter Bolts, and that gives him a ton of ultimate ability haste, which will help.
Oh,
not again.
My goodness, not again. Surely not.
Okay, he has ult and flash, so that's why Vikla did not go for the dive, but
the whole
Toby's
time,
spooked.
Yeah, the whole time that that Shuriken backflip was ticking down, I was frightened for Chovy as Diablo, actually doing a lot of work with that Slurkle. Yeah, Celestial position might have been a good idea.
You know, it's not often we see Chovy really on the back foot like this.
Yeah.
And he opted for the upgraded Sorks, you know, maybe regretting that decision at this point. Not going for the upgraded mix for the extra defensive capability, because Vikla is just ruthless at the moment.
And you can sort of understand it. It's almost like Steel Caps would have been a better idea with the fact that it's just Akali doing magic damage. But still, Chovy gonna have to back away here. And Diablo looking a little worse for wear. Gets the heal out of Kellen. Kellen just gonna make his way back as the Rift Herald will be able to take down this mid-outer turret.
Yeah, not sure how needed that was, but a little bit of an insurance policy just to make sure they got that last plate.
Well, plate also does go over to Clear here as well, who will be able to clear out some vision. Gen.G certainly on the back foot right now, but it's only spelt about 500 gold. The advantage for B&K is now Kellen going to find Canyon here. Glitterlands to slow him down, but not by that much.
It's important to note, it's not a huge gold advantage. I mean, it's not much at all from B&K FearX. They do have gold in good places, right? You know, Vikla having a sizable lead, and the fact that Diablo has 3 kills in his pocket and 2 items.
Yep.
But it's still very much a game that Gen.G can win. And with the CC they have, if it connects, right? I talked about this earlier. Okay, that shows Chovy's.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's happened?
But the CC that Gen.G has, it's not reliable, right? It's not point and click. A lot of it, you need to be either in range to land it, like the Renekton stun or the Emperor's Divide. Or it's, you know, stuff like the Jarvan Flag and Drag or the Nami CC that you have to, like, land. But it also means if you connect that CC, you're very capable of winning a fight, even if you are at a bit of a deficit. So Gen.G's still fine now, but, you know, Duro losing the flash, Chovy missing a cannon.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of things that are pointing towards this being not necessarily the Gen.G that we were expecting. But I'm kind of glad that they're taking things a little slow at the beginning of this season, because obviously they were firing on all cylinders the entire year in 2025.
I feel like earlier in the LCK Cup, they looked really good.
Yeah, that's true. Last week, maybe they were like, no, let's chill out, guys.
This is the only other team who kept the full roster. So maybe they were abusing we kept the same roster advantage, and now they've met their match in another team who kept their same roster.
We just didn't realize quite how powerful B&K were. Local value coming on through here as Canyon turns up, but so does Raptor. 3v3 in the mid lane.
Okay, we have the Murmana fully stacked from Ruler.
Yeah, that 2-item spike is very scary.
It is set up for Dragon. Do have almost all flashes available. It's only Duros who's down, so a lot of cooldowns to play with.
And this could have been Soul Point. Canyon hadn't just thrown a flag at the first Dragon.
Oh, Clear's low. He needs to recall, I feel, so he can get his TP in.
Well, Diablo have to deal with that. Drops a flag on him.
Maybe don't tank all that damage.
It's a little bit frightening, isn't it? As now Kellen's kind of by himself. Keen to move on forward. Could just flash on him, but Raptor, he comes on over. That is going to be the Drake to take him down. But now Keen is kind of by himself. The rest of Gen.G moving over. Teleport in from Vikla. They think that they found the Crocodile. Let's see whether Vikla can actually get anything here. And the answer is no, not for the moment.
Mid tower up, it's really hard to see an angle. And the wave's just going to get cleared out before it even hits it. So the TP, I feel like maybe a bit overforced. And the problem is, right, they have Chovy here up against Clear. Look at Clear's inventory.
Yeah.
Not a bit of magic resist in sight. You know, Unending Despair was changed. It's no longer a mix. It's now all armor. So he is taking a lot of damage from this Azir. Also, we see Diablo use the barrier just to not have his recall interrupted.
Yeah, that's very cute. But teleport from Chovy to move towards his bottom lane to make sure that he doesn't miss any of the creeps.
Dragon picked up, and I feel like the point you made before about the flag stealing that earlier dragon, very relevant right now.
Yeah, it's feeling really detrimental because it's bought Gen G that extra 5 minutes of time in this game that they don't need to worry about a potential soul.
I mean, it's so annoying that Clay just switched to the other side and he's having to deal with Azir again.
Yeah.
He doesn't want this. They've just recalled Vikla, and he's like, guys, I'm coming. I'm trying to answer the Azir. He keeps moving.
Well, Clear is now going to move on down. Let's see whether he can find the angle as there's the man drop. Canyon moves in, the all-out onto Chovy. He's taking so much damage, and down he will go. Canyon now finds himself in trouble as Keen gets closed in by the bottom lane. Ruler is in base. Duro's desperately trying to help out, but they've lost 2 already, and B&K fire back.
That's one way to answer the Azir. Just kill him, right? Chovy goes down, ult not used, flash not used, dive on top of him. Vikla maybe in trouble.
Yeah, phosphorus bomb. Oh, he would have gone in. He would have definitely gone in.
I think the bubble was still on cooldown, didn't throw it out. Keen going in on Clay, but he's all armor.
Yeah, Raptor is now moving down as well. Kellen in position, has the wild growth, uses it as the polymorph onto Ruler is there. Oh, the spear barely missing, but look at this! They're bobbing for apples underneath this inner turret. Ruler is just dead! Perfect execution comes forward, the turret finishes off Vikla, and Kellen is really dead. Keen is going to survive. That was a little comical in the end, but I'd say probably, you know, we'll call it a moot point.
Yeah, he really tried, Kellen, to get that kill in the end. Keen, the final survivor there, a bit too hard to take down, but this is very scrappy. Clay going in here, you know, has the backing of the Pantheon. I think Chovy just kind of realized Flash Stun doesn't give him a chance to do anything really, and he ends up saving all of his cooldowns. But Canyon also just dies pretty unceremoniously, and then here, Ruler and Duro are taking this more dangerous route and get jumped on. And they try and turn the damage back around, but Raptor has the backup off Kellen. We see the polymorph comes in from Kellen. He tries to block the escape from Ruler. And here, Vikla just, I think, misses the R2. So I think he had to follow up there with an auto maybe, or maybe the R2 did hit him. But either way, Keen survives so long and kills Kellen. So
it was actually just a Cull Meek. I thought that he picked up turret aggro somehow, but he did not. And did just get culled.
Yeah, so hectic, but still, I think kills. Oh,
Chovy's just decided he wants to kill someone, but that's a great wild growth onto Diablo. Kellen, he knows where his bread's buttered.
That was, yeah, perfect wild growth. I think certainly Diablo would have been dead there if not for that cooldown preventing the engage. And it's a shot, you know, didn't have to burn the flash as well from Diablo. I think it's important.
Wait a second. Are they just going to Tidal Wave to interrupt the back and then take Baron off the back of it? That's
Baron
crazy.
takes
Surely
a long
they can't
time.
do that.
This is so risky. This is so risky. Raptor can get in the pit as well. He has ult.
Yeah. Well, Diablo is not quite there just yet, but he might be able to get there in time for the fight. As Canyon down to 50%, but the Baron is down to 5,000. All right, in comes the Pantheon. He dives on top, but the bubble is waiting for him, and Raptor is going to be eviscerated. The Aegis is not quite enough. Empress Divide hits the air, though, and now Vikla, it's his turn to start something. Diablo's shown up, though. They're trying to peel for him. Into the backline goes, oh my God! How dare you do it again, Canyon! Diablo is going to be able to kill him, but my goodness, they keep 3 Barons on the table and save the play. Look at his cheeky face. Look at his face. Oh my God, Canyon.
I think he got it with his Q. I think he got it with his Q.
I think he flagged it. I think he flagged it again.
I think he got it with his Q. We'll watch again, but I think he flagged and it didn't die and he Q'd over. And that's what finished it. We'll see the replay.
Right.
So we see the Raptor just gets eviscerated. The great bubble on his landing. And then here, you know, they force them out, zone them away, and they decide to focus it down. And then he flags now.
Oh.
No, it was just a flag, you're right.
Actually did 160 damage with a flag.
It was just a flag, you're right. Oh my God, there's no... He
cannot keep getting away with this!
That's insane. That's actually insane.
Oh, we really need to send Raptor some flowers or something like that after this.
I would be so tilted.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, Dura's like, you're on fire today. What's going on?
I would be so tilted. Yeah, I thought he flagged and then he queued and that's what got the kill. But no, he just got with the flag. Yeah, just
flag.
Just hit.
Well, we've got an outer turret falling on the top side of the map in trade for this dragon. It's going to be second here for Gen G. Should be the first.
I've never seen a 2-3-2 job and be so clutch.
Yeah. It was kind of like the 0-7 Pantheon from Sponge the other week.
Yeah.
B&K still have a decent advantage, but it's only 1,000 here at this stage of the game. Yeah, Raptor, oh no, he gets caught by Canyon. Does trade a fair bit of damage back, has to flash to get out of the Cataclysm. As now...
Wait, how'd you get out now?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just going to get knocked up by the Flag and Drag. Now looks to try and turn it because he knows there's no way out. And yeah, Raptor is all out of sorts. And I do not blame him after what has happened, as there's another Wild Growth to interrupt Chovy. But he doesn't use the Emperor's Divide, just has to wait for another Shifting Sands. And he will be able to make that play again before Kellen can respond.
But there's a Crocodile in the brush.
That's always very scary. All right, now the Baron. Just going to help empower these Siege minions to be problematic. Vikler is pretty scary, but man, this is just kind of like a freight train moving down the mid lane. My goodness. Are Genji going to win this off the back of 2 flag steals?
It's looking like
so unfair.
It's just...
Oh no, Diablo is able to dash out of the way of Chovy here. Oh, the Arc of Ruin almost kills him. Has to flash to get out of the way. As Vikler dashing on top of Canyon now. Oh, okay.
Where'd he go?
Cuts him down where he stands. Now Raptor looking for the angle, dives on top of Ruler, but buffers the Valkyrie really nicely, and now spacing it out as best he can. The flash from Clear, but Ruler has already taken down the Pantheon. Diablo's also doing the same thing on the other side of the fight, though, and Ruler is dead. It's the kill going over to Vikler, and who else was going to save the day? Obviously, this man on the Akali, as Genji... Oh, Duro does have a little bit of redemption here that he's looking for. Some supportive combat is what he really wants, but Diablo is unfortunately an 80 carry, and so he has a fair bit more damage.
Beat him up.
Yep, there we go. Bubble not going to connect, so Duro, I think, may buy some time, but the Slurkle is able to slow him up. Okay. That's what the SL part of the Slurkle is about.
Yeah. Does buy a lot of time, allows everyone to respawn. But to be fair, there wasn't many objectives to take on the map anyway, but this felt personal from Vikler. This was like, you've been messing me about a little bit too much. You used the flag for poke, for vision, I don't know, but he paid for it.
God.
That's a lot of damage from the Akali. And then here, this was messy, because Ruler's doing a lot of damage at this point, and Raptor realized that and was trying to like stun him, but was tentative with it and paid for it.
And Diablo just flashed on Chovy and murdered him.
Yeah, Claire doing a great job, honestly, of stalling out there. And then this was the... Yeah.
We didn't need to watch.
Chasing a fish through the river. Not the best.
Yeah. Unless you are also a fish, you are going to have a... Oh, or a seal.
Yeah, you noticed he caught him when he got back to solid land, so that does make a lot of sense.
There it is. All right, B&K now with control back in their hands, but not exactly a gold advantage, as, oh my god, Vikler does so much damage. The stun not quite going to be enough here, as there is the Dominus. Perfect execution to get him out of there, but oh, the bubble! Connects onto Raptor, he goes down to the GA, there's the Wild Growth onto Canyon, he should be going down to his GA as well, but the Pantheon is going to be locked up, and Genji are going to be there to save their jungler. B&K gonna get slowed down on this push as Chovy looking for a wrap around Vikler. Yeah, he tries to go into the mist and actually does get out of the way. Ruler is dead as well. Diablo and Diablo survives! Chovy is still there though at full health, and Keen has just teleported back in. Clear realizing that he just needs to make sure that everyone has a way out. The polymorph, the flash from Kellen, and the DPS, it's not going to be there. They wipe the floor with the 2 carries, and Chovy sacrifices his life for it. I'd probably say that that one's worth, as now Clear is still pretty deadly. Kellen just trying his very best to defend as he sidesteps the bubble, and now Clear looking to get on top of Duro. This could be the angle. Another shield, and he hits the cube. He got it. Duro goes down, and Keen will finally take out the top laner, and the polymorph just comes back off cooldown. I think Kellen wins this kite, by the way. I think he just stops him from walking. Oh, never mind. He closes the gap. But now Raptor moves in. There's the movement speed. Dominus is back off cooldown again, though.
Yeah, no
and yeah, I don't know whether Raptor wins this one. But Kellen is there. He's got another wild... Okay, this game is just silly.
You know what I said? How last series was 2 teams looking for the first win, and this is 2 series trying to stop their first loss. It's just different shades, same color.
This is the thing. Yeah, you're right. You say that those things are different. They're not.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit. My LCK is pure balance.
I was kind of focused. You know, there was like Chovy looming on the flank, and then Ruler tried to go in. And Diablo just absolutely slaughtered him, and it got so close to him going down, but he slides in, gets knocked up, and then Kellen just getting the shields in.
Oh, man. Kellen actually front runner for POM. As, all right, in comes Raptor once again to take a bubble to the face. Barely. Oh my God, the all out. Okay, well, that's sushi for you.
I'm telling you one thing, right? Kellen is definitely putting his mouse over the portraits to put those shields on.
Oh, he is.
Because when it's getting hectic, he's getting his shield on the right people every single time.
Honestly, POM material right there. I know it's the year of Vikla, but maybe it's actually the year of Kellen.
Okay, they're going to do Dragon. Raptor is very low. They don't have a support.
Oh no, Flagman's here. Flagman's here.
No. It can't happen again. It can't happen again.
Just reset it. Okay, Vikla goes in. Let's see whether they can kill Canyon. He connected the backflip, and they create the space. There's another shield for Vikla.
They're going to go Baron. They're going to go Baron.
Wait, this should just be Baron, right?
Okay, yeah, I think they got to let it go. They got to let it go.
Yep. I don't think this is going to be the winning fight.
They read the patch notes. It's not worth as much gold as it used.
And Grand Starfall on cooldown. Raptor not going to be able to make his way in. Diablo hits level 16. They are going to be around to fight again. 9-2-2 on this Yunara. My God.
What?
No.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
All right.
Canyon can't steal a Baron if you don't contest it.
Hey, true. There you go.
Yeah.
No more sadness for Raptor.
Yeah. This was just kind of brutal, kind of visceral, just kind of mean.
Yeah.
You know, kind of mean-spirited even. Just,
I've had those Nami games before.
Yeah. You know, you're that squishy support. You're just trying to have a good time. You're trying to buff up your AD carry. And some level 18 top laner just says, nope.
Yeah. Soon to be level 19. It's very, very close to that. Keen has already hit that mark. As this Crocodile is kind of getting out of control. Does have 4 items now done.
Yeah, Diablo has a lot of items though too.
He does.
Also, we have the Happy Hat on Vikla, so...
Oh dear. So you would say that Vikla is probably having a good time this game?
Oh, Vikla, be very careful.
Oh, we are watching him have a very good time.
Does he need to be careful?
Oh my God, he almost hits Ruler with it. Wants the perfect execution, but he's going to use it. Oh my, the rocket connects.
Yes.
And he would have been redeemed anyway, as they're winning the game on the other side.
Yeah. Well, I said he needed to be careful, but...
Wait, base race probably gets won by a double siege minion Baroned up lane.
Yeah, Baron's pretty good at sieging.
Yeah, and good old Corky is kind of good at destroying structures. They just have to run the whole way. Teleport in from Chovy. Wait, is the game just over? This is the stupidest way for this game to end.
There's no way. There's no way.
No, there is no way. They are not allowed to do it like this. All right, teleport comes in. It's going to be a 5v5 in the B&K base. Wait, make it a 4v5 as Vikla is up in another 20 seconds. B&K are making sure that Vikla is going to be as close as possible. Canyon is wrapping around for some reason. B&K need to try and stop this. There is the cue to bring them all back. The all-out brings Keen in. I'm not entirely sure about that decision. As Clear is absolutely gigantic. There's the knock-up from Canyon as B&K's health bars are just being destroyed. And the massive Crocodile is going to chop them all up. Down goes Ruler, but it's in trade for the Nexus as Gen G steal away what is one of the most ridiculous games I've ever had the sheer pleasure of commentating.
They're downing kills still. They're still downing kills. How did it end like that?
I don't know. Daniel, don't ask me questions that are silly.
You know what? We don't have to worry about it. We're the casters. This is for the spacers to worry about.
Break it down, Valdez and Wolf.
Have fun with that one.
Yeah,
guys.
this will be an easy one.
We don't have to decipher any of this. We just have to witness it.
And we did. And you know what? I don't want it to make sense. I might even skip the space so I know less. As Ruler still did 40,000 damage. As my goodness, both of the carries on both teams very, very similar.
Oh, you see they did get a gold lead right at the end.
Yeah, they did. Okay, it was a bit like a heart monitor though throughout the majority of that one. But what an incredible game. I just want more of that.
Yeah.
But what we need is a B&K winning game too. I honestly think it's possible though.
It's plausible.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible day it has been today, and hopefully 2 more games are coming after this. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space are going to do their very best to break down what that was, and then we'll hopefully have more. See you soon.
것 같아 그냥.
많아주면
라인 클리어가. 야 이제 뒤로 온다. 괜찮아. 그냥 땀 보자. 이거 끝날 생각해도 되지 않아? 얘플 미드만 노플 미드만. 나 텔 8초. 텔 8초. 미드만 노플.
대포로 천천히 하면 될 것 같아.
룰루도 노플이야. 이때 돌았어 룰루. 룰루 돌았어. 오케이. 미드만 노플.
확인.
포탑 칠 수 있으면 포탑 치고. 코르키야 쳐줘.
칠만한가?
그냥 땀봐. 크라우치 노플. 야 아칼리 5초.
유나 노플.
아칼리 태어났어. 야 아칼리 진짜 세.
됐다.
무서워 아칼리. 어지러워.
I still fear them. Blades buried in my back. You trusted death to be my end. But death knows only one. Kill me. I will turn your swords against you, one by one. Traitors! Betrayers! Outbreaker! You will beg for the end. For death. But my revenge has only just begun.
Now that looks like a battle between two undefeated squads going the distance. It had everything. Steals abound, both Drake and Baron. And in the end, Gen G get the call right and get themselves game number 1 here. Digon alongside Wolf and Valdez here in the space as we break down game number 1.
And whoever wins gets play-ins guaranteed. With the new format, regardless of your group doesn't win, if you're 3-0 at the beginning, you will actually have that access. So it's a huge match here for whoever ends up taking it, and it was well fought on both sides.
Yeah, it was great to see that BNK actually gave them a fight. I was expecting Gen G to kind of come in here in 2-0 pretty easily. I know that BNK is a strong team as well, but Gen G kind of on another level, but it was a very fun first game for sure.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the draft, we wanted to give the quick shout out to the Corki. 6-game win streak, 8-1 so far, and it's just been an emphasis on that bottom lane here, Wolf, where you want to win the lane, you want to get the push, but there was a lot that also happened in this one as well.
I think that with this Akali pick, the Nami was quite squishy, was very vulnerable. I really like the Lulu here, and yes, Corki Nami has kind of been a thing that's even popularized by this duo. Ruler and Duro have been playing it as far back as when we go all the way back to the season opening event. But the Lulu felt so powerful in this strat because it can empower the Pantheon, can empower the Akali, give some extra life to the Cassante, and make sure the Yunara can carry team fights. I think that was really the pivotal point in this draft here. And the Akali actually becomes an engage tool even when it has the wild growth on top of it. So despite the loss here, I thought BNK came up with something really powerful and quite creative as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the reason why this came up, by the way, the Corki win rate is because the graphic earlier was wrong. So just getting that cleared up is pretty good. But the fights in this game were also really awesome to watch. I mean, especially early on, we did see a lot of winning here from the side of BNK. The solo kills they were able to get, including this one, as Vikla. Maybe it is the year of Vikla. Maybe I was reading the card right. It's not the year of Dudu, because Vikla is on fire.
After this happens in the bottom lane, a bit of a really cool play here from Diablo and Kellen, talking about the wild growth, flashing the tidal wave, setting up the double knockup was pretty incredible here. Raptor shows up just to make sure they get the kill, but ends up ultimately wasting his ultimate because the play was so crisp there on the bottom 2v2. This was the most winning and most kills bottom duo from last year, so it's no surprise they continue to pop off and carry again.
And this is one of the reasons why you can never really count BNK FearX out. However, on the opposite side, you have one of the greatest junglers in LCK history, because he does things like this, storytelling, if you will. One foreshadowing happening here early on the Drake, and it's not a flag and drag into a steal.
Really go for a steal?
Oh my god! But just a flag.
Okay.
80 damage on the flag, gets it at 30 in this first one. And then the second one, again, he has Smite, but is kind of pushed out of the pit, so can't actually get in range of Smite. So what does he have that's ranged? What could he do?
Well,
what could he toss out?
It is his flag, Wolf. Good foreshadowing there.
Spoilers.
There's one. And yeah,
he chipped away. He used his first flag to chip it down a little bit to calculate for the second flag.
Oh my gosh.
It's just absurd. Like, we've seen stuff like Rakan, Q's getting it and stuff like that, but 2 flags in one game?
This is not quite enough. Emperor's Divide hits the air, though, and now Vikla, it's his turn to start something. Diablo's shown up, though. They're trying
I think we're going to have to...
very focused.
His reaction looks almost the same as the first one. It's just equally insane. Yeah, we're going to have to flag that one for QA, I think. As I'm kind of speechless because that first steal bought them the extra dragon, which bought them extra time, so they didn't have to fight for what would have been otherwise a soul. And then this one gets them the Baron, right, which completely changes the game. So both those flag steals were incredibly impactful. It's not like one of those flags where it's a heroic attempt right from one team, but they're probably not going to be able to win the game off the Baron. This is actually a game-changing flag.
Yeah, they were behind on the back foot for both those. Then here, you're thinking, okay, how does BNK FearX bounce back? Okay, maybe Vikla buys some time while the team pushes up in mid lane, except he gets caught here, Valdez.
Yeah, this is a big issue. I mean, you're playing Akali. Actually, we saw that there was vision given by the Redemption. Ruler had already shot it right as that Redemption came out. And then the biggest issue here is that they're walked the entire way back home, and it's just kind of a macro whoopsie and a macro masterclass from Gen G as always.
Both of their solo laners who backed have teleports, so watch this. You'll see actually first Chovy, then Keen teleport back to the base. So during their walk back, they actually outpace them here. Chovy first, then the Renekton showing up. And now they're in the base. One Nexus turret is dead, so it's easy to have these Baron minions help chip away at the second inhibitor and then open up for the end here. And Diablo wants so desperately to pop off in this last team fight to clean things up, but it's a bit of a disjointed play here. And the Renekton is not the champion that they wanted to pull into the fight.
Yeah, it's a big issue, and then Canyon comes back in here with a knockup, forces the flash, gets Diablo really low, and Keen finishes off the job. But it was such a close game up until this moment, just to have this crazy fight where like BNK were pushing against Genji, who had Baron, nearly got the mid inhibitor, and then they were kind of forced in this really wonky spot. I mean, a little bit of an upsie for sure from BNK, but also props to Genji.
Yeah, definitely a different type of objective for Nexus trade as they were forced to walk back this one. And we'll see if they're able to bounce back in game number 2. Let's send it back on over to Atlas and Ox.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1, and what a beautiful game it was. 2 flags and a dream. That was what Genji had, and that's what won them the game.
That's enough, apparently.
That is disgusting. The fact that that was the winning point in the game. It's, man.
I mean, we've had
it was the year of Vikler, and Canyon just put a flag in it.
Yeah. Well, 2 flags.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
2 flags. And we now need to make sure that Raptor is okay. I think that is the main thing. I imagine he's probably feeling a little bit rough after that one.
To be fair, the second one, he wasn't there.
He was not there.
He's not responsible for that one.
It was a little bit because he was dead, so
And
maybe
you
he
know what?
still feels bad about
What
it.
I actually love, they buffed Smite. And you gotta remember, once upon a time, Smite did a lot less damage, right? Like 1,000. It's now up to 1,400 when you have it maxed out. And I was thinking, we're just not gonna see steals anymore.
Well, I mean, if there's no Smite in range, then you do get some different things. It's okay. First pick goes over to BNK this time around. They opted for second pick last time. So this time they will at least have first pick on the red side. We'll see what they can make of it.
We'll see how things pan out here. I think, honestly, we talked about the draft a lot. I think the early game went good for them. I think the draft was very playable. They just came down to some clutch moments. I will say, I feel like the fact they went second pick and then didn't really give Clear a matchup that he had an advantage in, I feel like that was a bit wasteful.
A little bit of a flub.
Yeah. Like, it's not like Keen necessarily, like, he picked Renekton Cassante and then had a slight lead. But I feel like Keen just does Keen. Keen is just keen on doing good.
He is.
So I feel like shutting him down would be a better use of your draft, but we'll see how that pans out. This is very similar to what we had banned last time. Different arrangement, but we have Vi banned instead of Xin Zhao. And now Orianna going to come through.
Yeah, Orianna is not actually paired alongside an Azir availability as well this time around, as they elected not to go towards this pick. So we'll have to see what Chovy's answer for it is going to be. Still plenty of things that he can go towards, but we'll just have to see what he decides to utilize this time. Could just be a Rise. Haven't really seen Rise into Orianna all that much. No, you do get outranged just a little bit, but we will have to just wait and see what Chovy does have in store for us. As Xin Zhao was banned away in the last game and is available this time.
Rise is open, right?
It is.
So you could definitely just go towards that. Tilia also an option.
You could also just take Nocturne, Twisted Fate. But instead they're going to lock in Xin Zhao.
Something you could do.
Yeah, probably not a good thing, but it's 2 global abilities, Fox, which is kind of fun.
I mean, that's the thing is Xin Zhao is going to get taken away, which would have synced well with the Orianna. But you can just go the Nocturne. We'll see if Chovy does just pick up the Rise or goes in a different direction here. And he will just pick up the Rise, so we've seen this have a lot of priority on it since the Actualizer has come in. I will say one thing is that you're quite bulky as the Rise, but the fact that, like, the build path feels kind of, you know, you go Roa, Seraphs, Actualizer, it feels like you're losing a lot of power if you're slotting Zhonya's in before that.
Yeah, true.
And if you don't, then Zhonya's coming very late. And if you are playing into an Orianna, Ambessa, maybe a Nocturne as well, then you are vulnerable as a sort of shorter range mage. So definitely something to think about.
Yeah.
Ambessa coming through for Clear, a pick we've seen have a lot of success, honestly, and doesn't have to deal with Renekton.
And also is a flex, so it keeps things a bit ambiguous.
Can go in the jungle as well. So I think with that in mind, could just leave top/jungle, whatever's you're going to pick otherwise, and then keep that ambiguous here. And they are going to go for the Ezreal.
Ezreal without anything else paired alongside it just yet, so likely the Karma will be banned away to avoid having that sort of like win lane, win game type mentality available.
Yep, and I still think there's a lot of good things you can pair with it. You know, you have the Karma, you have the Braum, you have the Bard, you have Rakan, all perfectly fine pairings. When gonna come through?
Interesting.
So this is a matchup that we tend to see, you know, last year Ambessa was doing pretty good into, especially early on. But Keen feeling confident.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's still a flex Ambessa, but that means it can go top.
And I don't know whether there's all that many better options into the Gwen. I think a lot of people are pretty happy to take the Ambessa into that one, so likely to be putting clear in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, Jax, they're going to ban, so that is something you can play into. Akali is a big one, but that was obviously taken away by Fearless.
Yep.
So we'll see if they end up putting another ban towards what could potentially go top lane, or maybe they do want to ban the Karma, like you suggested. I think for BNK FearX, could look maybe to target the bot lane if you're worried about something Ruler might pick up here.
Yeah, and BNK are sort of lacking in the engage department, so might be needing some of that from their support position. So Kellen might be sort of priced in to playing something like a Leona or a Rel or something like that instead.
Yeah, you definitely want setup for the Orianna. Like, you could end up going like a Nocturne or something, which would kind of solve some of those issues. But yeah, I feel like definitely with how Kellen plays, wouldn't be surprised if they just slammed an engage support for him. Yeah, they will ban out the Aurora, so, you know, concerned that they could pick that in the top lane. Obviously, something Keen has played a lot in the top lane.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's one of those things, if you know it's something you would play into Gwen, then maybe concerned that the opposition would do it themselves.
Maybe some scrimbucks as well, as of course Ryu is the coach, so might know something about what Clear has put some time into. As Poppy going to be the final ban here on the side of BNK. Now, what is Genji going to be locking in before we see the full draft of the BNK FearX? Jhin here for Ruler. Not my favorite.
Yeah, we know how you feel about Jhin.
Yeah. I did feel better about it towards the end of last year.
Yeah.
A little bit.
How do you feel about it right now?
Not good. Not a fan. Not feeling very happy about it. That's a Kiana. Raptor, I don't know. I don't know about it. It did work for Lucid, and let's see whether it works for you. Right now, I can like look at everyone on this team. Outside of the Jhin, I feel like they're just a little bit, they have too much health. I think you just die, don't you?
I mean, they are pretty short-ranged.
Yes.
I feel like this is very much, it's seen a lot of success in the LPL, seen a lot of success in
We've been saying that forever, though. We're in the LCK. It does not work here.
Well, Raptor's trying to shake, he's trying to prove this wrong, and we'll see.
It's the perfect week, okay? We need the perfect, BNK needs to win this game. How are they supposed to do it with a Kiana? Oh my goodness. Okay, Rakan, I'm sorry about the bias, ladies and gentlemen, but I just really want the perfect week. All right, Rakan going to be locked in. Duro going to be able to help out with a lot of the engage here. The double circles on the top side of the map for Genji is going to be very scary. And then the Realm Warp to get Chovy into the fight if he needs to be there. I think BNK, certainly a lot of options, right? And if you do get Supreme Display of Talent as well as that Shockwave lined up, Solar Flare to then hold them in position, True Shot Barrage over the top. There's a lot of wombo combo for the BNK FearX boys, but if you don't land all of that stuff, Kiana dies in 2 hits to anyone, and it can be really problematic.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying. I feel like a lot of solo queue at the moment, particularly this year, has been about these, you know, lethality champions in particular. There's a lot of new lethality items that have been very popular. You know, you get good momentum in the jungle, you get the extra movement speed from the quest, you end up clearing so quickly. You know, we've seen things like Talon, Kha'Zix, Zed be very popular. And it obviously hasn't bled through into the LCK, into this sort of pro that we see. But you know these players want to do it. And Raptor's going to try and make it work. I think this is a hard composition to do it into because, as you said, you are liable just to get exploded. So this is truly a test to if you can make it work. You have a lot of playmaking tools, but the burden of execution is high.
It is. Vikla has made this Orianna work in the past, though. Let's see whether it works this time around up against Gen G in game number 2. Oh, top laners finding one another. Clear doing the most damage in the game thus far. Never mind. Diablo doing the most damage in the game thus far. Hang on a sec. Vikla doing the most damage in the game. They're all doing similar damage in the game so far. Take it away, Orcs.
Yeah, that's the analysis that we need. You know, that's the sort of stuff I would just talk about. So you've kind of taken my...
I got a little carried away.
Yeah, I'd appreciate if you wouldn't do that, because now I'm at a loss. What do I want to talk about?
Why don't we talk about where B&K and Gen G have lane control?
Well, I'm interested to see this top lane matchup, because we've seen it very favored towards the Ambessa like last year, and it's been, you know, we've often seen the Ambessa picked in the Gwen or Gwen banned away. Sorry, Ambessa banned away when you want to go the Gwen. But there is this kind of this tendency that we've seen from some of our top laners to just ignore matchups.
Yeah, and also we have seen Gwen pick into Ambessa quite a bit so far this tournament, which is kind of strange. Clear right now is making it look like Ambessa is okay in the matchup.
Yeah, Keen is trying to trade. He was level 1 into level 2. It's a little scary.
Keen's not scared, though. He is not the kind of man who would give in to fear.
Yeah, maybe should have been a little scared there, but we'll see.
Fear is often useful to stop us from doing things that would put us in danger.
There's definitely some players in the LCK who I think could use a bit more fear.
Would agree.
Maybe Kanavi.
Yeah, I was going to say there was someone playing in the last series. I think everyone knows exactly who we're talking about. It's Chovy. Going to find a bit of damage onto Vikla here. He does get the phase rush, but so does Chovy.
Yep. Clay going for a little bit of a deep board here.
And Keen is going to be able to pick up the majority of these minions.
Yeah, I think bot lane as well. Ruler's gone for the cleanse, makes sense into Leona. But it means that with Diablo having the barrier, I mean, it's already a really strong 2v2 with the Leona Ezreal. The power they have, if you land the engage and you have the burst from the Ezreal, combined with the fact that you have barrier into cleanse, just means you're really on the back foot, you know? Especially Rakan. I think Rakan is kind of uncomfortable into AD carries with a dash. Because you try and land the W to peel, like if they're going in, you W to peel, they can just dash over it, or even just flash over it to commit to the kill. So, Rule and Duro just playing it a bit defensively. In the last game as well, they were on the back foot a bit, so...
Ooh, bit of damage there from Vikla towards Chovy, but I think took some in kind. So both of our mid laners are probably looking for a bit of a back, and as you can see, Minion Wave is going to meet once again. Chovy just wandering back because, of course, doesn't have teleport. Vikla can teleport back in, which is likely what he's going to do right now. Refillable now complete.
Keen found a good angle to TP back in here.
Oh, there is the grand entrance to stop the engage here from Kellen, but Diablo still able to get that damage down. A lot of summoner spells used. Shield of Daybreak denied by the cleanse, but that is a longer cooldown. And so just the heal invested here from B&K. Still barrier there for Diablo.
That was a nice grand entrance though from Duro to kind of stall Kellen out, but you saw how committed Kellen was to, like, I'm getting that cleanse, I'm getting that cooldown. And now with the fact that he still has flash available, you know, you can E-flash on Leona, and it's pretty hard to pre-flash that as an AD carry, so Ruler definitely has to be careful.
Yep. See whether he can. As good little block there. As Ruler is not going to be able to stop Diablo from going back home. Does make it there. And Kellen is going to have to wait a little bit longer. Clear was thinking about going for a reset, as he still hasn't gone back to base just yet.
Yeah, so Keen's playing this lane really well, because he managed to get his recall in and TP back, and he's kind of just trapping Clear in the lane. And any advantages Clear would have for the matchup are kind of being nullified from the fact that Keen got to back, got to buy a refillable, got to buy a Dark Seal, and so is just stronger than he should be. And now he's going to be able to get a reset off again. So I think this is kind of indicative of how, you know, Mastery...
Ruler unfortunately walking a little bit too far up. Doesn't have cleanse anymore because he has to flash to get out of the way. There's a grand entrance though, as in the meantime, there's Canyon finding the angle into the mid lane and takes down Vikla. Nothing he can do about that, and Chovy off to a great start. Now picking up the assist in lane and will be able to get rid of that entire minion wave.
Yeah, point and click CC, hard to play against from the Rise.
Oh, in goes Kellen one more time. As remember, not a lot of summoner spells left available here. Only Duro's flash towards the bottom side, but Canyon's moving in. Diablo gets the information.
Yeah, we'll be spotted. Good scouting there. But yeah, Ruler just kind of walked up there. Didn't expect Kellen to be there, and so ends up losing his flash as well. No flash, no cleanse. You are super scared as the Jhin here. And this is giving the confidence for Raptor just to start up this dragon. Smites early to help speed it up.
Yep, had a couple of charges, so should have access to that smite again. And hopefully holds on to it this time so that he doesn't get Wind Becomes Lightning stolen. As Diablo, wanting to take down Ruler here, I believe took a turret shot, but avoided the deadly flourish.
Yeah, I think he can play with so much confidence in this 2v2 because he has that barrier backup. We'll see this replay. Vikla already chunked out a decent amount. And yeah, it's just the root connects, and it's like, I think all Vikla can do is just flash a little bit sooner before the root comes in, but
I think even then may have been dead. It's a tough one to keep up with. 400 gold now the lead for just Chovy, and Canyon with a bit of an advantage as well, even though Raptor is farming this one out quite nicely. Cheeky little pickaxe has been completed so far, but does want to get to that Propane Hydra as quickly as possible, as Kellen is going to move up this mid lane to help get the shove. And so far, Gen G with an 800 gold lead, feeling like things are working like clockwork this time around. Less funny business in this game, which makes me a little sad as some needlework comes out. Clear, level 7, so does have the ulti if he wants to try and catch Keen, but he's not going to be using it. Now just looking for a reset. We'll be able to go back home. Can Diablo get the cannon? I believe yes, as Mystic Shot is one heck of an ability. That's going to allow him to pick that one up and stay ahead by just a little, as Gleaming Quill just barely goes wide.
I think again we're having a game a little bit slower in terms of pace in the early laning phase. I feel that's kind of just become how games are going for the most part, unless one team makes a big flub.
Yep.
But that early kill for Gen G definitely going to be advantageous. And still looking to see what Raptor can do on this Kiana. Does have the ult available now. I would like to see something happen bot lane, but Ruler's cleanse is coming up again.
Yeah, Dura actually taking a fair bit of damage there as, oh, Kellen not quite able to follow with that
Kellen
Zenith
does
Blade.
Now have the ult. Chovy's flash is also down, so I feel like that's definitely someone you could attack as well.
True. Well, Kellen was thinking about going for a little bit of a combo there, but Gleaming Quill going to connect. Dura looking okay for now.
You can see Kellen like kind of thought, wait, Dura's playing so aggressive. Is someone here? You know, put a ward down, get some vision set up. Canyon is somewhat near, but not actually moving towards the bot side of the map.
And this lane is very close for now. Clear and Keen, just making sure that they keep each other in check. Chovy and Canyon might be coming up to say that actually, no, it's not very fair, but instead some grubs are going to distract Canyon for now. Solar Flare doesn't find any joy at all. Battle Dance, able to get Dura out of the way, as in he goes once again. Kellen's in range of the turret though, and so does need to be careful. Still going to be surviving, but it's also that Raptor can get down here.
Yeah, they wanted the cleanse so they can go for this play with that. I'll have that, but now he's going to ult the wave.
Yeah, Curtain Call comes in. Diablo looking to try and block this as he does bring those minions in. Can Raptor make this one work as Chovy's trying to get on down? There's the flash forward. Sprint Blade down around the turret. And down they will go. Kellen tanks it up perfectly. And that is a clean dive for B&K.
That was huge. You know, Chovy was moving down with the Realm Warp. Even Ghosted to try and get there quicker. But they just make the dive so perfectly played. Kellen making sure the cleanse wasn't there meant they could pull that off. And honestly, Raptor landing the ult around the turret to get both of them. That is exactly what you want. First play from the Kiana going 100% perfectly.
Yeah, also got one of the kills as well. And you do want to snowball as this champion to stay relevant. Let's have a look at it one more time. And yeah, oftentimes when the Supreme Display of Talent is this small, you're like, oh, not exactly the best value, but still connected on both of the targets.
Yeah, so they not only have to make this work, Chovy is gunning it. He ghosted and he was running down. They really did not have much time, and they had to exit and run back down the lane, otherwise he could have cut them off. So they managed to get out safely, and there's no counter punch, no counter play. That's the thing that feels even better, is when the other team starts to move to counteract the play and don't make it in time, because they're just wasting their time.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like a compounding effect.
Yeah.
And 900 gold is going to be the lead here for B&K. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the perfect day, the perfect week is on the table. See whether we can make it to 6 once again. As tomorrow, it's looking like, you know, the telecom wall could go all the way. There are some opportunities here as now Keen with some needlework underneath the turret. There's another one, though. Raptor is addicted to hitting turrets with his ultimate, and it's working.
Chovy moving up, has the Realm Warp.
I believe Raptor may be dead, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, he is going to be taken down. That's 544 gold going over to Chovy.
I did not see the outplay potential.
Yes, I did not quite see it either.
Yeah, Chovy, you know, obviously missed out on the previous play. This one he was determined to show up and make things happen, but is losing out on a little bit of tower damage here in the mid lane.
Wave going to be taken out there as well as Duro. Tagged by this Mystic shot. Diablo looking for some angles. Still doesn't have his first item complete. We'll have it coming pretty soon. That is going to mean that this Ezreal is going to be pretty strong. As Duro can't take too many more of these Qs. As Canyon looking to get that knock up onto Kellen. He does have the Solar Flare, connects it, and actually lasts a long time with the help of the Eclipse, but Wind becomes Lightning, enough to take him down. And True Shot Barrage sails by elegantly, but it's not going to do too much across the other side of the map. So nice little pick off here from Gen G. And they should now be able to turn this into a dragon of their own.
Yeah, also well played there by Duro for dodging out of the True Shot Barrage, because he was the one who was low HP. I think Callum was kind of looking for maybe a return kill there. Raptor fishing for something, but
doesn't have ulti, so not quite going to be able to do anything here as Diablo lacking mana, but does have a tier stacked up relatively high, so deceptively able to use a lot of buttons.
I think Raptor's just fishing for fish. That's why he's in the river. So, won't find anything there. And now Clear has the Eclipse. Big spike for the Ambessa. So Keen, who doesn't even have his first time completed, definitely has to be wary. Now they are looking for Chovy. No flash, remember.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a flash from Diablo. That barrier. So I think Ruler ulted.
Yeah, and Diablo took the majority of his health bar. As Raptor throws out a cheeky Q. There is a Trinity Force done for Diablo, but having his summoner spells just all used means that the power of this item spike feels a lot less dangerous.
It's not ideal. We've seen Clear gain a decent amount of ground in this matchup. You know, Keen was
2 levels ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Keen is about to hit level 10, but you know, we said the early game was going pretty good for Keen, but Clear's definitely started finding some momentum now.
Yeah, I feel like Keen has sort of been zoned out or something like that. Hasn't finished the quest just yet. And Clear has had his done for a little while.
I mean, that's the thing, you know, finishing the quest slate has a compounding effect, but also the quest gives that big burst of XP immediately.
Ah, true. So when he does finish it, it's likely that he catches up just a little bit. That is a good point, but he's not going to complete it if he's dead. And that is what BNK are looking to try and make happen right now.
So
just completes it now.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Xenoblade barely misses onto Keen, though.
Question is, can you make this happen before Gen G come over?
Well, Canyon already here. There is the Solar Flare, and he gets in there. Supreme Display of Talent comes down, but Canyon is in position. Flash out there from Raptor, gets out of the way of the turret, is now clear. Needs to try and save Raptor and Kellen. Kellen already down as the rest of Gen G make their way forward. Duro with the quickness is there, but now Vikla turns up and brings the orb to protect his Ambessa. The 2-for-2 trade in the end. Kind of okay here for Gen G as it was BNK going for that play.
Yep, able to mitigate it, able to turn it around. You know, Keen obviously gets punished under the tower, but... another Realm Warp.
Dear, yeah, Vikla in a lot of trouble now as Shockwave onto only Duro as Vikla just doing his very best. Does have to flash, but does at least have it to avoid death.
And the AD carries are just continuing to 1v1 in the bot lane.
Just fighting one another, as I believe Ruler does have a Ghost Blade to build, so did want to go back to base. As we'll check this one out one more time.
They land all the CC, but Canyon able to get on them before they leave the tower, slow them down. Able to kill Kellen here, and then the rest of the backup comes in. Raptor's trying to get to the brush to stall the time, but just immediately blown up.
And Chovy is just, he's been cleanup crew in this game, and he has a gigantic advantage in that mid lane, 1.1k. Same can be said for Clear on the top side of the map though, as Keen has been relatively bullied in this one. And so BNK probably still pretty happy with the state of the game right now. It's a Chemtech Soul, Ox, Suspect.
Oh.
I need you to, you know, work on this.
Yeah,
okay,
sorry.
That's our second of the day. You know, you get a pass for the first, but the second one, that's when we start to get suspicious. All right?
You know, if we are going to have the perfect week, we're going to have more games per day, which increases the odds.
Well, no. It increases the need for you to pay attention. Okay. As, all right, Raptor going in. King could be in trouble once again. He's going to flash to get himself out of the way as now Kellen finds himself in trouble as Canyon looks to turn it, and it's Ruler that takes the kill with his deadly flourish. Supreme display of talent, not quite doing enough, but is going to be able to peel, and Raptor slinks away with barely any health. Let's see whether Raptor can snipe something. It looks like he's not going to be able to. Doesn't have Curtain Call and is out of range of the Deadly Flourish this time as Diablo moves over to his favorite 1v1 that will continue.
I feel like Canyon's just such a menace in these fights because so much of BNK Ferox is burst, is about that big engage. And he's just kind of getting stuck into these fights and just, they don't really have the tools to deal with him right now with that Sundered Sky. You see here, they kind of opt into a fight that they're not really keen on taking. Tried ult Keen himself, and Canyon just jumps in and is like, okay, you don't have any way of dealing with me easily. Has the ult still to block all the damage from Diablo, and then BNK Ferox have to run away. Raptor just surviving.
Yeah, and the double circles, man. The Crescent Guard and the Mist. It's just so difficult to do damage to these top two Gen G players. I know they've killed Keen a couple of times, but it's going to get more and more frustrating as this game goes on, especially for Vikla to get anything done. Solar Flare not going to be a good enough engage if you can just press W and be okay if you're the Gwen. So it could be a rough time as Duro, Celestial Opposition is going to pop momentarily. It looks like Rift Herald just going to be secured here by Gen G. No real options for BNK. It's Ruler taking a little bit of damage, but should be all right underneath this turret, even if it is relatively low. Canyon makes his way in. The orb goes down from Vikla. Gen G will be stymied for the moment. Rift Herald going to be thrown down into this mid lane to make sure that they have some control of this river. As Duro looking a little worse for wear. Raptor with that ulti back up yet again. All right, there's the snare as now Canyon looks to try and turn it onto Kellen. Does get the heal out though, and now they're looking for Diablo. Has that Crescent Guard running, but it is going to wear off. They're going to eat that Honey Fruit for the extra movement speed. BNK, once again, do retain some control. So Shelly not exactly doing what she's supposed to completely. Gen G will now have to try and figure out what they want to do to stop this dragon from going down, or just give it up and look for something else.
Yeah, Jovi moves up towards the top side. Actually, Realm Orbs there, so it seems they're not... Oh!
All right, Diablo trying to get it out of the way, and the quickness is going to come on through, but the tower is just dead. So that is the prize here for BNK. That's the first of the game as well.
From Gen G, Ruler bidding flash there to back away. We'll see a plate picked up there by Chovy, but I think BNK Ferox happy with how that turned out. Getting Dragon as well.
Yeah, teleport in from Vikla to stop this outer turret in the top lane from going down. Still, Chovy 1.3k the advantage, and is looking very scary. BNK thinking about trying to go for a kill there. Not going to find it just yet, is now clear. Fighting against Kane and still feeling pretty good in this matchup. Hex Drinker now just to help out. No matter who he's going to be laning against out of these solo lanes, still going to be very happy with that defensive choice.
You know, this game just still very even, but I just feel so concerned because a lot of the gold is on Chovy. He is very strong.
Yeah.
And there is just that Gwen, which even though she's behind, it's just, you know, any game that has a Gwen is just always a little bit concerning about what that champion can do later on.
Yeah, and I think it was, which Worlds was it? Or was it MSI? Might have been MSI.
MSI.
Yeah, Bin versus AS.
Yeah, that was the one.
Gets me every time. I struggle with Gwen. She's just brings up the bad memories. So, Keen, gonna see whether he can trigger some of that as this game goes on. But right now, clear 2-0-1, actually having a very good time on the Ambessa. And she is also a very scary champion. He can get some snipes onto Ruler potentially in the backline, right? He's not really allowed to curtain call if he's able to see an Ambessa, you know? So there are certainly angles for BNK to play this game out. Right now, Gen G looking for Vikla, but there's the dissonance as Supreme Display of Talent does go down. But Canyon, Crescent Guard, one heck of an ability.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent amount of damage on a Chovy, but he's quite bulky, so it's like you're not going to kill him.
Yeah.
Maybe like a Shockwave follow-up, but you still need a bit more than that as well. I think that's one of the advantages of this top side of Gen G. Against a bursty composition, you just are bulky enough to withstand that initial fire that comes out.
Yeah, the opening salvo, as it were. Canyon now moving towards this bottom side as Kellen and Clear will be able to take out this turret. The flash forward there from Kellen. Solar Flare is going to connect as into the mist they go, but Canyon shows up at exactly the right time. Keen now trying to turn this as he has the needlework to get that health bar back up again. And the Realm Warp from Chovy to deliver him in. And now Raptor is going to show up. Kellen is likely to go down, but there is the public execution. True Shot Barrage is avoided by Chovy and Canyon beautifully. And now Duro with the quickness just says sit down, and Chovy will take him out.
Huge turnaround there from Gen G, and BNK FearX, you know, they committed to the play initially, but you could see they thought this is not a good idea, and they started to regret it, and as more and more members joined in.
Oh dear, Mega Cone going to be able to get Vickler, and never mind, it doesn't get him out of there. The bullets rain true, and Ruler just hits everything there with that curtain call.
And that's 4 members from BNK FearX dying.
That might have just been game.
Yeah.
Just that play, because now Gen G can move that to this tower in the bottom lane, top out a turret as well. Baron's on the map, and now BNK getting control again is going to be so incredibly rough. Plus, they have a composition that relies on being ahead. There's a Kiana. And there shouldn't be, Ox. I want to reiterate that.
They'll keep doing it.
I know they will.
Yeah, so here, like, they commit to the play, and then it just feels like they quickly realize, oh, Canyon say we should back off. But I think if they just killed Keen, at least they would have gotten something out of it. And then they're like, oh, we have to back away. Okay. Oh, we really have to back away. And then they're like, oh, we can't get out, let's just fight then. But it's like, I think if they just committed onto the Gwen,
yeah,
they would have traded, they would have lost 2 people, and they could have killed the Gwen. So it would have been a 1-for-2 trade.
And also, like, if Clear had of that, like, when Keen moved away and the Realm Warp came in, as soon as he sees the Realm Warp, just public execution the Gwen.
I mean, I feel like you should just gone for it earlier than that.
Yeah,
I think at some point, just say, okay, we overstepped, we'll get 1 kill, we both die, 1-for-2, it's not the end of the world. But instead, you lose 4 members.
We're hindsighting anyway.
I mean, we are hindsighting, but also, it's like, it just felt so, like, you already committed the flash from Kellen, right?
Yeah.
Like, commit to the play or
oh dear.
Don't flash in like that.
There's a Realm Warp. Vickler is likely to die, and he will be taken out. What more can they get? That is going to be the question, though, as he survives a little longer than I would have expected.
Yeah.
Here on the top side of the map, Clear is still doing some good work, but he's not going to be helping with this dragon fight that's happening in 20 seconds time.
I think that one, you just give it up.
Diablo slowed down. Deadly Flourish doesn't connect. Is now Kellen going to be the target one more time. Canyon is just a raid boss in this game. It's kind of impossible to do anything to him as Ruler with just a cheeky shot just nabs his 3rd kill of the game. And Chovy has the item. By the way, as Diablo, still tagged by the quickness there. As, okay, Clear looking to make his way over and picks up Ruler. They might be able to turn it into a kill onto him, but Raptor is already dead. Diablo, can you get the damage down as he sidesteps and Dura gets killed by Baron? Oh no! Still, Chovy shows up, and this guy has an entire bank worth of funds that he just throws at the Ezreal, and he dies. 6-0-3 now for Chovy.
Yeah, Actualizer doing some stuff here, just completely explodes BNK FearX. I think this one is feeling a little bit done and dusted.
Oh, there goes the perfect week, Ox.
Yeah, I think he had to shockwave as they arrived. Like, you have to preempt it. Because as soon as champions like Xin Zhao and Rakan get a chance to move, you kind of just cooked. And here, yeah, Canyon is just very tanky.
He is.
I actually think the fact that they got the Baron involved kind of backfired here a little bit because he was contributing to the fight. He was using it to gap close so he could get to the Ezreal, and then he was flanking around and they just found the Kiana.
Yeah.
But I think the Baron was maybe...
The Baron then does kill Duro though.
Yeah.
Which is quite funny. Yeah. Yeah, Baron certainly MVP of that last fight.
Even with the Baron, still not enough for
No.
BNK FearX. And Chovy's just so bulky.
Duro also just survives. Spring Displayed talent is not enough to take down the Rakan. As Chovy just kills a dragon. That is going to be second for Gen G, evening out the Drake count between these 2 squads. Still some fight in B&K, absolutely. They're only 1,000 gold behind, and it's 24 minutes into the game. The problem is, this Actualizer Rise at 6-0-3, wielded by Chovy, is 4,000 gold ahead.
Look, I know you're not convinced by the Kiana, right?
Yes.
But imagine, okay, if you're in a situation where the players didn't have voice comms with each other.
Got it.
And The second the Kiana ulted the Jhin, he started typing in chat at his jungler and saying, what are you doing? Why aren't you ganking me? And then as the Kiana ran around the map killing people, the typing got more intensive and they stopped focusing on the game. Then couldn't you see the value of the pick?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so maybe that's what it needs to work.
Well, this turret doesn't work anymore because it's just taken out. Wind becomes lightning there from Canyon. Goes down to 50% as Gen G get all 5 members here. As Raptor slinks into stealth as Keen is just now looking for the bottom side. Clear with teleport at the ready.
I do want to note that Chovy's 3 levels up on Vikla, and Canyon is 2 levels up on Raptor.
Canyon going to get delivered alongside Chovy as Sprint Display Talent comes down, and Canyon is just dead. Mega Cone to split up absolutely everyone, and Clear dives into the fight. Chovy able to take down the Leona, but the public execution to pick him up Diablo from over the wall, but Clear is just dead, and Chovy goes golden. Keen able to tank it out, but it is going to be the kill there for Vikla, and they will be able to take him out there as now Diablo looking a little worse for wear. Deadly Flourish, good sidestep. And it is 3 for 2 in favor of Gen G in the end.
I think Chovy's just too strong.
Chovy is a bit of a problem, is he not?
I think he's just, I don't think he dies. I don't know how you kill him. Like, they killed Canyon because they just CC'd him before he ulted, but Chovy doesn't have that problem. Yeah, I think Canyon maybe had to pre-ult before they went under him, but they kind of just layered the CC and blew him up. And then Chovy just walks about like, oh, you guys have no CC left? Cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to just actualize all over you.
He just kind of walked at them and then gets the Seraph Shield and goes golden. And that means the Keen can then utilize the fact that they were distracted by an incredibly fed Rise to do some Gwen things on the back of the fight. Still does go down. BNK are able to at least trade 2 back, but
I mean, it's
still
not like
one fight Gen G.
It's not the worst trade, right, in terms of kills, but it just isn't resolving their issues.
No.
I'm like, there isn't even that much of a gold lead. That's where I'm seeing the issue.
Well, Raptor is dead.
It's like the gold difference isn't that crazy. We've seen bigger gold leads, but it just, the tempo vibes are so off.
Yeah, they really are.
They're so off right now.
Man, I just keep thinking to myself, and I'm sorry to bring this up again, I just keep thinking that Kiana could be any other jungler.
Yeah.
Nocturne was available, guys.
Nocturne was available.
Well, Baron is not going to be available for much longer. Down to 7,000 right now as BNK looking to make their way in. There is no smite available as now can Clear find the ulti. Kellen's so dead. But the Baron, they're just going to move back to it. And that one is just going to belong to Gen G here. BNK not wanting to throw the game at this moment.
Yeah, I raised the point in draft. One of the issues with Rise is that you really want your core 3 items. And the problem is it's awkward to split...
what about the core 4 items?
It's awkward to slot Zhonya's in there before those 3 items are completed. But that problem's solved by just being monumentally fed.
And that does.
Chovy
so just buy 2 third items at the same time, is that what
Yes, that is what Chovy's opted to do.
That is such a smart move.
Yeah, he's because as you can see, Vikla hasn't even bought 1 third item.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's bought half a third item, which is not what he should have done. He should have bought 2.
Yeah, so, you know, something to learn from, something to pick up for in the future.
Yeah.
You know what else is crazy is the fact that, I mean, I know he gets the extra level from the Rod of Ages, but Chovy's out-leveled both the top laners have the XP quests.
That is kind of absurd. All right, Sprint Display Talent is... I didn't see it, unfortunately. Diablo's health bar is also missing.
I feel
so
like
he's going to have to go back to the fountain.
It's a little insulting to call it its full name when it just misses.
I know, but it is called its full name, and that's Riot's fault, okay? It's not mine. It's the same as when Akali messes up, and that doesn't quite work either. As Gen G going to break over the base in the mid lane, guaranteed, but can they also get the bottom side of the map as well, as Keen pushing that one forward. Duro makes his way over. First inhibitor will be falling down. This game is very quickly spiraling out of control, if it's not already just gone. Dissonance doing a little bit of work there as Deadly Flourish to hold on to Kellen. He's died 7 times this game, though. It hasn't been a good time.
7 times so far.
So far. Thankfully, his scoreline is in that order, as Gen G, they might just grab themselves a dragon because it's there, and then spend their buckets of cash.
Yeah, a lot of towers picked up, and they did make inhibitor towers worth more money on the new season, so they are very wealthy.
They are certainly quite well off. All right, Keen moving up towards his top side of the map, as Clear might be finding him here.
We also have the Serpent's Fang coming out from Ruler. So obviously a lot of shields on Clear and from the Orianna. And I guess Diablo has barrier, so...
Yep. Some things that he can make use of it with. As Raptor, he found his opportunity in the shop. Hasn't found the opportunity to do winning in the game just yet.
Yep.
I am clutching at straws. It's the perfect week.
Is there a lethality item called Destroy Enemy Nexus? He should find that one.
He should definitely find that one. That would be a really good one.
He should have brought that one instead.
We can guarantee that he has not bought that.
Is there a
Caulfield's Warhammer instead? I don't think that means anything about it.
That's a good one too.
All right. Genji now looking for the last inhibitor that's left up on this map. As Ruler just taking pot shots where he can find them. Keen and Chovy pushing the rest of these waves in. BNK getting stretched a little bit too thin to make this one work. Super minions are getting cleared out relatively well with the help of this Orianna. And without Baron, it's a little bit harder for Genji to get this siege to work, but they are still closing in. BNK going to be forced to engage. And Canyon so hard to deal with. Kellen will be able to find him with that Solar Flare, and the ulti is not doing the most damage, or sorry, getting the most value here for Canyon. As Shockwave going to connect onto Chovy, can they actually kill him? No. As easy, just going to kill Diablo instead. He gets thrown back by the Supreme Display of Talent. Needlework almost kills Diablo. He needs to get to the fountain as Vickler is just taken out, and the public execution is not going to land there from Clear. Still, he gets himself into relative safety underneath these Nexus turrets. As Chovy looking a little worse for wear. These health bars looking better on the side of BNK than they would have otherwise been. Is now Clear getting cut down where he stands. Diablo trying to get the damage in, but it is not enough. And Canyon will be able to shut him down. Just not enough damage for BNK. And Genji are looking to remain undefeated here in the LCK Cup, even if Game 1 was silly. This one was a little one-sided, and Genji demonstrating that they are still on Korean soil, and they're looking pretty good.
And you know, I was thinking about the fact of a perfect week, and I feel like perfect weeks are just so improbable because of the existence of Genji.
Yeah. Do you know why it was so possible this week, though? It's the year of Vickler, and DK versus Genji are always bangers, okay?
I thought you were going to say because Genji hadn't played yet.
That was why it was possible yesterday. Very true. Oh,
you
man.
remember when they went on that massive undefeated game streak?
Yeah.
That was a...
Yeah, that did mean that it was definitely not 2025 that we had a perfect week. That definitely didn't happen.
What's crazy is that you get games like the first one where, I mean, that's the thing, is they get these massive undefeated streaks, and you get games like the first one in those streaks where it really looks like they are on the brink of losing, and then they just don't.
Yeah.
I think there's so many ways you can describe Genji, but I think they truly just are very good at winning.
They are. They're also very good at not losing.
Oh.
Which is, I think, the main thing. And I know that sounds silly. I know it sounds silly, but it's true. Like, that is sort of the way. They just refuse to go down.
Yeah.
And that's what they did in game number 1, and they didn't have to in game number 2 because they had Chovy on Mega Rise that just really did some stuff. Thankfully, now the scorelines are going to be evened out at 7-7. Don't need to worry about that weird stuff that people talk about on the internet.
Desperately needing them to get these wins as well. If Genji lose a series, Group Baron might just actually be fried.
Yeah. And they're just very happy that HLE sort of falling apart because that's what's kept things very, very interesting as far as the scorelines between our two teams.
We felt a bit concerned about the draft from this one. Maybe a bit is an understatement, but
I don't think Kiana is very good at winning games in the LCK.
I think that's a fair and valid statement. This game, even when the gold was like within touching distance, just felt painfully unwinnable.
Yeah.
Like there's no other way to describe it. You could just, that's the thing, is like you can look at the gold and be like, wow, this is actually closer than, you know, when the gold, like some games is like 3,000 gold, and you're like, it honestly doesn't feel that way. And then this game's like, you know, they're 1,000 gold ahead, and you're like, it feels so rough.
Yeah. Even when BNK had a lead, it didn't feel like they had a lead.
Yeah.
In this game, as Diablo, just walked a little too close to Chovy there.
It's once again the evidence of tempo vibes.
Yeah. And tempo vibes are a very real thing. and they can hurt you.
나는 더 해줄
They
생각.
did hit BNK Fear X.
Yeah.
앞에서
And Genji often abuses their existence because they have them all the time.
키아나 플래시는 있고.
This is the problem. As having a listen in to Genji as they calm and collectedly look to take down BNK, calling out, killing towers and things like this. And Duru's having a giggle.
Yeah.
As Duru actually having a pretty fantastic series, I would say. I think his Rakan looked brilliant here in this game. Was able to find a whole lot of the angles to start off these fights. Who gets PO? Is it just, you know, Chovy because he was the guy in this game?
Oh, please. Look, Chovy had a great game too.
How did Ruler do that much damage on Jin?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's going to get POM. I know who I think probably will get POM. I know who I voted for. And they're different people.
Who did Soup and Chijijik vote for? That's my question. I think they voted for Chovy.
Maybe.
They have short memories over there.
We'll see.
And it's going to be Canyon.
Oh.
The Flag Master is going to pick it up. And I think this is well deserved.
Justice is served.
It certainly is.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I think after the flagging. The flaggening.
Yeah. I mean, he got some great steals in Game 1 and Game 2. I think he had a massive impact. Did Chovy also have a massive impact Game 2? Yes, but Game 1, I think he struggled a little bit into the power of the year of Vikla.
Yep.
So I think this was the right choice.
I would agree. I'm looking forward to seeing where the votes sort of landed from everyone, because that's the most fun part. But I am very, very glad that we did have it going over to Canyon. So now it is time to have a chat to him. Let's throw it over to Dia for the translation.
POM에 선정된 캐니언 선수 만나서 인터뷰
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Canyon on the side of Genji.
오늘 2대0 승리로 여태까지 3전
With
전승을
that
기록하고
2-0.
있고요. 오늘은 또
You got 3 victories down out of 3, and also an unanimous POM. How do you feel?
운이 좋았어가지고.
You know, I think I felt so lucky from Game 1, and I think we were able to keep going with that momentum into Game 2 to get today's victory. You know, today's battle had the global gold wavering back and forth the whole time. So what was your impression of BNK Fear X today, or before today's match, and how was it playing against them on stage? It didn't change much. I felt like they were always a very good team.
제 개인적인 생각으로 이제 뭔가 정글 바텀에 좀 합이
And personally, I think their jungle and bot synergy is on point.
정글과 바텀의 합이
I think they're pretty solid.
이런 말씀해 주셨는데요. 1세트에 캐년 선수의 활약이 정말 엄청났습니다.
And for Game 1,
기묘한 스틸이 2번이나 나오게 됐는데요.
you know, we had so many amazing plays, especially some strange steals from you. So let's take a look at these highlights.
노리신 건지 궁금해요.
Was this a calculated play?
경우는 이제 그 전에
Or Dragon?
레드 쪽을 들어왔을 때 생각보다 엄청 빨리 레드 쪽에서 빠져나가고
I thought that it's because the
스마가 좀 없다고 생각을 했었는데
the enemy jungle actually used smite a little too fast, so I thought I was able to just go ahead and steal that. And for Baron, I think I was just really lucky for Baron. So as you were throwing your flag down, were you expecting to get the steal? Yeah, I just kind of throw it out there.
상대 정글러 입장에서는 진짜 캐년 선수가 좀 밉지 않으셨을까 이런 생각도 드는데요.
Yeah, the enemy jungler must have been so upset after that. And in Game 2, the enemy focused Keen's Gwen down, so was he having a difficult time? Yeah, he was 2 levels down, and that's when I realized that he was behind. He didn't actually make any calls, he was actually quietly doing his job. And in Game 2, Kiana, although she's showing up in other regions, she doesn't normally get picked up in the LCK Cup, so since Raptor played her today, any thoughts on Kiana? I feel like Kiana can actually move around a lot and give a lot of strength and support to the top side. So do you think in the LCK you will be able to see more Kiana? Yeah, I think in best of 5s, you can definitely expect to see her. Since next week will be Super Week, we look forward to Kiana's appearance. You know, in both games 1 and 2, there were some accidents in solo lanes. So as a jungler, what mindset did you have and what did you prioritize?
없다고 생각하고 있어서 그냥
I don't think that accidents are fully avoidable.
또 한 번 사고 났다고 그대로 지는 건 아니니까.
And just because accidents happen doesn't mean that we will lose. So I think we'll just try to find that timing that we can turn things around. And that's just how we keep our heads in the game. And with today's win from Genji, the score between Baron and Elder Group is now 7-7. As the Baron Group leader, what message do you have for the Baron teams? It's 7-7, you guys. It's pretty tight, so I hope that a lot of parent teams end up winning. We got this, guys. And your next opponent is a sole undefeated Elder team, which is D plus Kia, which will be a pretty interesting rivalry. So anything you would like to say to your old friend Showmaker? You're doing really well lately. Your form is on point. I think let's have a great game, Showmaker. And that's the end of the interview with Canyon, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Insubin Ayaya, as it is a 2-0 for Genji in the battle of the undefeateds, which, Wolf, as you alluded to already, means that they're through to the next stage.
Yeah, really strong performance from them. I think both games were playable. Looked like BNK had a really strong early game with the Kiana for Raptor. And in the first game, definitely a winnable game until some flags stole the day. So I think a pretty respectable loss here for BNK, but Genji bouncing back as they always do.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the draft here. Really liked the Ryze pickup for Chovy. It does feel like, first prio and mid always seems to go towards Azir or Iana, but the more we see the Ryze, especially when it gets into the mid to late game in a relatively safe state. By the way, Chovy was very fed in this game, but just in general, it just feels like the Ryze is super powered right now, and I feel like it should be seeing a little bit more priority. We even saw it in the last series as well, where they banned the Cassiopeia and then gave the Ryze over. They still ended up winning, but I just feel like Ryze is so strong right now. We also got to see the Gwen as well. Feels like a fantastic, game 2, game 3 pick, and just felt really good on the side of Genji here.
Gwen was the one that I wanted to touch on because we talked about it in the pre-show. Just those fighters on the top lane. Gwen with a pretty solid track record so far here in the LCK Cup. But on the opposite side here for BNK FearX, Diablo, good showing throughout this series, but showing off some Ezreal tech here.
Yeah, so he had incredible performance throughout the game. I thought mechanically looked amazing, as he often does. But he pulls out the Endless Hunger item here, which is a new tech that we're seeing very recently, like in the last really less than 48 hours, where this item is a jungle item normally, and it gives you Omnivamp on takedown. But one of the things that's less appreciated about it is it actually gives you AD-based ability haste. So on Ezreal, who gets ability haste based on how many Qs he's hitting and how far you've gotten in the game, your Q gets fully stacked up, you have 5 points into it, you can basically just play Earth. And we saw in a few of those late game team fights, he almost was. It was actually pretty insane how much damage he was able to put out. He almost was able to save the game multiple times. Incredible performance from this guy. And he's the first Ezreal to pull it out here in the LCK. Until this gets nerfed or changed, I think we are going to see this item build popping up quite a bit this week.
A battle between our two squads that did not make roster changes. Probably one of the biggest moves that was made by any team was Diablo being held onto by BNK FearX. Another one was a person who thought maybe that was going to be on the move in the form of Canyon. He stayed with the team, gets himself a perfect 13 out of 13. Deservedly so here, Valdez.
Yeah, I was thinking about the POM, and I'm like, is it Chovy? I mean, his Ryze was kind of crazy, but his Azir was really iffy, and he got solo killed by Vikla. And then somebody said Canyon, and I was like, oh yeah, obviously Canyon. And I guess everybody was kind of on the same page with that, even Soup and TJJ going ahead and getting it right this time.
I think Canyon has probably the most POM or POG wins as well, the player of the split, right?
I feel like, Wolf, I should explain this.
Yeah, I'll let you go.
Canyon's real name is Kunbu, which that's where the boo came from. That was a suggestion from G-Sun, not my my little thing there. But
no, own it.
He did steal the Baron, and then he stole my hearts. Canyon, excellent play today.
Yeah.
What did he mean by that?
What did he/G-Sun mean by this? My comment is a little bit cornier. Please flag for review. And that is about the flag steals that we saw from Canyon, but also about that pommet from Valdez that made that we just saw. So it works out. I didn't know.
Thank you for explaining,
hearts
Wolf.
and everything, but I really enjoyed watching Canyon get those steals. It was very fun.
Yeah, great stuff there by Kenyon, making those highlight plays. Best flag planting I've seen since the moon landing. I knew it. I knew it.
I literally told you guys I was workshopping a moon thing for this, and I couldn't come up with one. I guess this one works, you know? It's not the peak I was looking for, but at least he gets points for actually going for it instead of just making a flag for review pun.
Yeah. Jack, can you taste the salt? Oh, man. The salt.
Wolf would have done it better.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't actually, so I didn't.
He literally couldn't. Here it is from Helios. My Xin Zhao never Xin Zhao'd like this. That's true. I don't know how many
I do think Canyon is better.
I don't think he was.
Helios
Yeah, I don't think
current year.
he was in his solo queue games. Canyon.
Yeah.
Today, God of Jungle chose Canyon. Umpty's kind of reusing comments. Yesterday, he used Showmaker, or TF picked Showmaker, not Showmaker picked TF. This time, God of Jungle chose Canyon.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Canyon just was the god of the jungle.
Yeah.
And he chose himself. Or just was himself.
All right,
hashtag be yourself.
Hashtag be yourself. All right, Cloud Templar. That was so close. Gen G, super save by Canyon. Yes, indeed. Hopefully, Cloud Templar is proud of how many O's I put in there for so. And then finally, from Prince, when the big polar bear fights, someone else, Fox, gets caught in it.
Okay.
Looking at you guys.
I got nothing to say about that.
I like the Fox in parentheses.
Yeah, that's what gets me. It's like when someone makes a comment and then they put in parentheses positive next to it. Like it's a positive comment, not a negative one. Yeah.
We weren't memeing.
I think I know what you're referring to.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for that one, Prince, as it was another win here for Gen G. They stayed perfect not only in series score, but in game score. And yet again, another day where the standings stay equal 7-7 so far for Group Baron and Elder.
Yeah, it gets a little bit weird if we have tiebreakers for that, by the way. We get this like extended Fearless series. You can look at the rulebook if you want like the full details on that, but it gets pretty interesting. I don't think it's necessarily going to come to pass because the likelihood is super low, but we do continue to go 1-1 every day and maintain that parity, so who knows?
I wonder if B&K is actually the strongest or second strongest team in that group. Because HLE kind of dropping the ball at the moment, and DK looking good, but hasn't been challenged too much yet.
And we'll see, because if KT knock off an undefeated T1, then they too would also be 2-1 in this season's Telecom War in LCK Cup.
Admit something to you guys.
Yes.
I have serious Predator's remorse.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
DRX, I thought they were going to have a great week. They lost to the Supers yesterday. Nongshim, like they're still in pretty decent form. I'm a little bit nervous, but surely DRX will get me back in this race. Surely DRX get it done. There's no way they'll fail tomorrow, right?
Clip it, ship it, save it for tomorrow. Telecom War, and then the Noodle Boys take battle against DRX. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK Cup action. Bye-bye.